And you do just end up opening the corner so much more. It's not really the corner for any wet lines, Rouge. And Ocon, first lap on the intermediates, fastest first sector of anyone, but only fractionally quicker than George Russell.
Yeah, 8 thousandths faster than the British driver. Latifi still there in second, so Russell is now out on another set of intermediate tyres. Bottas and Hamilton are in the pits. Gasly is 10th. Mazepin is in the pits as well. Sorry, Gasly's in the pits and Mazepin is in the pits too. And sound you can hear now, Esteban Ocon. I don't think he's going to be quicker than Russell in the middle sector, but this is his first lap on the tyres and they will get quicker and quicker. The rain isn't coming down at the moment, or not noticeably, so I think the track will be getting better and better.
From what we've seen so far though, if the rain does come, it can come pretty heavily and the track will suddenly get slower. So now is the time. 7 minutes left in the session. Do not be in the bottom 5.
So rain imminent in the next 2 minutes.
And Bottas is only leaving the pits now. He's on an outlap here, Valtteri Bottas.
He's only just put on those intermediate tyres, but there's quite a few other drivers that were late to switch. And if whoever gets a lap on the inters, if you can get that in before it rains and someone else is stuck with their wet tyre time from the start, they're in big, big trouble here.
Hear the vibrations and the wheel spin as Esteban Ocon comes across the line to go third quickest, 1.5 seconds slower than George Russell. And just getting a replay of the Mercedes team waiting in the pit lane with the intermediate tyres, and it was a full speed pit stop really for Lewis Hamilton. Change the tyres and back out they go. And they double stacked actually, he and Valtteri Bottas. So the order is Russell, Latifi, Ocon, Norris, Verstappen the top 5, Bottas, Stroll, Vettel, Hamilton, Alonso the top 10, then Gasly, Perez, Leclerc, Tsunoda, Giovinazzi are the 15 drivers at the moment who would be going through to Q2, but we've got a lot of lap times to come. Sainz is quickest in the first sector, and now the lap times are coming flying in. Well, they haven't come in yet, but there's lots of drivers going quickly.
Because they've all bolted for the intermediate, so every single driver out on track and everyone on the intermediates and finding a lot of lap time. So, as I said, you cannot afford to be sitting in that bottom 5 now because you're really at risk of just being dumped out and having nothing to do to respond. If it rains again, the track will get worse and you can't improve. And right now, Daniel Ricciardo's down there. Carlos Sainz, Andrew Benson's top tip for a good one here, is down there in 18th, but he's on a very good lap, coming through Blanchimont, the bus stop to do, and he should fire himself back up the order.
Russell's improving again as well. Norris does the fastest first sector of anyone. Perez does the fastest middle sector, but he's a second slower than Norris in sector 1. Across the line here comes Carlos Sainz. He goes quickest then, so the Ferrari to the top of the times, but Russell is going quicker than Sainz at the moment. The next quick driver is going to be Verstappen across the line. Here comes Sergio Perez now out of the final corner in the Red Bull, and Perez cuts the timing beam and goes quickest. 5 minutes to go.
Hamilton down to 12th. He's only in the middle sector now, just starting the middle sector. Lewis Hamilton, Ricciardo goes quickest, so that time is just coming down with everyone switching to the intermediates. Got to get a lap in now. Only 4.5 minutes to go as well. Such a long lap that each lap is so crucial.
Leclerc goes fastest, and then George Russell comes across the line to go quicker still. 1.5 seconds quicker than Charles Leclerc. Russell tops the times again. Norris and Verstappen are going to beat him though. Verstappen goes quicker by 0.4 of a second, and then Lando Norris comes out of the bus stop chicane, cuts the timing beam now, and he too goes quicker than Verstappen, does he? Yes, by a second. He goes, well, 0.8 quicker than Max Verstappen. There's 3 seconds separating the top 5, only 4 minutes to go. Loads of people are about to set lap times, but they're not particularly exciting lap times. Hamilton through the middle sector, and he's 1.5 seconds down on Norris in sector 2 alone. So this might be top 5 for Hamilton.
But for context, that's fine. Yuki Tsunoda's just gone 9th, and he's 5 seconds away from Norris. So the field spread is so huge. Remember, you've only got to be in the top 15 at this stage. Bottas is going slower than Hamilton through 2 sectors, but still 2 seconds away, which actually is fine at this stage to get into the top 15. Hamilton through and across the line. He goes 4th with that one.
So that should be enough to see him through to the next part of qualifying. The same is true of Max Verstappen in second place. Here comes Valtteri Bottas, because at the moment it's kind of a question of who of the big boys are going to lose out here, really, as Bottas now comes through the final couple of corners. This is looking like a reasonable run from the Finn, and he goes 7th quickest, so it's 1.1 seconds slower than Hamilton, but still 7th is in the mix to advance.
He was 16th, so he's just dug himself out of that bottom 5, less than 3 minutes to go, and luckily that imminent rain hasn't quite hit just yet. Fernando Alonso, 19th at the moment. He needs to improve coming into the final sector.
Mazepin goes 16th quickest, slower than his teammate Mick Schumacher, and then 17th is Kimi Räikkönen. We're about to get Stroll and Alonso lap times in. Alonso is going to be first across the line in the Alpine, and he only goes to 12th, and then Lance Stroll comes across the line and goes to 9th. So that means Tsunoda is now in the drop zone. Vettel's only really got one shot at this. Well, he might get another lap in at the end of this one, actually, because he's just started a flying lap, but he hasn't actually set a lap time as of yet. The sound you can hear is Hamilton, who's done the fastest first sector of anyone. And how does sort of energy deployment and stuff work in a wet session? Is it less, because normally you can't do a back-to-back quick lap, because you don't have the energy to do it.
You can deploy over, say, 3 flying laps. So there'll be a software that you can change the setting basically to say, I'm going to do 3 fast laps, and you'll deploy it evenly across the 3. Of course, you'll be losing out a little bit if you just gave it all one shot. And this is something the driver's going to have to work out lap to lap. Do they want to have one big one right at the end, or do they want to have a few goes at it, but not have peak energy deployment?
Oh,
Hamilton.
Big lockup, but he just got it in to the bus stop chicane, and he might improve his time here. He is 5th, he goes up to 2nd, doesn't quite beat Lando Norris. It was a huge lockup. It didn't look like he was going to make the final corner, but he did.
And we're on to final laps now. Hamilton starting the final lap that he's going to get. The last laps are always crucial in these wet and drying qualifyings. You make a mistake on this final go, and with the track drying, you can be dumped out when you look like all was okay. So far, Tsunoda, Mick Schumacher, Mazepin, Räikkönen, and then Vettel are the 5 going out. Of that, only really Vettel would be the surprise.
And if Vettel improves, that would mean it would be Giovinazzi who would get eliminated. So it's not actually that surprising down at the bottom at the moment. Schumacher comes across the line, improves, goes a second quicker than Mazepin, but it's not particularly notable, remains in 17th place. Here comes Sebastian Vettel. How high is the Aston Martin going to jump up the order? It's to 10th place. So now the drivers who are getting eliminated with 30 seconds to go are Giovinazzi, Tsunoda, Schumacher, Mazepin and Räikkönen. And there's no real, I mean, Ricciardo's there in 15th, but none of the big hitters look like they're in too much trouble. Leclerc comes across the line, 11th in the Ferrari, and does he jump up the order? He jumps up to 8th place. So realistically, maybe the Alpines are in a bit of danger, actually. Ocon is the kind of driver who's in a bit of trouble.
And he's on his final lap, and he's not improving at the start of this one. Daniel Ricciardo, 15th. And on the bubble at the moment, comes through the bus stop. He needs to improve to take himself out of this danger area.
Russell improves again to go quicker than Valtteri Bottas. Ricciardo across the line goes up to 12th, so I think it's going to be Ocon, maybe Stroll and maybe Alonso also. Well, no, probably not all of them, but Giovinazzi and Tsunoda are both improving. Verstappen goes quickest right at the end of the session, although Lando Norris then follows him across the line and goes faster still. Norris is going to top Q1 here in Spa. Here comes Yuki Tsunoda in the AlphaTauri. The Japanese racer only goes 16th, so he is eliminated. Giovinazzi and Räikkönen, the 2 Alfa Romeos, are the ones to keep an eye on. Räikkönen doesn't improve, he remains in 19th place, and Antonio Giovinazzi out of the final corner now, and he goes 16th. So it's Giovinazzi, Tsunoda, Schumacher, Räikkönen and Mazepin, the 5 drivers eliminated, and those are the 5 drivers you would have said in a dry session.
How anticlimactic. The crucial thing is everyone else has got away with that. That's what you're looking for, really. Ideally, some of your rivals would be taken out in a session like this. If there were rain at some point in that 18 minutes, I think there would have been some bigger losers of the midfield, or even the front runners caught out by being on the wrong part at the wrong time. But as it is, everyone safely through, other than the 2 Alfa Romeos, the 2 Hasses, and Yuki Tsunoda, who's had a pretty ordinary qualifying again here. What a job from Williams. Russell's 4th,
yeah,
safely through. Latifi's 10th. That's Q3 for both cars, if it were to stay like this.
And so have they benefited from going out on the intermediates first?
Quite
because
possibly
in the end everybody went out on intermediates, so it was sort of fine.
They had a feel for the intermediates on the first set. It looked like the tyres were not giving more and more grip as the session went on. It looked like there was a bit of a almost a peak of grip straight away on the Inters. They were firing up okay, but then after 2 or 3 laps, there wasn't a huge amount more coming because the track was drying up, but the lap times weren't scything down to get some of those guys further back out of trouble. So possibly, with a bit of knowledge on that, the Williams drivers had an advantage by running the first set and then going second set Inter to Inter, knowing roughly where the grip level was at. But it's a good job. Clearly the car working well.
Yeah, they did change onto a new set of intermediates. They didn't go back out on the same tyre, so everybody ran 2 sets of tyres in that session. They will be maybe at a disadvantage going forward, though, now. Here's Raikkonen's radio. A disaster, says Kimi Raikkonen, as he qualifies 19th fastest.
2 seconds off Giovinazzi.
Always a bit of a Spa man, wasn't he, in the past, Raikkonen? In the mid-2000s, he was Mr. Spa.
Even the last decade, he's been good at Spa. It's always been one of his best races, but this weekend has been torrid for Kimi. Hit the wall in the pit lane in FP1, issue with the brakes in FP3 earlier on, and now 19th and sandwiched between the 2 Hasses. That's a tough weekend for him.
Tsunoda, out in 17th place after such an exciting start to the season in Bahrain, and then flashes here and there in the early part of the season. It's just kind of drifting further and further away. And it doesn't feel like Gasly's getting further up the order, you know, and today's not a good comparison, but Gasly's done a good job, but it's not as though they were together in 12th and 13th and then suddenly Gasly's 5th and Tsunoda's still 13th.
There's a bit of pressure forming for him. He must be feeling it now as well. Sergio Perez confirmed at Red Bull yesterday for next season. Gasly then is overlooked, so Red Bull don't think Gasly's all that great.
Yeah.
Yet he's completely annihilating Yuki Tsunoda this season. That's bad for Tsunoda. The guy that the management don't think is good is beating you comfortably. He's a rookie. He's shown some flashes of performance, but he's shown not a lot of qualifying pace compared to his teammate. Quite a few crashes, and now we're halfway through the season. Tough. He was promoted very quickly, though. Tsunoda is the classic Red Bull, promoting,
and maybe the quickest promotion ever, Tsunoda, because he only had 2 years in cars before he did F2.
Yeah,
in terms of general experience.
Verstappen out of it.
Yeah.
Third in F2 last year. I would have put Gasly with Albon at AlphaTauri, given Tsunoda a shot at winning F2 this season in the first place. But it's a tough one for Red Bull. Do they still back Tsunoda? He's got a race tomorrow to try and make something up, get back to the points on a circuit that you can overtake on. But when Gasly's up in 8th and Tsunoda's 2.1 seconds away in the other AlphaTauri, it's another tough one.
Right, Q2 will start in a minute and a half, because that's the other thing. The in-laps are so long here as well that you take the checkered flag and you've got 2.5 minutes before you get back to the pit. So that 5-minute gap is halved pretty much by the time you even get back to the pit lane. And Q2 will start pretty imminently.
When are we going to see a slick crossover? That's the next one then.
Surely we're nowhere near at the moment.
Are we going to get it by the end of Q3? Well, I can't see it happening in this Q2 session, especially as it's about to get started already.
It's not, yeah. In free practice 3 earlier on today, the quickest lap time from Verstappen was a 56.9, and that was not ready for slick tyres. And the quickest lap time in practice 2 was a 44.4. So if I'm a guessing person, I think you've got to be 52s before you're looking at a crossover. 52, 53.
How quickly will the times come down now from a 58 for Lando Norris? Top spot in that Q1. Norris looked really good on track the whole way through that Q1 session. He and Russell, the 2 stars of it, probably. Norris top, Russell 5th in the Williams. If it stays Inters, then they're both looking good. Russell, if you're Williams, are you looking to try and make the right call if there is a possible switch to slicks at some point and really shock your way into Q3 here. Can they get Q3 anyway, just on the intermediates with the pace they've shown?
Light goes green now at the end of the pit lane. Latifi leaves, and then it'll be Norris heading out. Was there any... So at the start of Q1, when we're like, everyone has to pit now to put inters, I guess there's... Because it's a long lap, by the time you've come into the pits, done an out lap, and then gone out again on inters, it could be raining heavily and you don't get sort of any lap time on the board. Is it a safe move to get a lap in on the wets in case the rain comes more? I presume that would have been the reason for the reluctance.
When is the rain coming?
5 minutes into the session.
So Sainz being told 5 minutes into the session the rain's coming.
Crunch time now then, isn't it? But we were told this in Q1. Or Bottas was told the rain was imminent. Russell was told just before the end of Q1 there'd be some rain. So far it's not come, but 5 minutes time, Carlos Sainz has now been told there will be some rain. This is the thing. You want to be on track always at with the best tyres on in the moment. You don't want to be waiting for something, especially when there's rain in the air still. If you knew the track was going to dry up, you could be a bit safer. You can go out in your wets, get some bankers on, and then know that you can put some inters on with 8 minutes to go and it'll give you 2 or 3 flying laps. Great. But considering there was rain out there due to come in sort of 10 minutes or something, and the inters were that much quicker. They were 5 seconds, 6, 7 seconds quicker than the full wets early on. If the rain fell badly, then anyone that stayed on the wets might have been caught out there. You could say the other way. If you pitted without any time lap on the board, then yeah, it goes the other way. I think maybe one flying lap on the wets and then in.
So Hamilton has gone out on used intermediate tyres. They've done a run already of Hamilton's inters, and we'll see what everybody else decides to do on that front. Whether you, I guess, because you only have basically they only have 5 at the start of the day.
Okay, Lewis, so box. We are going to go for
Everything
new...
okay?
Yeah, we're going to go for new inter. Everyone else on new inter.
Okay, well there's the answer. Everybody else has gone out on new intermediate tyres, they reckon. And Hamilton now joining that gang. And yeah, everybody else has gone out. Giovinazzi, oh no, they've all done the same as well. Although Hamilton's saying it's new, so I'm going to ignore the app for the moment. But yeah, Hamilton going for some new inters. That's 2.5 minutes down the drain.
Bottas in as well, and if there's rain coming in now 3 minutes, they're in big trouble here because everyone else is going to get a lap time on the board and the Mercedes will be still on an out lap. Racing pit stops, double stack for Hamilton and then Bottas as they leave. Quick stop from the Mercedes crew, but they're just starting an out lap once again as everyone else is starting a flying lap.
Norris is coming up to Les Combes in the McLaren. Still plenty of spray out there, still very much intermediate.
We do see some rain coming, so we want to bank a lap.
Do you think Perez's engineer sounds like Norris?
A little bit.
Yeah, the first time he spoke a little bit earlier on, I thought that's Norris's radio, and then I realised it was Perez speaking, Perez's engineer. Anyway, Norris comes through the first sector. He's quicker than George Russell by 0.4 of a second, quicker than Pierre Gasly by a second. Latifi is slightly slower than Russell. Sainz is a tenth slower than Norris in sector 1. But the middle sector is where all the time to be gained is. It looked quite dramatic, him turning into poo on there, Lando Norris, still doing 277 kilometers an hour at the apex.
Maximum commitment from Norris. It's really impressive to see how confident he is at the wheel in these slippery conditions. Chancing pretty much all the curbs as well, which is normally the easiest way to end up in the wall, and he nearly did. Exit Stavolo 1.
Latifi's finding some time in the rest of this lap. Norris is 0.8 quicker than Russell in the middle sector though as well. So here comes Lando Norris through the final couple of corners. Latifi's going to set the benchmark time in the Williams, which is a 1 minute 59.362. It's well quicker than he went in that they really monster the curves at the bus stop chicane in these wet conditions, almost more than in the dry it feels. Norris goes quickest at 57.2, which is a second quicker than he managed in Q1, and no one is going quicker than him at the moment. Russell slots into second place, 1.2 seconds back from Lando Norris. Here comes Sainz in the Ferrari, and he goes third, splits the Williams, but still not quicker than Russell.
Russell continuing his good form at the moment. Sainz was really out of shape through Fagnes. Similar moment, got wide on the curbs as Norris had the next corner, but caught it nicely. Not quicker than Russell though, only quicker than Latifi. 6 drivers have done a lap time because Esteban Ocon comes through and he's the slowest of all. Slower than Latifi.
Now Hamilton starts a flying lap, followed by Valtteri Bottas. Odd line out of the final corner for Hamilton. He was very sort of shallow in the middle of the road coming off the bus stop. Ricciardo sets the fastest final sector of anyone, but still is considerably slower than Norris. Gasly slots into second place, with Leclerc now into third position ahead of Russell, with Ricciardo, Sainz, Latifi and Ocon and Alonso the other 9 drivers to have set the lap time. So Ocon and Alonso, both of the Alpines are slow. Vettel pops it into second place in the Aston Martin. Lewis Hamilton has just done the fastest first sector of anyone. Max Verstappen comes through the final chicane out across the line, and Verstappen jumps from 12th and no lap time up to second. So doesn't manage to get ahead of Lando Norris, goes a 10th of a second behind.
Any rain now and Mercedes are in big trouble because everyone else has put in a lap time apart from the 2 silver arrows. Hamilton through Rivage, he's in the middle part of the lap. Is there a bit of rain coming down, or is it just the spray kicking up on the camera? I think it's just the spray. He just needs it to hang on for another minute and he'll get through and get a time on the board as well. But this is the risk that they took by putting on those new inters. But so far it's all okay for Mercedes. That rain that Sainz was told has not materialised.
So if we exclude the 2 Mercedes, it is Ricciardo, Sainz, Latifi, Ocon and Alonso that will be eliminated if the Mercedes manage to jump up into the top 10. And Hamilton's middle sector is a 56.4. It's 3.2 seconds slower than Lando Norris.
He's not making it through, Hamilton anyway. He's done the fastest first sector of anyone, but he's got no pace in the middle part of the lap. At the moment, he's going to slot in with the Alpines.
Bottas is 2 seconds slower than Hamilton in the middle sector. Bottas is about 5 seconds off the pace in the middle sector. They'll get another run now, though, or is there more rain coming down? Quite a lot of spray coming to the bus stop.
Hamilton's backed off, and he's going to have to go again. Bottas likewise, they both backed off. The Mercedes laps were not good enough. Didn't look like there was rain in that middle sector when they were coming through, but they didn't have any pace.
Wow.
They stay out.
Yeah, Hamilton and Bottas now come across the line to start another lap, but as it stands, both Mercedes would be eliminated in 14th and 15th position with 7.5 minutes still left on the clock. So it's all now dependent on whether the rain is going to come. Hamilton now charging down. Oh, he had to go a bit offline there to go around Charles Leclerc. Picked up a huge plume of spray. Now comes over the crest at Raidillon through the first sector, and it is, well, we'll get his first sector split at the end. Norris is improving. Gasly has done a very nice first sector as well. Hamilton's 2 tenths up in the first sector, but only on Carlos Sainz in 10th position, and it was the middle sector last time where Mercedes had no pace, and that is where Hamilton is now.
Slight twitch coming through the second part of Les Combes, turn 6. Down the hill now, where both Mercedes ran straight on in Q1. Rivage, the long 180-degree right-hander. It's looking okay. The track doesn't look like it's really got any worse. Everyone else is still going quickly. Lando Norris is looking like he's going to beat his own benchmark on this lap. So can the Mercedes pick up some pace? Because maybe it was just an absolute lack of pace. They put on those new tyres slightly later than everyone else, and maybe they just didn't get them fired up at all.
But they did the same laps, didn't they? In terms of they went out, they were sort of a lap later in the running, but still the same amount of laps, if you see what I mean.
Yep. Their car may be working slightly differently. Could be that Charles Leclerc missed the apex at Les Combes, and possibly they brought out a yellow flag briefly for that. That was a couple of minutes ago, which would have been the last lap for the Mercedes if they were caught up behind. Maybe that's why they backed out of it in the middle sector.
Well, here comes Hamilton now. His middle sector, him and Bottas have both done a 54.5, which is a second and a half down still on Lando Norris. So this might be enough to get them up into the top 10, but I don't think it'll be particularly stellar. It's 7th place for Lewis Hamilton. Bottas comes out of the cross the line now in the other Mercedes, and he goes 9th, with Ricciardo improving, Ocon improving, Alonso improving behind. 5.5 minutes to go. The order is Norris, Verstappen, Vettel, Gasly, Perez, the top 5. Russell, Hamilton, Leclerc, Bottas, Stroll, the top 10. Eliminated as it stands, Ricciardo, Sainz, Latifi, Ocon and Alonso.
And Sainz has just been through the pit lane and gone for another set of tyres, so he's starting a flying lap now. Has good potential to improve in the Ferrari from 12th place. Alonso and Ocon trying to improve. Ricciardo goes up to 5th. That pushes Hamilton to 8th, Bottas to 10th.
Alonso,
and neither of them are improving this one.
Alonso across the line in the Alpine, and he remains in 15th. Very slow from Alonso. Thought he might be able to push Bottas out there. 5 minutes to go. Vettel's just dived into the pits. Verstappen is improving.
The track is improving. I don't think there was any real more rain coming. I think maybe it was that Leclerc moment that meant both Mercedes had to back out of the lap. Would have been gutting had there been more rain for them, considering that. But at the moment they're in the top 10, not anymore. Stroll up to 7th, pushes Bottas down to 11th.
Verstappen goes fastest. Half a second quicker than Lando Norris. Then it's 1.3 seconds back to Vettel in 3rd, Gasly 4th, Ricciardo 5th, Perez 6th. Perez now up into 3rd place. But the Mercedes are still 2.2 seconds away. Now, admittedly, they are going to be doing their last lap sort of later, I suppose, but because they haven't got time to come in for another set, have they?
Just if they pit this lap, they can. Hamilton is in the final sector now. Then he can do a 2-minute outlap and he can get another lap in. Norris just pits now from 2nd place. Latifi pits. He's in 13th and needs to improve. Sainz is 12th, and this is the sound of him through Blanchimont. Flat out, I think, on that lap. Moves right to the inside for the braking. Stays away from the conventional rubber. Bit of oversteer into the right part of the bus stop chicane. Scrabbling for traction on the exit, but Sainz looks like he's doing a more tidy lap and he goes up to 7th.
Hamilton now on the bubble in 10th place, and Charles Leclerc behind is improving, and Hamilton pits now for a new set of intermediate tyres.
And Bottas, both Mercedes, they're in trouble here. Hamilton on the bubble in 10th. Leclerc's improving, which would put Hamilton out if Leclerc can find a bit of time and jump into the top 10. Both Mercedes go for a new set of inters. That will give them some pace to get out, but only 1 lap to get that time on the board. So big pressure on them.
3 minutes on the clock. Here comes Charles Leclerc. Leclerc might be actually just a little sort of out of sequence here as he comes onto the brakes into the final corner. Well, it is a fascinating qualifying session. Max Verstappen is quickest at the moment, but this is about the battle to get into the top 10, and Lewis Hamilton has just been pushed out of that top 10. As it stands, with 2.5 minutes to go, neither Mercedes would start in the top 10 for the for the Belgian Grand Prix tomorrow. Certainly wouldn't be a Mercedes Grand Prix, because Hamilton and Bottas are in big trouble in this wet qualifying in Belgium. Full coverage on 5 Live Sports Extra. There we go, 2 minutes to go. And what's going to happen?
One lap to do it.
Verstappen, Norris, Perez, Leclerc, Vettel, Gasly, Ricciardo, Sainz, Stroll, Russell. Those are the top 10 at the moment. 2 minutes to go. And eliminated would be Hamilton, Bottas, Latifi, Ocon, Alonso.
Alpine 11th, so we will need this lap.
Understand, leave it to it.
Didn't quite get Hamilton's response.
Lead me to it.
Okay.
It's full focus now. Any yellow flag, Mercedes are out of this one. Bit of traffic, they'll be gone.
And a bit of a tow here from the Aston Martins, I think. Well, they were just very close together coming up the back straight. Vettel maybe getting a tow off Lance Stroll. They're coming up to a slower Fernando Alonso, and Vettel has gone 4 tenths up on Verstappen in sector 1. So I think that tow worked very nicely for the Aston Martin team, as Vettel now comes through the right-hander of Malmedy down towards Rivage, and he's absolutely flying. 1 minute 20 seconds left on the clock, and Alonso is going to be the last driver, I think, to start a flying lap. Maybe Stroll, actually.
A lot of drivers on new intermediate tyres here, so there will be maybe a bit of a hit of grip with that, but you've got to get the time on the board. Nicholas Latifi launching into a flying lap. He's coming through with a personal best in the first sector. At the moment in 13th and ahead of the 2 Alpines.
Vettel still flying through the middle sector in that Aston Martin.
Well, the track's drying, and the tyres, if they're on a fresh set, they should have a little bit more grip immediately. And on a drier track, the times should tumble at the moment.
Vettel through the middle sector, still looking good. Only a tenth away from Max Verstappen, who's not actually improving on this lap and does not have time, will not get across the beam in time to start one more. So I think that'll be it for Verstappen and his 56.559. Hamilton's half a second up in sector 1 on Verstappen. but it's have they got the grip in the middle sector? That's where the trouble has been for the Mercedes crew, because everyone is improving out there. Sainz isn't. Vettel goes second quickest. Norris is improving. Perez is improving. And this is the moment where a yellow flag or something like that is what could scupper the Mercedes also.
Exactly. On board with Hamilton, coming down towards Pouin. He's quick. He's done the fastest first sector of anyone so far. Bottas is only 1/10 slower than him as well, so Mercedes finding a bit of pace. They just need to get the second half of the lap in very cleanly.
Perez goes third. Norris is going to come across the line and maybe go quickest in a moment. Here's Nicholas Latifi in the Williams. Now this will give us a good benchmark time for the Mercedes, which feels bizarre to say. Comes out of the bus stop. Does he go quicker than the Mercedes? Nicholas Latifi, he does. He goes up to 7th place, so Mercedes have got to find a lot of time.
Stroll's most likely heading out here. He's down to 10th and he's done his final lap. Mercedes are going quickly. Hamilton's up on Verstappen's time and now he's just got the bus stop to go.
Norris goes fastest into McLaren again. Hamilton onto the brakes, into the bus stop. Is this going to be enough to put him up into the top 10? Through the right, through the left, out across the line. And Hamilton goes second, 2/10 slower than Lando Norris in the end. Mercedes find the pace right at the death, right when it was needed. Gasly goes third quickest, so at the moment it's Latifi who's looking in a bit of trouble. Ricciardo's on the bubble. Ricciardo is out, but he's got a lap still to do. Leclerc's not in a good place for Ferrari. 9th quickest at the moment, but, well, luckily for him, I don't think that... No, Ocon's got up into 9th place, so it's Leclerc on the bubble here.
Alonso is the man improving.
15th. And Ricciardo.
Yeah, both of them actually. 15th and shown nothing so far, the Alpines, but Ocon suddenly got himself up into the top 10. Ricciardo or Alonso or Leclerc.
And is it going to be both Ferraris out here? Yes, it is. Both Ferraris out in Q2. Charles Leclerc 11th. Carlos Sainz has come into the pits in 13th place. Can Alonso push his teammate Esteban Ocon out of Q3? No. 14th for Alonso. Leclerc 11th. Latifi 12th. Sainz 13th. 14th Alonso. 15th Stroll. Norris, Hamilton, Bottas, Gasly, Verstappen, Vettel, Perez, Russell, Ricciardo and Ocon are the 10 drivers through to Q3. Ferrari, that's a shocker.
Yeah, disappointment for Ferrari. 11th for Leclerc, 13th for Sainz. Once again, Sainz was warned about the rain, but it never came for the second part of qualifying in a row. And they are the midfielders to drop out in this Q2 session. Poor from Ferrari. Latifi sandwiched between them. Good job from Latifi still to be 12th, but Russell in the other Williams, more than a second up the road, is into Q3 once again. Alonso never got going in that one. Never got going. 9/10 away from Ocon, who's salvaged some lap right at the end just to knock Leclerc out. And then Lance Stroll, your tip to shine.
An incident between Carlos Sainz and Esteban Ocon will be investigated after the session.
For me, guys, we f***ed up, but let's talk about it later.
Okay, so Ferrari feel that they have messed up. Now, Leclerc, if I remember saying, have they gone too early? I remember saying that at one point. What did I mean? I can't remember.
I think...
Were they the first out or something?
Yeah, did they pit in the middle? Did they pit too early when everyone else basically pitted and had one flying lap at the end? It was huge pressure, and a yellow flag or anything could have cost many people, particularly Mercedes.
But they were almost reacting to their issues in Austria last year, where they changed tyres too late and then didn't get temperature in, almost. It's almost like they tried to do the opposite of that, and it didn't work out. It's raining now. Q3 will start in 4 minutes' time.
Now the rain comes. Mercedes, they can breathe a serious sigh of relief.
Yeah.
If that rain had come 3 or 4 minutes earlier...
That was way too close, guys.
Hamilton summing it up there, really. That was way too close, guys.
They got away with that one. Many things could have gone wrong. A bit of rain earlier on when they hadn't done a flying lap and everyone else had. That's what Carlos Sainz was told over the radio. Maybe Mercedes, they must have had different weather information than Ferrari, because they chose to come into the pit end of the first out lap and not get a time on the board straight away when others were trying to. They got away with that one, but then didn't have the pace on that first run for whatever reason, couldn't hook it up, dropped out of the top 10 and had it all to do right at the end, and had this little rain shower come a few minutes earlier, they would have gone out in Q2. Had there been any yellow flag, any driver going off in this entire qualifying session so far, it hasn't happened, but if it had happened at the end of Q2, both Mercedes are going out there. It was huge pressure. The drivers did well in the end to not make a mistake when it's easy to in those conditions. Lock a wheel, lose a lap somewhere around this 19-corner circuit. Hamilton jumped to second. Bottas did a good job to match his lap time pretty much and go third. But that's huge pressure that a car that should be fighting for pole position just doesn't need in Q2.
So, nearly time for Q3. Andrew Benson, BBC's chief F1 writer, what do you... Oh, he's not here. Okay. But it is absolute... Oh, it's chucking it down now, isn't it? It is chucking it down. Andrew Benson, BBC chief F1 writer, what do you make of that?
Well, yeah, I mean, this session's just been brilliant so far, hasn't it? And this is a new twist at the end. Gosh, I don't know what's going to say. I don't know what to say about that. But I mean, I have to say the Mercedes haven't looked like they've been that strong through the middle sector, have they? Generally through the session. So it might be that this rain's not really good news for them particularly. But overall, hugely impressed by Norris, who's just been fantastic all through qualifying. And also George Russell, 8th in the Williams after that session. I think if Toto Wolff hasn't made his decision already, which I suspect he probably has, that's just another knock on the door, isn't it?
Bottas has just matched Hamilton, though. The Rainmeister, matched by the Flying Finn. I wonder if...
No comment from Benson.
No, going to ignore that one. I wonder if, we've seen through practice, Mercedes very good in the first sector, the third sector, with a slightly lower downforce configuration.
Oh, we missed that, Lance. Missed it. Oh, man, that was such... Unfortunately, that's P15, Lance. P15.
Yeah, no, we didn't do a second lap on the tyres.
Copy that,
Yeah, Stroll missed out by a couple of seconds from doing another lap. It was like really, really close, and so that's interesting. Now, cars heading to the end of the pit lane on full wet weather tyres because they think the rain's going to get worse. Russell is right at the end of the pit lane. He's going to be first out on track, maybe with the best track conditions on full wets.
As I was saying, Mercedes with lower downforce configuration, that's not going to help them in these conditions. If it's dry tomorrow, they've got a good race car, but you need downforce on the car in the wet. It's way more crucial. And when it's normally a bit 50-50, do you take the higher downforce for the middle sector or the lower downforce for the first sector and third sector? It looks like Red Bull favoured slightly more the higher downforce approach. And that's maybe what's costing Mercedes in terms of absolute pace right now. And the wetter it gets, possibly the worse that might be. So rain right now, as Andrew said, I don't think it's good news for Mercedes. There's a lot of rain. Yeah. A lot of rain. Lando Norris is flying. Are we going Norris for pole here?
Well, Q3 is going to start, if you're still sinking. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We are synced. And why isn't everybody going out now that the rain started?
Didn't want to wait at the end of the pit lane, I imagine. Cooling tyres. There's a lot of rain coming down. I don't know if we're going to see the duration of this Q3 session, the way that the rain's coming down at the moment.
It is bucketing it down. Out onto the track goes Lando Norris, and it's very, very murky out there.
That's poor Viz, that. Really.
Only 10 cars on track. It's quite spread out. Like if this was Q1, bit sketchy, but it just depends on the track conditions, I think.
Norris super tentative through Eau Rouge. The man that put slicks on at the end of a pretty wet Q3. He's had practice driving in very slippery conditions already earlier on. He's been quickest in Q1, quickest in Q2. He's got a chance of pole position here, absolutely. But there's not a massive rush out from Red Bull or Mercedes.
Interesting. Well, I wonder if there was a case where they've only got a certain amount of intermediate tyres, and they were thinking, right, we're not going to rush out on the intermediates, but now it is scramble city to get the wet weather tyres on the Mercedes car. Absolute scramble. They are pegging it around, trying to... It's like Daniel Ricciardo at Monaco in that pit stop all those years ago.
The graphic in front of me tells me that Gasly and Russell are on inters, which is a huge play, considering the amount of water coming down at the moment. It's...
Russell was on wets. I'm fully certain he was at the front of the queue on full wet tyres.
Yeah, I don't think you're getting round this now on intermediates. There's a lot of spray coming down. Norris absolutely on full wets at the front of the queue. Then it was Russell.
I think they should red flag. Red flag. It's too much water, mate.
So,
Went Australian at the end there, didn't he?
yeah, I know. That was his history with Mark Webber, wasn't it? So, Lando Norris is coming through with 10 minutes to go in the session, and he's going to be the second driver across the line to start a flying lap. Here's Norris's radio.
Yeah, quite a bit of aquaplaning. Okay, understood.
Quite a bit of aquaplaning, says Lando Norris. It's tough, this, isn't it? Because it is only 10 cars on track. The visibility is okay. They've all got around the outlap. You're in Q3. There's only 9 minutes left of the session. If it was sort of, we've got an hour session to run, but there's not long left.
We're right at the end of it. Is this first lap going to be the decisive lap? Is the rain going to get worse, or is it going to clear up? There's such low visibility for Norris starting a flying lap. He's actually behind George Russell on track. Russell is ahead. Already through the first sector, there's a yellow flag out somewhere.
And it's Norris! And Lando Norris has had a big accident up at Eau Rouge. Norris is in the wall, red flag is out. And Norris has crashed at Eau Rouge and skidded across the circuit, across Radion, to the other side of the barriers. And the red flag is out. Russell has to abandon his lap. Everybody else will return to the pit lane. Pierre Gasly, I think, was just coming into the final few corners when the red flag came out. And Norris sitting in his McLaren. The two front wheels still attached. The left rear has come off, and Sebastian Vettel is pulling up alongside Lando Norris's car. And here's Norris's radio.
Lando, are you okay? Are you okay?
Yeah.
Sorry, boys.
Norris is okay, and Vettel kind of Senna Eric Comas style pulled over to the side of Norris's car to check he was okay before carrying on, but red flag out. And Norris, as we heard on the radio, okay. And again, that's going to be a bit of discussion about the top of Eau Rouge and Radion after the events yesterday in W Series and over the last few weeks in the Spa 24. But 9 minutes to go, session is red flagged, and it's one of those where it's almost, well,
I think it was an inevitability that someone was having a crash.
Yeah.
In that. The conditions, the
Norris climbing out of the
aquaplaning,
car now.
it's a little bit gingerly getting out. It was looked a big impact off on the left-hand side, but he is okay, which is good to see. Huge damage to the McLaren, and what a shame for Lando, who was being the star of the qualifying session, I think, and gutting for him that he was one of the first cars out there, because I think the crash was inevitable for someone. Whoever was pushing the limits. Russell got through that okay ahead, but Norris, the second car in.
Well, we're going to see what happened. That's him coming out of the hairpin at La Source, down towards Eau Rouge now. Comes into the left. Oh, and it just started to go up at the top. Into the barriers on the right, across the track on the road to the left. And that's the hit for Norris.
He almost got away with it. I don't think it really was aquaplaning. I think it was just a fair amount of water, but it was just a slide that came on the bottom of the hill as he tried to get on the gas through it.
Yeah.
Maybe just dropped the wheel slightly wider from where he would have wanted on the right-hand side.
It was the classic Eau Rouge crash. Just sort of it going in that middle of that right-hander.
And he overcorrected it, which is what pitched him to the left rather than off to the right-hand side.
Bad news for Norris is that could be a grid penalty incoming as well. If that, you know, gearbox-wise or something like that, because he's gone quite heavily into the car with into the wall with the rear.
His weekend has just gone kaput there.
And the session is red flagged here because Lando Norris, the British driver, has just had a big crash at Eau Rouge, the most notorious corner on the circuit. The red flag is out. Norris has managed to climb out of the car, but it was a huge impact for the McLaren driver, so we're waiting to see when the session will restart. We've got coverage on Sports Extra as they are vying now for pole position. So big hit there for Norris. Back end of that car wrecked, and we'll see what they decide, because if the rain keeps coming down, it's almost take the Q2 times and get it over with, you know.
don't think that's the rules.
No, I presume it is. I don't. Well, there must be some contingency anyway. Vettel slowed down, a thumbs up to Norris, and Norris thumbed him back, and away Vettel went again. And Norris very sprightly jumped out of the car. It seemed to be his elbow that he was sort of clutching as he jumped out of the car there.
Yeah, it was a big impact, but one that a modern Formula One car can withstand. We've seen, I think, bigger impacts than that in the past.
Yeah.
It was definitely would shake the driver up, but the car's done its job there. Lando maybe a bit bruised from just the elbows rattling around in the cockpit, but sprightly enough to jump out of the cockpit after standing up a little bit gingerly. But it's probably a pit lane start for him tomorrow. That's a chassis change.
Yeah.
Pit lane start. The guy that's top Q1 and Q2 looks so good in the wet. Third in the championship. That's his weekend. Fairly well derailed, unless it's wet tomorrow again and he can produce some sort of magic.
So, red flag out. They'll clear away Norris's car, but which shouldn't take too long. There's a flatbed truck up there already. We'll see whether they need to do many barrier repairs or something like that. That's the thing that can cause the big delay. And no lap times set at the moment for any of the drivers. Red flag still out. Vettel back in the car. Now it might be that when Norris was, the rain looks like it's sort of eased off a little again now, because there was no issue with the track in sort of Q2. We're having a replay on board with Vettel as he comes down.
Red flag, slow down. Get your delta positive. Norris in Eau Rouge had a big shunt. Lots of debris.
Yeah, well, what the f did I say? What did I say? Red flag. Yeah. It's unnecessary. Is he okay?
Well,
There's going to be a bit of an inquest about
Yeah.
that. I think that I just felt that the crash was...
He's okay.
Copy that. Carry on.
well, we were all waiting for it, weren't we?
It was inevitable. You're in Q3. The thought that the first lap could be everything when there's a bit of aquaplaning being reported by a four-time world champ, one of the most experienced drivers on the grid, Lando Norris himself. Q1 fastest man, Q2 fastest man, reporting some aquaplane. And you've got to go in and charge flat out with a relatively unknown amount of water around the corners. All it takes is one moment of aquaplaning where your tyres are not gripping the tarmac and you're just a passenger as a driver, and you can hit the wall. You can hit the wall hard at this circuit as well, as Lando's done. There's going to be some frank discussions, I think, between the drivers and Michael Massey. It was probably the temptation, as we were talking about, to can we get through 9 more minutes?
Yeah.
And then we're through a normal qualifying session, and it's...
I think if that was the start of Q1, it wouldn't have started. Is my kind of feeling. That was probably the kind of conditions it was at quarter to 2.
It was probably wetter than at the start of Q1.
Oh yeah, definitely. Norris is going to the medical centre for checkups, but yeah. But it's just another in the list of questionable Massey safety things. You think of the Turkey qualifying restart last year with the marshals on the track and the tractors on the track and all that kind of stuff. It's just not great, really. But the McLaren is still by the side of the road up at the top of the hill, so they haven't got it up onto the flatbed yet. I wonder if they need to check the electronics before they can touch it and start to remove it, which is something that happens in a big crash like that.
I think that was probably why Lando jumped off the car,
correct,
rather than just stepping off, to keep himself clear of any electronic issues.
The replay of the accident again, and still red flag conditions, but it is a lot clearer than even seeing the replay of the Norris crash, and then we cut back to the situation and the scene at the top of the hill now, and it's much clearer. You're going to hear it again now. You'll just hear the little peak of wheel spin as he loses the car here. Well, you won't actually, because they turned the sound off, and then it goes into the barrier on the left and back across the road on the right.
It didn't look like it just suddenly went in one moment. It was just drifting right on the edge. And the thing is with Eau Rouge, it's such a critical corner.
Sorry, boys. We should have We should have had a good one there. I let you down, my bad.
Yeah. I let you down, my bad, says Lando Norris.
Such an important corner. Easy flat in the dry, in the wet, clearly not. And the problem is there's such a long straight afterwards, so any time that you lose by being cautious, you carry that loss all the way up the Kemmel Straight to Les Combes, and it can be massive. So that's why Lando's just desperate to keep as much throttle in as he can through that corner. And it's just a little bit too much for the conditions, and he's been right on the edge, and then it's just let go, overcorrected, bam, into the left-hand wall. Thankfully, he's okay. His McLaren car is destroyed. Tough one.
Yeah, indeed. So no word yet on what's going to happen in this qualifying session. They are just getting ready to clear the McLaren car now. The McLaren engineers have been up there getting ready to hoist the car up. They're putting the black tarp over it, and then we'll put it on the back of the flatbed. It's looking a bit more miserable now, though, isn't it?
And now what does Michael Massey do? We've got a red flag situation. So now you're having to restart the session. Presumably not, if it's in a similar condition to how it just was. Let's wait and see. They're still clearing the car, so there's no chance of the session restarting just yet anyway. It's got to be loaded up, taken behind the barriers or back to the McLaren garage. I don't think there's going to be a massive rush to get this one going again.
No, indeed. They always sort of very helpfully show us pictures of the radar, but I don't know what I'm looking at when they show us pictures of the radar. I don't know what the pictures mean, to be honest.
You don't know what a weather radar shows?
Well, no, but but it's just like loads of red but it doesn't show the future. I don't know what. If
it's got to be a moving screen.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Like you just see a shot and it's like there's some red around and some yellow around, and I presume Spa's in the middle, but I don't know what it actually means, you know?
You got to see the detail.
Exactly.
The devil is in the detail.
Exactly. So, red flag conditions. A lot of cement dust going down, yeah. So, must be some, well, could have been any kind of fluid because the back end was ripped so convincingly off the back of Norris's car. Looks like it's a bit on the racing line, isn't it? What happens? Cement dust in the wet? I've never really seen it. Like, I don't really know.
I think everything's slippery in the wet. I don't think cement dust makes a massive difference.
No.
Oil absolutely does, but cement dust does an all right job. I haven't had that experience too much, to be honest, cement dust in the wet.
You don't see it much in F1 either, do you? It's quite a rare occurrence. You see it a lot in sort of club racing when engines sort of have oil to blow up and leak out. Obviously, Formula One engines have oil, but the days of oil being left on the racing line from an engine blow up are long gone, really. 9 minutes on the clock. Lewis Hamilton has been quickest in the last two qualifying sessions in Silverstone and in Hungary. Sergio Perez waiting to head out onto the track as well in the Red Bull. They're still trying to deal and clear away the debris at the top of the hill. The thing with, so often you hear at the drivers complaining it's too dangerous and whatever, you know, safety car restart, we shouldn't start this or we should start this, and quite often in a race condition it's sort of, I don't know, biased, let's say. Some drivers want to get the race back underway, others don't because they want the safety car to stay out longer, you know, not necessarily for safety conditions, but because of their own race or something like that. So when Vettel is saying they should red flag this, is that just should that be yep, okay, if Vettel says so, we do it? How much can you take the driver's word for these things?
Well, I think Vettel's not the race director. You don't want to just take one driver's opinion on the conditions, but Vettel was saying it, Norris was radioing it as well. Norris, who had been the fastest man in qualifying, when you hear the words aquaplaning, that's when you start to worry. I think it looked a lot of water down. There was a lot of rain at the end of Q2 into Q3. And looking at the amount of spray coming off the tyres, hearing the comments not just from Vettel but also from Norris, almost more from Norris that's interesting for me, because he's the man that, in a wet qualifying right now, I thought could take pole position.
Yeah.
And if he's saying, I don't know about this, is aquaplaning, then, you know, if you're talking about bias and political games, Norris is the one that should want to qualify here. And if he's thinking it's a bit too wet, then I think race director's got to have a look at it. A crash just seemed like an inevitable consequence of keeping that one going. It's a shame that the crash was at Eau Rouge, but maybe it's not surprising when Eau Rouge is one of the most challenging and crucial corners.
Yeah. 9 minutes to go. Drizzly. I would say the conditions now are a lot better than they were when that session started, but we're still a long way from getting the session started.
It's proper rain coming down again. Not drizzly.
I know, but it's not the start of that qualifying session, it was chucking it down. It's not as heavy as that now, I don't think. Anyway, let's hear from Fernando Alonso, shall we? Out in 14th position on the grid for tomorrow, and we can hear from him.
Hey Fernando, got to be disappointed to be standing here right now. Car looked like it had good pace today.
Yeah, well, yesterday was better. I think on dry conditions it seems a little bit more competitive weekend for us. On wet we struggled this morning, and now again I think I was P14 in Q1, P14 in Q2, so more or less that was my pace, unfortunately, so not good enough. So let's see tomorrow. Not a good Saturday, hopefully a good Sunday.
We've seen another big incident at the top of Eau Rouge into Radillon today. As we understand it, the barriers will be changed going into the future. How much is that needed?
Yeah, I don't know. Honestly, I think it was like aquaplaning now, what I saw on the replay. So it's very difficult to keep up with the track conditions, because it's a long lap, all 20 cars running. So every lap you get a different feeling and a different track conditions. When it's drying up, it's always a good news. When it's getting wetter and wetter, it's sometimes a surprise and aquaplaning. So difficult to predict, and I don't think that even with a different barrier, yeah, probably you save some of the accidents, but there's still a high-speed corner. Is the nature of the circuit, and that's why also it's special.
Interesting stuff there from Fernando Alonso, and I think that I would suggest that the main worry with the barriers as they are now, and this is what has caused so much debate after the W Series crash yesterday and the Spa 24 crash, is the way that the cars come back onto the track after having hit the barrier on the left. It's like a funnel, and everybody gets funneled back onto that track and runoff area. So there's a few varying thoughts. Interesting, Will Buxton there in that interview saying that he's heard that the barriers will be changed for the future, so we'll see what happens there. I haven't seen that reported anywhere else, but obviously Buxton is often in the know, so we'll keep an eye out on that one. But yeah, as Alonso says, changing the barriers, you're still having a big crash there. No matter what you do with the barriers, it's the nature of the corner and it's the challenge of the corner. But I think it's just that, were that in race conditions and Norris comes back across the track at the top of Eau Rouge, like on lap 1 or something, that's what I think that people want to try and avoid, basically. But Alonso saying it would have been a lot better yesterday. He was much happier with the car yesterday. Andrew Benson, how are you doing?
I'm fine, thanks, Jack. Yeah, how are you? It's good to see Lando Norris get out of that crash okay.
And what do you make of the starting of that session? Did it look too wet? It did really, didn't it? How much do you think Vettel's sort of radio messages should be taken into consideration?
Well, it's a hard one for Michael Massey, isn't it? Because he's got to stay independent. I mean, the drivers' radios, they're open to the race director just for that exact purpose.
The famous one, I suppose, is Alain Prost at Monaco, isn't it, at 84, sort of petitioning for the race to be stopped.
Well, you're waving from the cockpit as he was at the time, yes, because it was a bit different back in 1984. But you know, I think, as we were discussing at the beginning of the session, the tendency in the last couple of years with Michael Massey has been to try to let things run perhaps a bit more in worse conditions than his predecessor, the late Charlie Whiting, would have done. That worked fine in Austria last year, and they were praised for it. Spa is a slightly different kettle of fish, obviously, as you've been discussing, with particularly with Eau Rouge, Radillon. that section, and of course there's a lot of quick corners and reasonably close barriers all the way around the track, so you are always risking a big accident like that one if you do run it in heavy rain. And I think that's why Vettel was so cross in that radio message that we heard, and I dare say he'll be going to see Michael Masi and be having a pretty open discussion with him about why he didn't stop that session after he made that radio message. Just on the issue of Eau Rouge and accidents there, Jack, Spa have said they're changing that section for next year, widening the runoff a bit, maybe putting some gravel down in certain places. But the pictures that I've seen of that renovation project, as they're describing it, still have a grandstand at the top of the hill on the left there where Norris hit the wall. So Fernando Alonso is absolutely right. You're still going to have a massive accident if you go off there, regardless of the changes that they make. Probably it's hard to see how they can't, unless they removed that grandstand and just opened it out completely. There's still going to be a wall to hit, even if it's a little bit further back. And you've got to remember, even in the wet, they're doing, well over 160, 170 miles an hour sort of speed through there. It's basically nearly 200 in the dry. So it's always going to be hard to avoid a big accident there. Just like at 130R in Suzuka, they moved the barrier back there and slightly changed the radius of the corner after Alan McNish had his huge accident in the Toyota in 2002, and it's much less dangerous than it was, but you do still see people hit the wall and have hefty accidents there. It's always going to be the case at quick corners.
Indeed, but I think, as I mentioned, I think it's the coming back across the track is the uncomfortable thing, isn't it, with Norris?
Yes, and I think it's happened a lot there now, hasn't it? It happened with the accident that killed Antoine Hubert a couple of years ago, happened in that W Series pile-up yesterday, which was slightly odd, wasn't it? It was kind of like a series of cars all losing control in succession and then collecting each other one after the other. Thankfully, they all got away with that, as Norris did here. But, if they will have to try and look at that, and maybe a gravel trap is a way to stop that happening, but... as I say, gravel trap or no gravel trap, there's going to be big accidents in Eau Rouge, and it's a question of making sure the cars are as safe as they can be. And the safety procedures at the safety facilities at the corner are good enough in terms of impact absorption to mitigate the biggest risks of them.
It's chucking it down. It is absolutely chucking it down now. And... we'll just see what happens. Drivers are now sort of taking their helmets off because they've seen the conditions out there. And, absolutely bucketing it down at the moment. So we'll see what the race direction decides to do. No word yet of what is due to happen. But really rainy, isn't it?
Yeah, we're not going to have a green light anytime soon for the last 9 minutes of Q3. Really wet. Dark and gloomy. We've just had a massive accident. I think there could be a lengthy delay now. I don't think the drivers will really mind the delay at this point. If the alternative is to go out there and try and qualify your crucial Q3 laps in these conditions, I think they'd rather sit it out and wait to be definitely not aquaplaning, or at least hopefully not aquaplaning. These conditions are just far too bad.
And then you just have to wait for and hope there's going to be a break in the weather, really, don't you? Which obviously they've got the satellite images there, the teams have, and can have a look at the forecast, and the FIA have, of course, as well. And I'm just trying to think, there's no real precedent, is there, of we've had qualifying not start and then it be run on a Sunday, but I don't really recall a situation where Q1 and Q2 are done and then you run Q3 on a Sunday morning, or you take the result from Q2 as the grid for Q3, which I'm sure would be sort of permissible within the regulations. So we should give Norris pole, but anyway.
We've definitely had park quali sessions happen on a Sunday morning.
What, just a Q2 and 3 or something?
Yeah, a Q2 and 3 has happened Sunday morning. Australia 2014.
Okay.
Q1, very wet. A few people crashing. Q2 never got going. It happened Sunday morning in the dry conditions. Hopefully we can get this one underway today, though.
Yeah, absolutely. Red flag out. Hashtag BBC F1 and f1@bbc.co.uk if you want to get in touch for however long this rain delay is going to be. It was absolutely bucketing it down a little bit earlier on. A reminder that the new F1... Right, so I'm seeing the radar now, and it's not moving, but like, it looks... I guess that is suggesting the rain is passing. From that picture I've just seen, it looks as though the rain is going southeast of the track. Is that what you read into that, or it didn't really look?
Couldn't see the wind direction. Depends on the wind direction.
I think it was pointing southeast. I think it was.
So then hopefully it's passing. We'll give it another 10 minutes, 20 minutes, and if not,
we're off.
We're done.
Yeah, yeah. Calendar: Spa, Zandvoort, and Monza over the next 3 weeks. Then a week off, and then the Russian Grand Prix on the 26th of September. Then a week off, and the Turkish Grand Prix on the 10th of October. Then a week off, and the American Grand Prix on the 24th of October. Then a week off, and then it's 5 races in 6 weeks: Mexico, Brazil, TBC, which we believe to be Qatar, and then a week off, and then Saudi and Abu Dhabi on the 5th of December and the 12th of December. And that's going to be the way that the season, in theory, is going to end. But we'll wait and see. Still a bit of a moving feast, but I'm sure Formula One will feel that they can get to the end of that season. The safety car is out on track now, and we'll watch it go around, obviously. And again, it already doesn't look as bad as it was in the start of Q3. Obviously, the safety car kicks up less spray than an F1 car, so that always kind of makes it look a little bit less dramatic as it comes up to the top of the hill there, Bernd Mailander, and then over all of the concrete stuff has gone away, hasn't it?
Cement dust, I think.
Cement dust, that was it. I was looking for concrete dust, and I was thinking, that's not right. The cement dust has kind of gone away, so maybe they've swept it away already. As he now heads down the back straight. Again, it doesn't look undrivable, actually, but...
Safety car's crawling.
Yeah.
Go very slowly on this lap, just having a good look around, presumably. Bernd Mailander, and just having rather than a feel, just a look on this lap, and then you can try and press on and feel the conditions slightly more if he deems it worthwhile at this stage. Pretty wet through the corners at Lecom. Doesn't look absolutely horrendous from what we're seeing. It's good news that they're trying to send the safety car out now anyway. Michael Massey, obviously with an intention of getting this last 9 minutes away as soon as possible. Is it still raining?
I've just been sent a lovely link by Hamish about how to interpret radar images. Very useful, what the different colours mean, the approximate intensity of the rainfall. Very interesting. Thank you very much, Hamish. And Rob says, I think Jolie and Palmer should do the BBC Country File weather.
Country File weather?
On Country File.
Is that a specific weather, is it?
I don't know. I honestly, I don't actually know, but... I
thought Country File was just looking at flowers and...
Have you ever watched
fields? Not really. It probably shows at the moment.
Yeah. Well, it's the kind of thing where you don't watch Country File, but then...
Isn't it a sort of Bill Oddie
It's that
look
kind of
into
vibe.
nature?
It's that kind of vibe.
Yeah.
Andrew Benson, do you watch Country File?
No, but isn't it massively popular? I think it is, isn't it?
I think it
I
is.
don't watch it myself.
I think it is popular with a demographic, and the other demographic get their farming information from Clarkson's farm.
Yeah, well, yeah.
If you're a naturist, is that the word you're looking for?
I'm not sure naturist is the word you're looking for.
Naturalist? I don't think you know what you've just said, do you?
One's the one that appreciates nature, and there's another one that's that I thought I didn't say.
No, I think you said the other one. It's quite rainy now at Blanchimont, isn't it? Quite rainy at Blanchimont. Nulla Pax is running out of cheese and wine. Presume you're not in the UK. Well, no, if you are in the UK, no judgment. At 3:30, running out in the afternoon, running out of cheese and wine. That's a good commitment. I do like that.
It's a Saturday.
Yeah, no. If only we had cheese and wine while we were commentating. That'd be great. Interestingly, it's almost dry in the shadow of the grandstand on the left-hand side on the start-finish straight, which is a bit of a curiosity.
Must be some sideways rain.
Yeah, exactly. Some really sideways rain. I'm not going to say that. It's really rainy in the pit lane.
Still coming down.
Yeah.
No, it's actually intensified, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's got a lot heavier.
Yeah, not going to be getting a 5-minute warning anytime soon.
No, and there's no real deadline, I suppose.
Got daylight for a while.
Yeah.
This is the frustrating moment, though. The drivers don't want to be out there in conditions that they can't drive. But do they get out the car at this stage? There's only 9 of them that can go back out there. There's so much pressure off now. If you're one of the Ferraris or anyone that's not in Q3, you're disappointed, but you can have your ice cream, feet up, and focus on the race tomorrow. All this waiting is just for 9 drivers to sort out who is going to start at the sharp end of the grid tomorrow. And it's a frustrating one to wait. You want to stay focused and stay really sharp. You've just been driving around for 40 minutes, picking up your wet lines, getting into the groove, and you're going to be a bit out of the rhythm. But you cannot drive in conditions that are too aquaplaning, as we've seen.
Tim says, following on from your chat in FP3 about wet weather drives, I'd suggest Michael Schumacher in Spain in 1992. Managed to drive fast enough to worry Mansell in a Williams by Mansell's own admission. Andrew Benson, do you remember the 1992 Spanish Grand Prix?
I do. I remember getting very wet standing on the infield at turn 3 watching it, actually.
Okay.
I wasn't working. Well, I was working earlier in the weekend, not on Formula 1, and then I came back to the track to watch the race, and I wasn't sure whether I'd really enjoyed myself, to be honest with you, because it was as wet as 1996 was. Anyway, I hadn't remembered the Schumacher, but I did remember Mansell did dominate completely in that active Williams that afternoon.
Holly is sitting in Regent's Park listening to our coverage and hoping it won't rain there. Who knows? Who knows, honestly? That's an interesting question. Simon says, if this session didn't restart and McLaren could repair Norris's car in time, would he be allowed to restart the session tomorrow?
It'd be Parc Fermé rules start at the beginning of qualifying.
Right, so you've broken Parc Fermé by fixing the car, essentially.
You're allowed to fix damaged parts, but I think a whole chassis change, which is what Norris, I'm sure, was going to require, plus his gearbox, probably an engine. I imagine that he's going to be fairly doomed to a pit lane start, whatever, given the extensive repairs that he's got to do.
Safety car coming into the pits. Yeah, that's true. And also, maybe there might be a rule that if you cause a red flag, you can't take part in the rest of the session. Oh, we're seeing a shot of the go-kart track, which is just on the inside of the 2 Stabilos, and it's really, really wet out there, but they're carrying on. They're probably on slicks. I doubt they've changed to, you don't change go-karts usually. Oh, someone's in the gravel. There's a guy in the gravel on the slick tyres, and he's facing the wrong way. He's had a big lose, and he is absolutely beached. He's got his 2 arms in the air, and I wonder if that's going to bring a red flag out at the karting track. And, yeah, he's facing the wrong way coming through that left-hander. I don't know how he's ended up there, but I don't think we're going to get a replay.
There's no yellow flags, let alone the reds.
Oh, dear.
Oh. Big investigation into that.
Yeah.
I don't know if that person had tried accelerating from the gravel. Looked like just sort of got stuck there and thought this is what people do. Need a crane out, but hey ho. Safety car's in. Little chat now from Bernd Meilander. Relay his feedback to race control.
Benson, can Norris fix his car?
No. Article 33.2 of the sporting regulations says any driver whose car stops on the circuit during the qualifying practice session will not be permitted to take any further part in the session.
There we go. That's the official answer. So Bernd Meilander's come back into the pits, and I never know what that means. You always hope that means, oh, it's fine, let's go, but it doesn't quite look fine, but it doesn't look awful at the same time.
Well, it's not fine, because we've not been told that this is going to be restarted anytime soon, and presumably if he come back to the pits because he thought it would be okay, everyone would be notified and we'd be getting a 5 or 10 minute warning to restart. So the wait continues. Maybe Bernd Maylander just wanting a breather, thinking it's not going to be good anytime soon. Give it 10 minutes and then have another check. It looks like it's perking up slightly. Is the sun's very slightly breaking through? Am I being optimistic? Maybe.
Eleanor, it says it's now past midnight in Australia and I am making a lot of progress on my cross-stitch project while waiting. There we go. Oh, the go-kart in the gravel is being hoisted out by the marshal, who's dressed in a camouflage jacket, which feels like the opposite of what you wear as a marshal. Usually they wear bright orange, but this marshal is in camouflage. He's banged it on the ground to bump start it, and away he goes then, back onto the track. Session resumes in the go-kart race. They must have put wets on there, actually. It's quite slippery. You don't tend to put wets on a go-kart, though. At an arrive and drive go-kart venue.
Yeah, for arrive and drive. Go-karts in the wet on slicks is a great skill as well. Just to feel the grip.
I hate it. I cannot do it. I'm so incompetent at it.
So what happens? You just spin off everywhere?
I just have understeer everywhere.
Oh, that's what happens then. But you
come off the throttle, understeer. You go on the throttle, understeer. What is going on? I don't know how to do it.
Yeah, but you got to find ways to turn the car. That's the good skill. Can you turn it on the brake? Can you turn it on the throttle? Can you pick up a bit of curb to help rotate the car? It's all about turning the car. They tend to understeer when it's like that, but you got to find out whilst you're going the best way to get it turned, and that's the key.
Vital indeed.
For all those karters out there who are not good at slicks in the wet. Tricks of the trade.
Good information.
Always hook the inside front on the curb.
Oh, what, and use it like a tram track?
Yeah, if there's a curb that can be hooked, hook it, or run right around the outside. The old karting lines is the alternative to that. If there's flat curbs or no curbs, run right around the outside of the corner, keep the minimum speed up, trickle a little bit of throttle, maybe 20-30%. Kart will run round nicely.
Chloe says, casually sat scoring down in Thorpe Hesley and listening in. What a ride of emotions it's been. I don't know what you mean by scoring. Cricket? What, the score of a cricket match listening to us?
Why not?
No, I know.
What a lovely day.
Yeah.
Watching the cricket, listening to the Formula One. Peachy. That's peachy.
Yeah. Lovely. Joe says, what's the score actually? Chloe, tell us the score and the two teams. That'd be great. And we'll give you updates over the rest of the session here. The fans have taken their brollies down, which is always a good indicator.
It's brightening up.
Yeah,
it's brightening up. We're going to get the safety car around again shortly, and then hopefully we'll go. It'll all be good.
Joe says, can we get long delays like this every qualifying? It's like being down the pub with some mates, listening to a chat about naturism versus naturalism. Yeah. That is the kind of stuff we talk about down the pub, actually. Very strange.
What?
Pub visits. Do you not think?
Speak for yourself.
Do you not think?
No, I played cricket last Sunday.
Oh, did you?
In my summer break. Didn't do any scoring.
But you didn't score any runs?
I didn't do the scoring.
Oh, but you didn't score.
I had a fine knock, Jack. I had a fine knock.
How did you get?
19, caught.
Is 19
Took
good?
the dodgiest of bounces, this pace bowler.
Yeah.
Seamed it in. Took a really dodgy bounce. I had a swing. Hoisted it up in the air. Caught in gully.
19 doesn't feel very many. I swear people get centuries and stuff.
Oh, you don't watch cricket.
So 19's good. You're happy
Joe
with
Root
19?
might have scored a century on that pitch, but no one else.
Edward
Bunn top scored on 41. 19 was all right.
Good old Ed Bunn.
Yeah. Formidable partnership.
Did you win? What team do you play for?
We played out 6 hours for a draw.
6 hours and it was a draw.
Yeah.
What team do you play for?
Tough. It was Twynham Cricket down in Sussex.
So you played for
Twynham?
one-off?
And I don't play. I got called up as a sporting pro. Got called up. Super sub. Yeah. So yeah, I can really relate to that scorer.
Safety car is out again. Well, you can't relate to that because you weren't scoring.
I was scored.
Okay. Safety car out again. coming down the Kemmel Straight and up towards the Fania chicane.
This is the moment now. It's brightening up.
Oh, shush. It's currently 203 for 5 from 39 overs. It's Penistone Cricket Club second 11 batting, Thorpe Hesley second 11 bowling.
I think the batting team, that's good. That's good.
203 for 5.
I'd say there could be some promotions to the first 11.
Really?
For some high scorers in that. 203 for 5, that's good innings.
No one's getting a 19 there, are they? 19 isn't much use
to butter no parsnips for those.
To Penistone Cricket Club.
No.
Daniel Eckersley is listening with an ice cream on a ferry. Oh, I wonder if he's going from Isle of Wight back to the mainland.
On the hovercraft.
Yeah, it doesn't look like a hovercraft. HGO says Thorpe Hesley is just down the road from me. On the it's on the Sheffield-Rotherham border.
It's probably very flat. I bet it's a smooth wicket.
What? Sheffield and Rotherham, very flat.
Smooth wicket. To have that sort of score.
Oh, I see. Okay, I thought you meant like the... Oh, session will resume at 16:45 then.
Yeah, here we go. So the safety car's been back out. It's brightened up, and it's kind of what we thought.
Revs is drawing a DB5 while he's listening to us. That's quite a nice... Look at that. That's quite a decent drawing, that.
That's impressive.
That's very good, Revs. Revs Art on Twitter if you want to look at it.
Very good. Beautiful ways to spend a Saturday afternoon.
Yeah, exactly.
Watching the cricket, a little bit of art. Tuned in to what is going to be 8 minutes, 59 more seconds, starting in less than 2 minutes.
Yeah, this is going to be underway very, very quickly indeed. Now we're almost at the opposite end of the spectrum, aren't we? Because the track, I presume, in theory, will be getting better now. Whereas at the start of the Q3 initially, it would be feared it would be getting worse, but I would imagine it's now going to be getting better.
And we're back to the Q1 situation. Do you go on full wets or do you go on intermediates? That's where we're back to now. The track now looks like it's drying actually fairly quickly. And this time, unlike Q1, there's half the time. So there was 18 minutes in Q1. Only the two Williams went out on the inters. Everyone else out on the full wets. And they had time to come in and change. This time you've got to react a little bit quicker. If the intermediates look okay on anyone's car, on an outlap or a first fly, you've got to pit as soon as possible and put them on. Otherwise, you could run out of time, given the long lap, and you lose a lot of time with an in-lap, out-lap, and even a quick tyre change. It's best part of 5 minutes. There's only 9 to go.
Ronnie says, just listening in Montprévois, France, and we're helping with the massive heat here. Apparently it's very warm in France. Good to know. And Kaylee says someone's probably writing a very angry email about how we're not discussing F1 during the delay. I haven't actually had any of those yet. Right, 15 seconds, and Esteban Ocon is making his way to the end of the pit lane. So he wants to get that straight out there. If you're still sinking, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Qualifying begins now. Light goes green. Oh, my dad asks, do you have whites? Do you play cricket in whites?
Of course.
So you have your own whites?
Well, I had to borrow from my brother-in-law.
Oh, okay. You haven't got...
I haven't played cricket in a long time.
You haven't got Palmer 30 on the back?
No.
In yellow, like for Australia.
A boy can dream.
Right, Ocon coming up the hill. Again, it's pretty wet, but it isn't quite as miserable as it was in at the start of Q3. But it is still... The rain has stopped, a lot of spray, but again, I said this at the start of the last session, I know, but 10 cars on track, sort of spray isn't going to be too much of a factor, you would hope.
They've not all flooded out. Ocon's up at the top of the...
nice pun.
Top of the hill, coming into turn 8. Russell's followed him out and is coming through Eau Rouge now. The Mercedes go. Max Verstappen now getting ready to go. Mercedes are on intermediate tyres. Verstappen is on intermediate tyres. Whereas Russell and Ocon are on full wets.
Micah is currently recovering from appendicitis. So, get well soon. Wishing I could hear go-kart commentary every weekend.
Still a lot of spray.
Lewis, I'll talk to you in this channel. If you're uncomfortable, come straight back in with the legs.
Okay, Hamilton being told if you're uncomfortable, come back in. And was that Toto? Or was it Pete Bonington?
Was it James Vowles?
Was it Vowles? It was Vowles, sorry. So, but it wasn't Bonington, and it is pretty wet at the top of the hill.
So this is sketchy for the intermediate runners, and they are the Mercedes and the Red Bulls. Has anyone else gone for Inters? Yes, Sebastian Vettel is on a set of intermediate tyres as well. If you can get to the top of the hill intact, somewhere, there looks to be the trickiest conditions that you could possibly have, and I mean, so easy to get it wrong. With every lap that you do, you build up a bit of a picture of where you can brake, where there's a bit of grip, where you can expect maybe a tiny bit of standing water. But from the word go, with cars all around, really tricky.
You accidentally overtook Jenson Button once.
I nearly did.
Oh, you nearly did?
No, I think Jenson was behind me.
Okay.
Brazilian Grand Prix, 2016. Race started behind the safety car. And I had Carlos Sainz ahead, Jenson Button behind. And it was one of those ones where we were behind the safety car for many laps, and I was in the car, starting, I think, P15 or something, thinking, when this goes, this is going to be loose. Anything can happen here. I can't see anything, and we're going safety car speeds. But then you still had your Lewis Hamilton at the front saying, come on, Charlie, we need to start the race. I'm thinking, no, we don't. We really don't. Anyway, the race finally starts. And we get up to racing speed. When I say racing speed, about fourth gear, accelerating out of the final corner of Brazil. By the way, Romain Grosjean that day had already binned it there on the way around to the grid from 7th place, I think, the same as Sergio Perez today. And yeah, got up to some racing speed, couldn't see a single thing, and I was just blending out of the throttle, trying to turn, stay on the track somewhere and not just hit the pit wall or the outside wall. It was an absolute start of guesswork. And I was in my head thinking, oh, I'm going to be plumb last at the end of this straight. Hit the brakes for the first corner. I'm coming around the outside of Carlos Sainz for a nice move. Didn't pull it off, but it turns out everyone was in exactly the same mess. But you just can't see anything, and you got to just sort of balance a bit of bravery, a bit of risk, and a bit of common sense as well, which was to blend out the throttle, try and pick up a little bit, rather than just keep it pinned and blasted on a curved straight where you just don't know where the edge of the track is.
Remarkable, absolutely remarkable. So 3.5 minutes until the formation lap begins. Championship-wise, Hamilton leads the championship, 8 points clear of Max Verstappen. And, well, those are the only two really in contention for the win, aren't they? Or George Russell, after his superb qualifying performance yesterday, if he did that lap in wet qualifying, surely he has that pace in the Grand Prix. Or is that mad to think?
I think Russell's lap in qualifying was exceptional. I don't think he's going to have the pace to challenge Verstappen or Hamilton over 44 laps today. I think he can genuinely fight for a podium, though, because you've got Daniel Ricciardo starting 4th, Sebastian Vettel starting 5th, Pierre Gasly 6th, no Perez in the race, Bottas only starts 13th. So who is going to be getting that podium spot? Why not George Russell, who had good pace in the wet, maybe not front-running pole contending pace until right at the end, but the whole way through qualifying he was solidly in the top 10. I think he's got a chance in these conditions. In normal race, this would be Verstappen v Hamilton. In today's race, honestly, half the grid can win this one. It's got all the hallmarks of a modern classic coming up.
Yeah, certainly does, and we will see what occurs over the next, well, I was going to say hour and a half, because it's usually quite a short Grand Prix, isn't it, the Belgian Grand Prix? In dry conditions with no safety cars, you're looking at about an hour and 20 minutes, but not today, I don't think. We have the 2-hour rule, of course, and then the overall 4-hour rule. So whatever happens, I think the race has to be done within 4 hours, doesn't it? But they can stop the clock and at various points, but hopefully we won't get to that particular position, as everybody now is getting into their cars. Ricciardo did a good job yesterday for McLaren, 4th on the grid. Vettel, a good job in 5th. And there were the Ferrari team, really, were maybe the underachievers of yesterday. Is that fair to say? Everybody else was roughly whereabouts you would expect them to be, but Ferraris were quite a way adrift.
Yeah, both out in Q2. They actually start 9th and 11th. Leclerc benefiting from penalties for Bottas and Norris. And they were two other underachievers in the end. Bottas 8th, 2.5 seconds away from his teammate Lewis Hamilton. He starts 13th, having picked up that 5-place grid penalty. And Lando Norris, sadly, will go, I guess, in the underachievers category when he only qualified 10th and now takes a 5-place grid penalty. He actually was sensational in Q1 and Q2. Topped it, was, in my opinion, quite unlucky to crash, because I don't know if that Q3 should have started in those conditions. He's one to watch today from 15th on the grid.
Now, we've just had a delayed start message, which is a bit odd that it's come, what, a minute and a half before the race begins, because it sounds like they've fired a lot of the cars up. So I don't know if they then turn the cars off again and then have to get everyone back onto the grid and all the tents and stuff. It's quite a late decision, that one. So interesting call from race control there, because you don't want to just leave the cars ticking over for much longer.
No, they'll have to turn them off if it's going to be a delayed start. They want to put some more fuel in there as well, as much as anything else. So they've taken the tents down, which they have on the wet grid to keep everything dry, and now the formation lap will start in 10 minutes. A bizarrely late call.
Indeed. So the formation lap will start at 10 past 3 local time. So in 10 minutes time is when the formation lap will begin. They've delayed the start by 10 minutes. For those of you joining us on Sirius XM, thank you very much for tuning into this absolutely soaking wet Belgian Grand Prix. Hopefully Bob Varsha and the gang gave us a lovely introduction, and we are really in for a gloomy afternoon here at the Belgian Grand Prix with Jolyon Palmer and myself, Jack Nicholls. Here's some team radio.
It's a delayed start. The rain intensity's got much too strong.
And that's Michael Massey saying it's just got a lot wetter right now, so we're going to delay the start. Yeah, a very late decision. Okay, and the engineer's asking, right, we can stop the car, right? And they're saying yes. And so a 10-minute delay, which, I don't know, it feels like, okay, I understand it's very, very wet, but also at the same time, surely 10 minutes of cars driving around is almost going to offset even behind the safety car, the 10 minutes of waiting that we're going to do. I don't know.
But it can be too wet even to drive behind the safety car.
Yeah.
In a Formula One car, the cars that are pretty much scraping the ground, they're so low, aquaplaning can happen at pretty much any speed, and your tyre temperature's reduced all the time you're going at the slow speed as well. It's better to not have Formula One cars crawling round than to just better to wait for 10 minutes. So Hamilton's jumping out the car actually now.
It's an interesting decision. You'd have thought with a sort of 10-minute delay you would, because you're going to be getting back in 5 minutes, aren't you? You'd have thought.
Yeah, it looks like he's walking off the grid. The race is actually formation lap's due to start in 8 minutes, and Hamilton's sauntering off the grid. He seems pretty confident that this is not going to be going in 8 minutes.
Yeah, everybody else is back now. Well, everybody's making their way back onto the grid, having just left the grid. And as we say, a very late decision there. And Pierre Gasly sitting at the wheel of his AlphaTauri, 6th on the grid after a solid qualifying performance yesterday. But it was good from Daniel Ricciardo. But again, it was one of those where 4th for Ricciardo looks good, his best qualifying performance for McLaren. But actually, Lando Norris was a long way up the road again. And okay, put it in the barriers at Eau Rouge, but could have been on for pole position.
I think he could have had pole, honestly. Lando yesterday, the way that he was going, it was he and Max Verstappen at the top of Q1 and Q2, but it was Norris that was ahead. The McLaren was obviously working very well, as the Williams was as well, for George Russell to be second. Latifi, his teammate, starts 10th now with the penalties as well, which shows that the Williams was actually a solid car. But for Norris, real shame for him. He could have been on pole position for this one, I think. Certainly the front row. But Ricciardo, nonetheless, you've got to say he did well to keep it out of the wool, to qualify 4th. After the year he's had, he's given himself a shot at a podium for this one.
I presume you don't need to keep, when they bring the tents back on, because some of them have brought the big old awnings back on, and some of them have just put a brolly over Sebastian Vettel, for example. It's only the drivers that you need to keep dry, right? Or do you need all the laptops that fire the car up and everything to be kept dry as well?
Hey, tech.
Yeah.
You don't want the tech to get very wet. The cars, obviously, when they're in a wet race, will get pretty drenched anyway. But there's a lot of electric gubbins kicking around on the grid. Yeah, you don't want any of it getting wet. The drivers certainly don't want to be in there getting wet, because you can get very cold quite quickly when your fireproof suit gets soaked. Quite cold as well, 12 degrees air temperature in Belgium. But most of them actually haven't gone with the full-on gazebos at the moment.
Hamilton getting back into his car with 6 minutes before the formation lap gets underway, so just a little 2-minute break for Hamilton, and he now climbs back into the car. Still the formation lap due to start in a little over 5 minutes time. Fernando Alonso 12th on the grid, his teammate Esteban Ocon 8th on the grid, so a bit of a disappointing session for Alonso yesterday compared to his teammate Ocon, as you hear the wheel guns firing up as they make sure all the wet tyres are on.
Delayed start again, I think. I can't see this one going in 5 minutes. The rain's actually getting heavier from when Michael Massey radioed that message a while ago now. This is not going to be going in 5 minutes time either. We heard Hamilton talking on the radio saying, is this how it is? And his Mercedes team basically were like, well, yeah, the rain's here to stay, and it's going to be a bit like this all afternoon.
Yeah, I saw another, it's now been delayed, it's been pushed back another 5 minutes. I did see a report, I can't remember where, but someone, so they're reporting that the FIA believe the rain intensity will reach its peak at 10 past, and then that's why they are then doing the 15:15 start. And you wonder, when there's so much sort of water down on the track, how much does the rain kind of make a difference? Like, if it's raining or not raining, how much is that actually contributing to how slippery it is? Do you see what I mean? If the track's wet already, how dramatic does the rain add to it?
The rain will make a wet track wetter.
Yeah.
If it's not raining, it will slowly dry up.
It felt like a stupid question, and it was.
Yeah, it really was, actually, that one.
No worries.
So what they want to do is wait for the rain to lower in intensity, and then they can start to think about, the track is clearly too wet right now. Yeah. That's why. And race director Michael Massey is worried with the intensity of the rain that it's going to get wetter. What he wants to have is at least a wet track that's got the potential to get drier soon. Then you release the cars around, and we can see if it's dry enough to start, or we do a few laps behind the safety car. But whilst it's still teeming down and it is still pouring, then there's no point sending them now when the conditions are, if anything, getting wetter, and even with the cars going round, is not going to be drivable for the start of a Grand Prix.
Everybody is on new wet tyres except for Hamilton, Vettel, Ocon and Bottas. They are on used wet tyres, but they probably didn't do much running on those used wets, maybe a lap or something at the first part of qualifying yesterday. And we also had a correspondent listening at Les Combes for the first time, but I've lost their name now, I'm afraid. But I hope you're enjoying it.
How are they corresponding? Tech in the wet?
Yeah, I know. They did a hashtag.
They got a gazebo up.
It was much earlier, that actually.
Got to be putting the tech away in a sealed pocket now.
Yeah, you'd have thought so. Although some phones these days are
does the touch screen not? Do you not end up like trying to write a message and it goes and it just like auto types everything when it gets wet, or is that just my phone maybe?
No,
I don't think phones can take the water. The touch screen goes all over the place.
Yeah, exactly. And if sometimes you have like a drop of water at the top and you don't really realise.
And you're trying to press the button and then you press the wrong one. You send to someone else that you didn't mean to even send a normal message to in the first place. Tech and water, just don't think they go.
Another delay. The formation lap will start at 20 past now, so 12 minutes time. And the drivers at this point just sitting in the car still. And it is weird, isn't it, when we're about 90 seconds to go before the formation lap starts, and then suddenly we've got a 20-minute delay. But there we go. The Brolly is very much up on the banking on the run down towards Pouhon. It is very, very miserable.
Yeah, I don't mind this constant evaluation right now, because it's just proactive, really, in terms of when we do get a slot to go. Hopefully, then we haven't got to then notify the teams, then a big delay, and this constant, can we go? No, we'll push it back another 5 minutes, is okay for now. The drivers will and teams will start to get frustrated with it if it keeps happening, though, because it means they have to be sitting in the car for a very long time. And if you know it's not going to get going in the next 20 minutes, you at least want to be getting out, stretching your legs, having a breather, rather than you get a bit claustrophobic just sitting in a car that's stationary, not all suited and booted. It's just sometimes just like to stretch your legs.
Eros Imaging, using hashtag BBC F1, says, a stupid question from Jack Nicholls. No something, Sherlock. Yeah, I know. Someone else having a go at me for the laptop question. What I more meant, Bugs Bunny Esquire, was, do they need to bring the laptops and everything and all the tech back out or not? That was the question overall. Are the drivers getting cold now? Is this getting actually to chilly levels? Do your muscles tighten up? Do you need to be doing like stretches in the car? Are you starting to cramp?
I think if I was sitting in the car for much longer, I would be wanting to jump out and have a stretch and get inside and warm up again a little bit. But it's 12 degrees. They are wearing the fireproof stuff, which is normally is a problem when it's so hot and they're overheating and sweating. There's not going to be the case, at least now. But it's a little bit cold, and you just get a bit cooped up. When you're driving, you're obviously in this moulded seat. You've got no space to move anything, and you're strapped in so tight you cannot move anywhere apart from your arms and your legs. But you don't notice it because you're concentrating on everything else. When you're just sitting there, looking ahead, just like thoughts going through your head and nothing else to do, no distractions, it does get claustrophobic.
I don't know if you know this about me, but it's my 200th Grand Prix.
I had heard that, yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of a deal, this neck of the woods.
It's Daniel Ricciardo telling his engineer it's his 200th Grand Prix, which he's having.
That's like it's kind of a big deal.
Yeah.
Why have we not done something for it?
That's true. Normally,
should you have got me a cake by now? Where are my presents?
That's very true. Oh, that's a bit.
That's like, is it passive aggressive?
Absolutely.
Maybe it was intended as a joke.
I don't think it is. I've just been told by my producer this is your 50th commentary, but I don't think that can be true.
Maybe it is. No, I think I've done more. No. I'm lost in time.
Well, two and a half seasons. It's probably not far.
Nah, I think this is my 3.5.
Oh, is it? Well, when's my 100th commentary? I don't know.
What are you doing for... You must have had 100 commentaries now, no?
What, on F1?
Man of your experience?
The thing is, I promised myself... This is going to sound a bit rude to people who do keep count, but I promised myself not to keep count of how many Grand Prix I've done. Just because I don't want to be like, oh, yeah, I've done this many Grand Prix.
You're not a bragger.
Well,
but
no.
then are you bragging about not being a bragger?
Well, yeah, it's that, faux humble brag. It's a humble brag, isn't it? I keep track of world racetracks I've been to, and the London E-Prix became my 80th. Saudi Arabia might be my 81st later this year, which is quite exciting.
Losail?
Oh, yeah, actually, Qatar could be, yeah.
So, I have no idea. I don't keep any count on that. I reckon though, by my simple maths, I'll be on 100 Grand Prix commentating next year.
Really? Okay, well, we'll do something. Do you want? Yeah, but would you? Is that pride? Is that pride? Are you proud of commentating on 100 Grand Prix, having started 17?
Well, I didn't drive in 100 Grand Prix. It's nice to make 100 Grand Prix.
Yeah.
The devil's in the detail. I don't want to go in the detail of it, but I've participated next year in 100 Grand Prix. I've actually participated in more now. Combined,
definitely 120. More than 100, yeah. Andrew Benson, do you know how many Grand Prix you've been to?
A lot. I don't count either. I think the counting thing is a bit silly, frankly. But lots of people don't think that, and that's their prerogative, obviously.
This is great. You're not going to have many friends in the media centre after this, are you?
I don't know. Are they listening? Probably they are, aren't they? Hi, everyone.
What are you thinking at the moment, Andrew? The race is going to start in 6 minutes.
I've done hundreds of Grand Prix at the tracks. COVID's kind of messed that up a little bit.
Yeah.
But hundreds, yeah. Yes, I'm thinking, when's this race starting, frankly? How can this race start? Because this weather doesn't look like it's changing, does it? And that's the thing about races when they're like this. We're just seeing a river of water running down one of the parts of the track. It's hard to see which part of the track because the camera angle's too tight. But it's a nasty river anyway. You wouldn't want to be driving over it in a Formula One car. And the problem is when the weather conditions don't change, what tends to happen is they get to a point where they think, well, we've got to have a go, and they're not, within not that much longer. I think we just had another delayed start message on from race control, but they will have to have a go at some point, and I just don't know when that's going to be.
But they keep delaying the start too late. It's quite funny, actually. They've just unplugged everything from the car, just moved everything out of the way, and then they delay the start again because 5 minutes, basically 5 minutes before the formation lap starts is kind of when you want to be clearing everything off, and they wait until 5 minutes before to delay the start again, which we could all see coming. So everybody's just unplugged everything, and now they all have to, honestly, the Red Bull mechanics are halfway down their tent, their gazebo thing, and now they're trying to put it back up. So these late calls are very, I sort of get it, but also not at all.
It's going to be the boy that cried wolf.
Yeah.
Soon. They'll all expect it, not be ready to go, and then
safety car will start with all the tents on the grid.
Yeah, it's inevitable at the moment that it's not going to go because the rain's still coming down, the conditions aren't changing. If we didn't start 10 minutes ago, why start now? They need to have a glimmer of hope at some point to even have a go, though, surely. They can't sit there, see the rain still coming down, and then think, well, okay, enough's enough, let's just go for it. There's got to be some logic behind that call. And it's getting worse. The visibility is horrendous looking back from turn 1.
Virtual Statman says, according to Article 5.3, the maximum race time of 3 hours, I thought it was 4, but it's 3 hours, will commence at the scheduled race start time. So that implies that the sort of 3-hour window in which to complete the Grand Prix is already running, suggests Virtual Statman. Leon is on the banking at Pouon, and it's very grim. Not a naturist in sight. My mate Steve bought me a ticket for my 50th birthday, so big thanks to Steve for the ticket, and hope you're enjoying the weather, Leon. How are you texting in the rain, Leon? And we're actually seeing pictures. You're probably in there somewhere in the pictures we're looking at, and it looks absolutely this is your 50th birthday, Leon. This is horrific.
Without context, though, that tweet is a very odd one, isn't it?
Oh yeah, yesterday Palmer said he was a naturist, so that was the naturist reference.
It's very grim. I can't see any naturist.
Yeah. So
he's here for the Formula One, though.
Exactly. So 15:25. Local time is the next start time, which is in 8 minutes or so. But it is just pretty rainy, isn't it? It is not getting any better, and we'll see what happens. Apparently, Quixotic Geek says it's also raining in Zandvoort, if that's any consolation. And Lemon Sucker says the wittering on 5 Live Formula 1 coverage is shocking. You won't get any arguments here, Lemon Sucker. Right, still waiting for this Grand Prix to get underway.
Interesting stat here. With Perez dropping out, the top 8 on the grid are all different teams.
Yeah.
10 teams, the top 8 are all different.
And the first repeat is a Williams.
If you can give me a couple of sausages. Some sausages for me, for the barbecue. So is the race still gonna last 2 hours, or no, it's... Are
you thinking about your dinner?
I was thinking that we might need some lights.
So Gasly asking for some sausages, and then thinking we might need some lights on the car at the moment. Sebastian Vettel has got 3 brollies on his car, which is quite interesting. He's got one covering the cockpit and then sort of one covering the front 2 corners of the car, and it's still under a sort of tent gazebo. So that's an interesting move from the Aston Martin team. You can hear they're firing engines up, aren't they? Even though there's still 6 minutes to go before the supposed start of the Grand Prix.
Just keeping things ticking over. Checks, making sure the car doesn't get too cold, left out on the grid as well. It's just, tell you what, Perez's car's back, and the Red Bull team are now trying to repair it, are they?
Yeah, it looks like it. Well,
that would be a pit lane start rather than going to take his 7th place on the grid. But this is an opportunity for Red Bull to get that car repaired. With the race hasn't started, Perez, I think, is in his rights to get in that car if they can repair it and go and wait at the end of the pit lane, as Kimi Raikkonen, by the way, is also doing.
Yeah, then it's not sort of, it's half frantic work on Perez's car, isn't it? It's not absolutely manic, but they do seem to be getting on with it, and it's only the front right, really, the front right corner that needs doing, I would suggest.
Yeah, and do you remember last year in Budapest when Max Verstappen crashed on the way to the grid?
It was similar to that, I would say.
Yeah, there was the steering arm for Verstappen on the front left, and they managed to fix it on the grid. Now, obviously, there's a lot more damage to the suspension of Perez's. It's the whole front right suspension has gone. The nose cone has gone as well, but it's the front right suspension that's going to be a bigger one. At least Verstappen could drive to the grid, where Perez couldn't.
Yeah, that's true.
But they've got his car back in the garage, and we're not going to be starting anytime soon. So what can the Red Bull mechanics do?
Fabian says the FIA are using a similar tactic to Southeastern Rail when a train is about to be cancelled, but they keep saying the train will arrive in 5 minutes. It is quite similar to that, isn't it? And he also goes on to ask Andrew Benson, big fan of the chat, do you all get on or is there tension? I just think Benson sounds irked by you both.
No, I love Jack and Jolyon. That's true. Absolutely true.
Okay, great. An old mate doesn't mind the wittering from Melbourne. So there we go. We'll keep an eye on Sergio Perez's progress. The rain is still bucketing it down, isn't it?
It's windy as well. The rain's really sideways. It's on the drivers' parade earlier on, and all the drivers were there with their umbrellas up. And we almost had a Mary Poppins, Carlos Sainz flying away with his umbrella. It was that windy. It was absolutely howling away. The umbrellas were almost turning upside down, and it's not even just the rain that would make life hard for the drivers today. It's really gusty out there.
Now, we've got 3 minutes. Here's Ricardo's radio.
Daniel, we expect this rain to continue for 15 to 20 minutes, and then heavier rain in 15 to 20 minutes' time.
Wow, that's Ricardo's message. So we've got 3 minutes until the formation lap is meant to start. So everyone is clearing the grid again. There's now a whole load of cloud coming over the circuit, where before that wasn't there at the start of the start of the Grand Prix, in inverted commas. And it looks as though we are going to get the safety car start, the formation lap start in 3 minutes' time. So, but now the whole track almost is engulfed in a cloud. And if you're Kimi Raikkonen, this is the place to be, isn't it? You've had a very pleasant, and the Alfa Romeo team have had a very pleasant 25 minutes just sitting in the garage, no real stress. And he won't even leave, presumably, when the safety car leaves. Like, he's got another 3 minutes. He could not be in the car until the safety car actually pulls away. He is in the car, but it looks as though we are going to be going in a few minutes' time now.
Wow, so there doesn't seem to be any change in the conditions, apart from the cloudy fog has come down as well now. So the visibility looks like it's going to be even worse. It's still chucking it down. It's absolutely chucking it down. We're less than 2 minutes away from the formation starting, and so far it does look like this could be the one. Wow. The race won't start, though. Surely it's too wet for the race to start, but they're at least going to get the cars circulating and see how bad it is. And then the race director, Michael Massey, can have a look and assess when to release them to racing speeds. Remember, the formation lap that starts is going to be behind the safety car, and then how long will the safety car stay out to actually release the proper start of the race?
Yeah, indeed. Leon is just using an iPhone, no gazebo required. It was his 50th 2 years ago, but they couldn't come last year, and they're travelling back to England tomorrow, so have fun, Leon. And Catherine says, if I want Wittering on 5 Live, I'll listen to Wittertainment, which is a very excellent podcast to listen to. Andy says, currently listening to the worst broadcasting I've ever heard. That's a big claim, Andy. It's a big claim. Right, a minute to go then, until the formation lap is due to start. It's absolutely chucking it down at the Belgian Grand Prix at Spa-Francorchamps. And they're leaving the sort of tyre warmers on until the last possible moment. Off they go now. And the cars are lowered down off the jacks onto the ground. And the engines start to fire up. And the safety car with Bernd Mailander at the wheel will pull away. And Sebastian Vettel getting ready to go. All of these drivers, as I say, on the full wet weather tyre. It is pretty murky. Oh, there's something. Someone's just run out to pull something off George Russell's car off the front left, which was a little bit late in the day. I can't quite sure what that was.
Everyone has to keep concentration in this time, because with all the starts or non-starts, there's a lot of procedures that go in for the team as well. And is up to everyone, not just the drivers, to keep concentration in that time. But formation lap's underway.
And of course, this is the formation lap, which is quite interesting. This isn't race will start behind the safety car, and so this is the first lap of the Grand Prix. It says it's the formation lap, so I don't actually know what happens then, whether if the safety car does another lap, we start to chalk the laps off the board. I don't know. We'll wait and see. So safety car gets underway, and they come running down the hill towards Eau Rouge for the first time, and it doesn't look good out there, I have to say. It's very, very wet indeed. And just I am a big advocate of, you know, let them race and it's dry and all of that, but these conditions are tough. Here's Hamilton.
Already can't see anything behind.
Really can't see anything, says Hamilton. This is, I think this is too much, honestly.
That moment of wheel spin you heard from Hamilton, by the way, was at the top of Eau Rouge, as he was in about third gear. There's a lot of water on the track, and it's so gloomy as well. The spray's just hanging in the air, even under these safety car speeds. This is the sound of Max Verstappen just wheel spinning out of Les Combes.
I have to leave a little bit more space to the safety car than normal, because I can't see anything.
And the safety car's got lights on.
Yeah,
it's got lights on, nothing else. There's rain lights flashing on the back of the Formula One cars, but they're not as bright and high as the safety car.
Down the hill now towards Pouhon. And it's also so difficult to know when you're running behind the safety car, but even at this speed, the spray is pretty big.
If they start racing in this, there'll be someone off straight away. I mean, it's just, visibility is impossible.
It's pretty awful. I can barely see the car in front at the minute.
In terms of, literal standing water, it doesn't look too bad. In terms of rivers and standing water, it doesn't look too bad in that sense. When you see, you remember see some races and there's just going through sort of huge puddle splashes and stuff. It doesn't look quite that bad, but it's just the visibility and the gloominess and
we're at such low speed still. Yeah. When they start to get to higher speed, there's just going to be even less visibility. The chance of having a crash is so much higher. Yeah, some places that actually coming out of Stabilo doesn't look as bad.
Quite a bit of aquaplaning as well.
Quite a bit of aquaplaning.
That's the buzzword that you don't like to hear if you want to get a race underway. Aquaplaning, where the tyres are basically just skating on the surface of water on the track rather than gripping the asphalt. And if you aquaplane, then you have absolutely no control. You cannot help yourself in any way with opposite lock, with anything. You're just skating and hoping that your tyres can find a bit of asphalt soon again before you're too out of control and heading to the barrier.
So across the line comes the safety car again.
but for me it's fine to race.
So Verstappen saying it's wet, but for me it's fine to race. I can't quite work these conditions out because the spray is bad and the visibility is bad, but the track looks sort of all right, but there is aquaplaning, but no one's being, and maybe obviously it's only what Formula One decide to play us, but yesterday they played us Sebastian Vettel saying this is no chance, it should be a red flag. Norris is saying, yeah, it's not great, quite a bit of aquaplaning, but there's we can't start this race, it's a disgrace kind of messages.
Yeah, for me the conditions are undrivable.
Oh, well, there we go. Antonio Giovinazzi saying the conditions are undrivable.
I just think they are undrivable. Looking at it, I'm all for starting the race, but these conditions will be starting for one corner, someone will have a crash, and then we'll be back into a red flag again anyway. The visibility's horrendous. There's standing water on the track. There's no grip. Every time we ride on board, you can hear wheel spin from a car. Let's see if Verstappen does here. That was okay. Then there was a little bit of juddering coming out of Rivage. Medium speed right-hander halfway around the lap. He's going side by side with a safety car down now. Slows it down. Tucks back into first place. Verstappen stands everything to gain by getting this race underway. If the race doesn't happen...
yeah, mate, I can't see anything up to a route finish up. Absolutely nothing into turn 5. Can't even see Verstappen red light.
That's Russell in second place.
But that is the nature of racing in the wet. The spray, for anyone behind, you're always struggling to see things. And even hopping back to that Brazil race, I couldn't see anything as soon as we went and the race carried on. But I think it's the way that it's just hanging in the air. When I was racing in Brazil 2016, it was a really wet one. But when you slow down, you could see a little bit more, and you get up to racing speed and you see nothing. It's just hanging low in the air. Already before we released for this formation lap, we were talking about how low the cloud was and the fog or whatever around. It's not doable here.
Red flag. Start procedure suspended. And I guess my question is, what happens now? Is it more beneficial to keep the cars running or round the track, or not really? It doesn't make any difference at these speeds. You're not actually drying it up at all.
No, I think you've got to just start again. There's no point sending the cars out here. All you're doing is getting the tyre temperatures down, risking people colliding in atrocious conditions.
I have water leaking into the top of my helmet.
Water leaking into the top of his helmet, says Lewis Hamilton. Not ideal.
Some vents open on his helmet then, and it's I mean, that's a problem. That's going to be misting up as well inside for Hamilton. Luckily they're all coming into the pit lane, luckily for him anyway, and the race will not stop.
Kind of, but also not really. The cars went out behind the safety car. They've just done 2 laps behind the safety car to try and get the race underway, but now they have suspended the start. They've brought all the cars back into the pit lane, and it is absolutely chucking it down in Belgium, so I don't think we'll have a start here anytime soon. So if you want to listen to nothing happening, go to join us on Sports Extra now. Yeah. So everybody back in the pit lane now. The tents will come out again. Williams have got a long way to go, haven't they, to get to their car. And Hamilton parks up. Andrew Benson, tell us what happens now.
Well, it's a good question. Here's some radio.
This is the right call.
Daniel Ricciardo saying this is the right call. Do carry on, Andrew.
I was just trying to get to the bottom of that thing you said earlier about how long the race time is and when does the race time start and all the rest of it. So I've asked the FIA, because I had a look in sporting regulations, so I couldn't find it myself. And they've looked at the regs for me, and they say that it's 4 hours, the maximum race time.
Okay, I thought it was 4. I was surprised to read it was 3.
And it starts at the scheduled race start time. So they've got until 6 o'clock, basically. in the UK, 7 o'clock in Belgium, although it's probably dark by then, the way things are going at the moment. I think the bigger question is the conditions, isn't it? If it doesn't improve, there's not going to be a Belgian Grand Prix. And Damon Hill's just tweeted, I think we have a real problem here. These conditions are dangerous and it's only going to get worse.
Well, that is the point, isn't it? I mean, because we've seen this a few times on Fridays. We've had Friday washouts, we've had Saturday washouts, and qualifying takes place on the Sunday morning. I don't think there's ever been a F1 race that hasn't happened because of the weather. I don't think there's ever been, it just hasn't happened. And maybe there was one because of, you'll remember this, Andrew, but a driver's strike, or the track broke up at Zolder or something like that. But I don't think we've ever had a weather race doesn't happen at all.
Well, it was here in 1985 that the track broke up and the race didn't happen at all. It was postponed until September. The Belgian Grand Prix was scheduled in May in those days, and they resurfaced the track not long before the race, and obviously asphalt technology wasn't as good then as it is now, and it just completely tore up when the Grand Prix cars got onto it. And it was hot as well that weekend in May, and they delayed it till September. I don't remember any other race not happening. This is a race. It's a bit like Brazil 2016. The conditions here, isn't it? It's it's very, very wet, and they will try to start the race at some point. They're going to have to. But the question becomes is how do they make that decision?
Especially if the rain just keeps coming down at the same point. Well, maybe we come back here after Turkey or wherever the trouble points in the calendar were. Maybe you come back to Belgium then. Charles Leclerc has returned to his Ferrari garage. Hamilton's climbed out of the car now, and the race hasn't started. Oh no, they have chalked off a lap then, so that second lap in the safety car was the first lap of the Grand Prix then, so it's now 43 laps long if we are to start the race. Andrew?
It's probably worth saying, Jack, isn't it? I think that why are they not running? Because I'm sure there are a few people listening who are thinking these are the best drivers in the world. Why can't they just go and drive in the wet? And it's because of the amount of water and how low Formula One cars are. Jolene can explain it from what it's like inside the car, but the cars are very close to the ground, and if there's lots of water, they aquaplane. Basically, the middle part of the car just skids along the road, and the tyres have no grip, and you're off. You're completely out of control at that point. So it's not to do with a lack of driving skill. There's no skill involved if your wheels aren't touching the track, obviously. So that's why Formula One cars can't race when it's as wet as this.
Yeah, indeed. Which race was it where the teams were launching paper boats down the pit lane, asks Peter. I think that was Austin, wasn't it?
I would have said that was Suzuka.
Was it Suzuka? Oh, Suzuka.
Was Suzuka.
Yeah, Suzuka.
We had a really wet Suzuka a few years ago. Austin was with the qualifying on the Sunday morning in 2015.
And people probably did the boat thing then, but it was...
The boat thing's an old
It had been invented
classic,
in
isn't
Suzuka,
it?
yeah.
But Suzuka, because the pit straight is quite downhill, isn't it? Austin is not so... It's much flatter until you get up towards turn one. So I think the boat thing worked wonders in Suzuka.
So
Max Verstappen, the only driver we heard on the radio saying, I think we can start this race.
Yeah.
This is when you're driving the car in those conditions, everyone's having a feel for the grip, feel for the conditions. And you know that any radio communication you have with your team is going to be monitored by Michael Massey, and it's going to get broadcast on the world feed. So Verstappen's wanting that. Why would Verstappen want to start that race in conditions that are so bad? He's starting at the front. So fundamentally, he's got the easiest job there because he can see. And even George Russell, starting second, has only one car and the safety car at the time ahead of him. But even Russell said he couldn't see a thing into Eau Rouge, couldn't see a thing top of the hill. And that's with one car's spray ahead. That spray only gets worse with everyone else coming further back. So if you're in the midfield, you've got cars all around you, you've got spray ahead, spray behind. The aquaplaning, as Andrew's just mentioned, that's one thing. But then not ever seeing where you're going is a problem as well. Now, drivers they're relatively used to this because at various stages through their careers, you have a wet race, and the spray makes it extremely difficult. But I think that even the volume of spray was more than I've seen before, and the way that it's hanging in the air so much, it's not dispersing, it's just hanging in the air with a low cloud as well. It's a really gloomy day. I think all of that makes the visibility worse than even a conventional wet race. But for Verstappen, he's got none of that problems. On top of all of that, Verstappen needs to get some points here. This is a great opportunity in a normal race. Even if it was a normal wet race, Verstappen is a big favourite. He was quick yesterday, took pole position from George Russell, and I can't see Russell being a threat to Verstappen over a Grand Prix distance. Hamilton qualified third. That's the big title threat, but Hamilton did well to qualify third, I think, in a lower downforce Mercedes. They were quick in the dry and the straights, but they've not got the downforce that Red Bull have. So I think Verstappen has a great chance to take some points out of Lewis today. But if the race doesn't happen, that's going to really hurt him. Be more bad luck for Max in this title challenge between the two of them.
Yeah, indeed. It's tough. Matthew said that it was Japan 2010 and Austin 2015 that were the boat races, the little mini boats.
I remember Ricciardo and Kvyat. They were Red Bull teammates in 2015 Austin, and they started ballroom dancing to the crowd. Not for me, that. Not for me.
No.
But everyone's so desperate. All the drivers, they feel a bit of the pain of the fans, because they want to put on the race, and the fans flock to the circuits, and there's many fans around this Belgian circuit, and all they want to see is some action. And the drivers feel sorry, but there's nothing that you can do. You can't start a race when it's just going to be a crazy one to start. There's going to be everyone off on the first lap, and it'll be a farce of a race. So there's nothing you can do in these conditions, but they're desperate to do something. That's why you get the boat race, and you get the ballroom dancing, and you get whatever else to be a bit wacky to some fans somewhere. But it's just it's a tough time for everyone. The drivers, they only want to race in a race where they can actually drive and show what they can do. The teams, everyone's turned up to this circuit to put on a good show and race, score some points or a win or whatever. It's just one of those days at the moment where it ain't happening.
For those of you asking about points, we're trying to get to the bottom of exactly what happens and when, because even though it said the start procedure was suspended and the red flag was out, they do appear to have knocked a lap off. So I think we've had one lap of the race, which Andrew Benson would also presumably mean that if Sergio Perez were to join now, he would be a lap down, if that was even at all possible. So a lot of stuff going on, Andrew.
Yeah, that's an interesting question. I don't think the race has actually officially started yet, so I think Perez could potentially still take part, because there's been no timing, has there? They've taken a lap off the race distance.
Yeah, exactly, but the 2 hours hasn't started, correct?
Yeah, but so in terms of points, if the race leader has completed 2 laps or less, no points will be awarded. And then any distance up to 75% of the original race distance is half points. Histon Radio.
Hi, Jonathan.
Michael.
That would be a no.
What, as to the car rejoining the race, or the fact that we've got
the car rejoining the race?
Why would that be?
Because he's, in our view, got outside assistance to get back in.
And I'll be chatting to Michael. It's not Le Mans, and so I think he can do that. And also, mechanical assistance only accounts in the race, and the race actually hasn't even started yet. I mean, seriously, we could get that car fixed possibly and into the race.
Well, let me have a
so look, I don't, I can't think of a reason why not. I'm not coming on to you taking a chance.
Let me have a chat to my steward friends and get them to have a look at it.
Okay, so as far as I'm concerned, and as we know, the race is yet to start. If he'd have stopped out on the track and we'd dropped it off at the garage, or he'd have just managed to limp back, we'd be doing all of this now.
That's correct. Let me come back to you on that one, Jonathan.
That's some great... Well, look, I've given Michael Massey enough stick over the years, so... But there we go. Interesting conversation between him and Jonathan Wheatley, where Massey says, no, absolutely not, and the team say, yeah, but surely this, oh, yeah, okay, I'll find out. So that's the question there.
He's good at preempting the questions, isn't he?
Yeah.
There was one yesterday. Oh, I can't remember which one it was. But he knew what someone was going to ask before they even asked it.
Well, that was
the radio opened up, and he was just like, "No, that's the answer."
But he always seems to, and then he didn't. He got it wrong, didn't he? With
he second-guessed himself there.
Yeah, and Red Bull in, was it Silverstone, or it was somewhere where they came on. Oh, just to offer advice, wasn't it? They came in to say, oh, it was the punctures in Baku. It was the punctures in Baku where the team came on to say, to help him out, and he was like, no, and then they were like, no, just listen to me, and then you can say no. Anyway, Andrew, were we in the middle of saying, so there seems to be some discussion as to whether the race has started or not, doesn't there?
Yeah, I don't think it has.
No,
That's what I was
agree.
saying earlier. There's no timing. They've just taken a lap off the race distance, which is what they're supposed to do according to the regulations. I'm still trying to get to the bottom, believe it or not, of this 4 hour, 3 hours thing.
Yeah.
Because the issue of the sporting regulations on the 1st of July this year says 3 hours, and I'm just but the bit of the sporting regulations that I was sent from the FIA communications department just a few moments ago said 4 hours. So I'm wondering which one of us has got the right version of the sporting regulations at the moment.
Well, this is the thing. I always thought it was 4 hours. Then I saw that message saying it was 3, and so there does appear to be an argument that it is 3.
Someone snuck it into the new version of the regs in the small print.
Yeah.
So I'm just looking at I've now found the current regulations on the FIA website. Let me just see if I can find the right. It says 3 hours on the latest version on the FIA website.
Okay, so that means 6 o'clock in local time and 5 o'clock in the UK. So another 2 hours 15 minutes. So if it doesn't start in 15 minutes time, we're not getting a full race in. Basically, is probably fair to say. And everybody is drenched up at Pouhon, where we see the banking. And there was something else we were going to discuss. Oh yeah, so no points will be awarded for less than 2 laps, and then 2 laps to 75% race distance, which would be half points, Andrew.
Half points. Yeah.
And then 75% onwards, and that can be race distance in terms of laps or time, and then full points would be awarded. But it's very, very interesting, this, especially because the rain is just. I don't remember a Sunday a race, because even we were saying this actually yesterday, Jolien. When was the last race where it was just wet the whole time? And it was Brazil 16, but even before then it always starts dry, or then it dries up. Or even Turkey last year, okay, Hamilton didn't pit for slicks in the end, but that's only because he'd worn his intermediates down to basically be slick tyres. So just this non-stop rain all day is quite rare. And the other thing I was going to say, because you talk about hanging in the air, and I think that's the nature of being in the sort of foothills of the Ardennes mountains and the forests, and the moisture does hang in the air a bit more, like it does in Monza, whereas Brazil, it's quite an open area. You know, you're in the middle of the city, there's nowhere for the moisture to hang. When you can't see anything, are you still seeing yellow flags and stuff? Like in Brazil, could you still see a yellow flag if there was one?
They come up on the steering wheel,
okay.
So you can see them, and you've got the team radio as well to alert you of the flags. Crucially, because that's the other danger. Probably the ultimate danger in these conditions is someone ahead, and it happened in Brazil in 2016. Safety car restart, and Kimi Räikkönen just aquaplaned on the straight from, I don't know, about 5th position.
Yeah.
With 10 plus cars behind at 150 miles an hour, and he's broadside on the straight. Now, no one else could see anything behind, and it was basically luck that meant that Kimi was to the inside when no one else was coming through and was pointing the wrong way. And actually Esteban Ocon was in one of his early races there in a manner, and he was quite close to Kimi when he roared through. It would have been a head-on. And I mean, this is the sort of thing that you're risking, sending the drivers out in conditions where, if it's just wet and visibility, that's one thing. But when you've got aquaplaning as well, anyone can crash at any moment. And then you've got people behind not seeing the crash, and not having a clue whereabouts a car is. You can't see the end of your own car, let alone Russell was complaining he couldn't see the rain light of Verstappen. You don't. You see nothing. And it's a bit dangerous. It's a bit dangerous.
MJ asks, has there been half points in a race since Malaysia 09? I don't think so. There was a lot of chat about it before. I think it was Suzuka 2014. There was a lot of discussion about what would happen with the race start, because I think that's when a monsoon was incoming, and of course that was the race that sadly Jules Bianchi had his accident in, but it got past the 75% race distance. So I think Malaysia was the last time that we had half points.
Yeah, I don't think it's pretty rare, isn't it, to have it's weird how many we have on Saturday. We have quite
Friday.
a few, and Friday washouts, but Friday sometimes the washouts would be drivable if it was a Grand Prix, but they don't risk going out in a practice session in abysmal conditions. Saturday, we've had a few Saturday washouts where you end up coming back on a Sunday morning for the Grand Prix, and never a Sunday washout where you just can't run the race because of the weather. So far, I'm a little bit worried about this one. Still the rain's coming down. Has it eased ever so slightly? Well, Daniel Ricciardo was told a while ago that it was only going to get heavier. When his engineer came on and said it's going to rain like this for the next 10 minutes, I thought, here's a glimmer of hope, and then it's going to get heavier. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And so I think we're into that phase, but are we going to get into a period of just a bit of lighter rain is the best we can hope for at the moment, and then you can start to think about sending some drivers out again, all the drivers out again, and see how the conditions are. But at the moment, solid red flag, no one's in the cars, they're all chatting in the garage or on the pit wall, and they don't look like they're about to get ready either.
Matt says finally Jolyon Palmer gets his deluge. You've been waiting for it all year.
We had some deluge yesterday. Yesterday's deluge was great. If we had yesterday's weather today, be a screamer of a race, because this is what you want. You want wet, drying, wetter again. And we ultimately had a qualifying that got underway, even if we had to red flag the Q3 a little bit at the end after Norris's crash, and maybe before Norris's crash in an ideal world. But it happened, and the conditions were really tricky. We had a surprise result as well. And imagine having a race in those conditions. You'd be pitting you'd have drivers possibly starting on full wets or inters, which we had at the start of Q1 yesterday, pitting for the inters, at some point needing a full wet again. And you got sort of 5 pit stops in a Grand Prix, strategy gambles everywhere, and it would have been an absolute thriller. But this one, too much today. The deluge is too great.
Yeah, indeed. So we are waiting for any news, really, because it's still just a red flag 22 minutes ago now, and the rain is just continuing to come down at Spa-Francorchamps at the Belgian Grand Prix. And a lot of you asking, could they race tomorrow? Well, the weather forecast tomorrow is pretty miserable as well. It's never happened in for Formula One. Miserable, Steve. Absolutely miserable conditions. They had half a go at trying to get the Grand Prix underway, but Jolyon Palmer, they didn't, because it's really wet out there.
Too wet. Just too wet. They sent the cars out behind the safety car for 2 laps, and Max Verstappen at the front thought they should start the race. He had nice, semi-acceptable visibility behind the safety car, but no one else could see a thing. There was a lot of standing water, aquaplaning, quite dangerous conditions to start the race in. So we're under red flag. And I was really excited for this one as well, but it's not happening just yet.
No, waiting for the rain to stop on Sports Extra.
So, Daniel Ricciardo in the garage, with his performance engineer, pointing at some weather radars.
Yeah.
Is there some more gentle rain coming in? Okay, what I said about 3 minutes ago now, the rain doesn't look like it's eased up at all. I think it was just a few happy Mexicans waving the Mexican flag, probably hoping for the best, without an umbrella up. But the rain looks like it's still coming down. Everyone looks really miserable on the banks. I feel a bit sorry for them.
Oh, I feel massively sorry for the people on the banks.
It's a tough day, but the weather radar looked like it was moving through a little bit. And there were some points, when some fingers are pointing, that it was either going to be pointing at something worse coming in, or maybe a bit of a clearing.
Some people are having a miserable time on the banks, and it just looks horrific. Some people look like they're having the time of their lives, and I presume that is related to beer consumption, because some of the people at the top of Pillon are having a right old party. It's like watching Glastonbury, isn't it? It's that sort of vibe. So waiting for the Grand Prix to get underway. Verstappen on pole position, Russell second, Hamilton will be third, fourth will be Daniel Ricciardo in the McLaren. Lando Norris looked very quick yesterday, but he'll be starting in 15th place, and we can hear from the team principal of McLaren now, Zak Brown.
Zak Brown, what are you hearing? When are we going to go racing? Are we going to go racing?
Well, I hope we're going to go racing. I thought the sun was going to come out. I think the rain's going to get a little bit harder now for 30 minutes is what we're hearing, and then I don't think it's going to totally clear, but it'll get better. So I don't think we're going to be starting in the next 30, 45 minutes. And then I think we're going to have to get into a situation where we try and get in enough laps to have half points. So stay tuned.
And what did the drivers tell you about visibility while they were out there?
Visibility was none, which is obviously very dangerous, and aquaplaning. So with those conditions, you can't race cars. So it's going to have to stop raining, and then I would envision we'd probably have quite a few laps behind the safety car to clean up the track, and then hope we get to a point where we can get some racing in.
Fingers crossed. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So Zak Brown offering up that hope that we're going to try and get to half points, basically, which is an interesting concept, I suppose, or interesting thought.
Which we've established is 3 laps, and then you can get half points.
Yeah.
So Zak Brown hoping that at some point we can get enough laps to get half points, and not going to be going in the next half an hour or 45 mins. And the rain's still coming down, still dark, no change.
Yeah, indeed. The grid is also empty because all of the cars are in the pit lane now under their gazebos, under their tents. The drivers are all... I'm surprised the drivers... Well, I guess some of them are sort of lurking around the garages, but... Are you going back to the motorhome at this point? Out the back, or are you still staying in the garage and hanging around with people?
Some and some. I think you can go between. I remember in the Monza quali in 2017, there was a red flag. Romain Grosjean aquaplaned on the straight in Q1, had a crash, and it was halted. It was really wet then. Actually, the red flag was so long that I was pretty well resigned to the fact that we were going to be qualifying on Sunday morning that day, and I was back in the motorhome, feet up, chilling out. And then finally, but you're going to see the glimmer of hope before. I don't think there's going to be a call out of nowhere here. There's still the rain coming down. It's still very dark. No one's ready to go. But yeah, just whether you want to go in the motorhome or stay with the crew in the garage. It's a waiting game. 30 to 45 minutes for Zak Brown at least. Everyone will have a radar that you'd assume will say a similar thing. Most of them get the technology from the same place, so they know this isn't about to start. Just got to spend the time doing something. It's strange because you get into all the pre-race preparations, all the focus, the whole of race day is spent in the same way all the time. Basically, your meetings are so structured. You turn up, you do the strategy meeting, you do the setup meeting, the procedures meeting, everything. Then you go and do your driver's parade, which was soggy today as well. and the whole time you got in the back of your mind the race start. What are you going to do? Are you going to go inside, outside? Who are you racing today? Who are your main targets? All of this. And a delay like this just takes your focus completely away now. Is the race even going to happen? It's not something that helps keep a razor-sharp focus.
Tricky conditions for everybody involved. We've now been going, almost an hour, really, without the race getting underway, and the rain is just coming down. Valtteri Bottas is having a conversation with James Vowles on the pit wall. Toto Wolff standing beside him, and someone in between that I can't see who it is. And Bottas just having a little chat. Alex Albon is having a nice chat with Max Verstappen. Those two having a bit of a laugh with Helmut Marko in the Red Bull garage.
Still no word from the stewards. Don't know if Perez can race or not just yet. We're going to get back to Red Bull. Maybe they have and we've just not heard it. But yeah. Jonathan Wheatley's chat with Michael Massey, the immediate no. Then hang on, let me go and speak to the stewards. They're still working on Perez's car.
Yeah. Well, let's hear from the boss of Alpine, shall we?
Maciej, this is a difficult time for everyone. I can see Esteban keeping warm and dry in there. How difficult is it for the drivers at this point?
Well, we're trying to keep them warm. You know, they were sitting in the car for a long time, even if they were under a roof, you know, to protect them from the water. There's a lot of water on the track. They were wet when they came back, so we're trying to keep them dry. The other guys are all wet. You know, we're all waiting now. At the moment, it doesn't look like it's going to stop.
It does seem like we are a fair way away from a race start. What were Fernando and Esteban saying when they were out on track to you?
They said, obviously, there was some aquaplaning, which is worrying because the pace of the cars were quite slow behind the safety car. But the main thing is no visibility whatsoever. You know, behind the other cars, even Max, who was the only one who was keen to race because obviously he's at the front, said he had to keep some distance to the safety car. I think these conditions are just too extreme to be able to race safely at the moment.
Do you think we're going to get a race underway here? I mean, it's quite dark. We may run out of light.
I don't know, honestly. I mean, the radar keeps on showing rain coming. There might be a slot at some point that will allow us to race. Otherwise, tomorrow.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you. So that was Martin Bukowski talking to Rosanna Tennant. Rob says, hashtag BBC F1, if this race gets cancelled, the curse of George Russell is confirmed. He's jinxed by some powerful magic. And that it was the most George Russell thing ever that Latifi finished ahead of him in Hungary. And it would be even more George Russell-y if he qualifies second on the grid and then the race doesn't even happen.
Yeah, speak about Verstappen wanting the race to happen from pole. That's big for the championship. But Russell from the front row in a Williams. If they can't race, why not have the qualifying and give some points out based on qualifying and where they start as at the very least? It seems a bit unfair to go through the whole weekend and then have this starting order, which we all know is not the be-all and end-all for a Grand Prix, but it certainly puts you in a good stead or a bad stead for a race. Why not give some points out for qualifying and make the whole weekend slightly worthwhile? Just be a shame if we can't get underway at all to scrub it all out.
Jack Bacon wants, are there any water-themed puns for F1 teams and drivers? And we're getting a few suggestions, like Sebastian Vettel, Kimi Räikkönen. I like Scuderia Ferrari. That's good. Very strong. Andrew Benson, the safety car's out on the circuit. Actually, it's the medical car out on circuit at the moment. But Andrew Benson, George Russell, I mean, it is a very George Russell thing if this race weren't to happen. But I don't think his future is hinging on today.
No, and actually something really interesting happened yesterday after qualifying in the in Toto Wolff's news conference later on Saturday afternoon. I asked him, have you actually already made the decision on the driver choice for partnering Hamilton next year, and you're just not telling us? And he said, yes, I've always been genuine with you. And to make sure he wasn't joking, someone else asked him again later on, and he said again, yes, he's made the decision. Now, take that how you will, but yeah, what we didn't get a chance to ask because of the way news conferences are, no one actually said...
Do the drivers know?
Well, no one actually said, so why aren't you telling us then? You know, what's the delay? But that's the first time they've admitted that they do know who it is, and that's what we thought on Thursday when we saw Russell and Bottas in the news conference together, and they were like saying, well, you know, there's no news to tell you, sort of thing, which is basically code for we've been told but we're not allowed to tell you. Everyone in Formula One thinks it's going to be Russell in the Mercedes next year, and when he drives like he did yesterday, you know, that was a lap for the ages. Why wouldn't it be Russell? Lewis Hamilton doesn't seem that happy about the prospect. He keeps talking about preferring Valtteri Bottas and said yesterday changed nothing, and you know, he could be saying more politically correct things. You have to ask why he isn't saying more politically correct things, like, well, it's not my decision, it's the team's decision, I'm happy to race against whoever. He's not saying that. He's saying he'd rather have Bottas. But just because everyone in Formula One thinks it's going to be Russell, and that's the way it looks like it's going. And by the way, I've got sources who are very senior in the sport telling me it is Russell. I still don't know for sure that it's Russell, but that's what everybody thinks.
Okay, well, that appears to be the scenario. Again, the medicals car's been out on track, and the surface itself doesn't look too bad. I've seen way worse surfaces than that.
There's a long lap, and some parts of it, I get a little bit excited looking at a low amount of standing water coming through Fagna chicane into Stavolo, and that was the part actually when they were going round on the formation lap as well. For some reason the water's running off and is not collecting too badly there, but then in other places down towards Eau Rouge and up the Kemmel Straight, it's not great, and that's actually the sketchiest part of the track as well. Medical car just one lap and straight back in. The rain's still coming down. No sign of any other movement just at the moment. I guess they can keep sending the medical car, the safety car out for an explore just to see if anything's happening. But with the rain coming down, don't really know what anyone's expecting. That it's going to suddenly, the water will have disappeared. Still looks as gloomy as ever, really.
Is it getting a little bit brighter? You can now see from the crane camera at Les Combes, you can just about see the pit complex, where you couldn't before.
That's a couple of kilometres away.
Yeah.
A couple of kilometres sort of straight line viz.
So that's better, but
there'll still be absolutely zero viz by the time you send a Formula One car down and another one's just behind, but there's it's very marginally better. Cups of tea being handed out by the pit crew. It's not just the drivers that want to stay warm as well. All the crew out there in the rain, by the cars that are still in the pit lane. It's not a nice time to be out there at the moment. The Mercedes thing, how on earth can it be justified that Bottas keeps the seat? He's done a good job there. He's been a great number 2 to Lewis Hamilton. But at the same time as Russell is putting in these performances, Bottas isn't.
Well, we'll postulate that a little bit more. First of all, let's hear from Toto Wolff, the team principal of Mercedes.
Toto Wolff, what a crazy afternoon. What have you heard? What's the latest?
Haven't heard anything. The medical car is out there to assess, but it's not going to get better. For the next 45 minutes, there's even heavier rain coming over, and I guess we're limited by the 3 hours, so let's see.
What did Lewis and Valtteri say? Because Max was pretty sure that we could have been racing by now.
Lewis said that you can't see the light in front of the car in front of you, so the further you go back on the grid, the less you see.
And what about Sergio Perez? Should he be included in this afternoon's race? Should he be allowed to get back out there?
I think he can. The question is if there's penalties in place or not, but as it looks, we haven't raced yet, so he can start at the back of the grid, or from the pit lane.
At this point, are you cancelling your bank holiday plans, or do you think we're going to get a race underway on Sunday, or could it be Monday?
Well, I don't know what the procedure for that is, but I have plans tomorrow in that speech.
Can I come too?
I need to speak to my wife.
Thanks very much for your time.
That got a bit weird, didn't it, with Rosanna there, but shoot your shot, I guess. Toto Wolff then, he's going to the beach tomorrow. Where's he going to the beach in between here and Zandvoort? Well, maybe he's just going to Zandvoort and getting on the beach at Zandvoort.
Well, it's back-to-back races.
Yeah.
But as back-to-back races go, Belgium to Holland's not a terrible one to delay for a day.
Quixotic Geek did say that it's chucking it down at Zandvoort as well, though, so I don't think the beach is going to be particularly appealing.
Maybe he's jetting off.
But it is interesting that, like, that Toto Wolff says, yeah, I don't know what the procedure. So one of you tweeting us saying, you know, can we race tomorrow? Toto Wolff don't know. So we don't know either, honestly. It's
uncharted territory, isn't it, to have a Monday Grand Prix? I'm assuming that's never happened, a Monday Grand Prix.
Are you available tomorrow? Have you got plans?
I'm going to the beach. Toto's already invited
with
me.
Rosanna?
No, I'm going with Toto.
All right. Have you checked with Susie?
Didn't need to.
Okay. If any of you are going to the beach tomorrow, invite Rosanna Tennant.
Sounds like she's a quiet day on 5 Live. The race would just be car noise.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not going to the beach tomorrow.
Ah, okay.
Going to Chesham United. Bank holiday football. Andrew Benson, what are you doing tomorrow? The beach?
Certainly not coming to Chesham United with you. Much as I love you, as I said earlier. No, we have some problems in our kitchen at the moment, so I'm waiting for someone to come and fix them tomorrow, even though it's bank holiday.
TCR, are you going to a naturist beach, Julian?
Definitely not.
Oh, the Quixotic Geek says it's stopped raining in Zandvoort and Amsterdam now, so there we go.
Which way is the wind blowing?
Yeah, that's true, because it's not far. Was it 2 or 3 hours, Zandvoort to Spa?
It's got to be some punchy wind to make a difference, I think, today.
Yeah, that is true. Fernando Alonso sitting down, having in a sort of energy bar thing. Are people eating? Is Pierre Gasly going to get his sausage?
You ask if people are eating as you say Fernando Alonso is chomping on an energy bar.
Would you be eating right now? Would you be sitting down for a nice Sunday roast?
You might want a snack, because like everything else, your races, your nutrition, everything's based around doing a Grand Prix at 3 o'clock, 2 o'clock. It's all, your day's so planned. Breakfast, bit of food before the race, give you a bit of energy, and then go. So Fernando just needing a little bite of something, make sure he's got his energy up, because there might still be a Grand Prix. We're more than an hour into the non-Grand Prix, an hour and 10 minutes. So we've got an hour and 50 minutes left of possibility, and the possibility is looking less likely all the time, really, isn't it? But can we have a Monday race with everyone there in a time where COVID has meant the calendar's so flexible anyway?
Yeah.
What would be the limitations to having a Grand Prix tomorrow? Toto Wolff's availability, my availability. I don't know if that's going to be on their radar. Your availability.
No, I could do tomorrow. It's fine.
And skip the non-league football.
Yeah. If that's my job, that's my job.
The Chesham United crowd.
Yeah.
Slashed.
By 50%, I would say. Pretty much. Right, so we'll try and get to the bottom of that Sergio Perez stuff, because they're still working on the car at the moment. So
interesting that Toto Wolff agrees with Red Bull then for the first time all year.
Yeah.
Breaking news: Red Bull and Mercedes agree on something technical, and it's Toto Wolff saying, "I think Red Bull are right. They can start the race because the race hasn't started."
Well, let's hear from the boss.
Christian, any updates for us? Are we going to see a race this afternoon?
Well, I think in these conditions it's actually worse than it was when we're on the grid. It's not so much the conditions to, that the tyres can't cope with it, it's more the visibility. So, if anything, to me it looks a bit worse. So, I think we just need to be patient.
Max seemed to be obviously in the best seat in the house. He said it was all right. Do you reckon he's maybe changed his mind now?
I think he has the benefit of being at the front of the queue, so he can obviously see where he's going. And I think, as I say, from an aquaplaning point of view, I think all fine. I think it's mainly visibility, and now the visibility between the marshal posts, which is a critical factor around here. So I think Michael's made, the right call.
We all enjoyed hearing Jonathan Wheatley on the radio to Michael Massey, the race director, asking if Sergio can rejoin the race. What's the latest on that? The screen's up at the moment. They're working on the car, I take it.
Absolutely. So I've been pushing Jonathan. Come on, we're going to get that car back in the race. Checo wanted to leave. Said no, he's got to stay. So you never know. I mean, if there is a race, hopefully we can get him in it. And I think we're reasonably confident that the regulations say that he should be able to start, at the very least from the pit lane. So
has Michael come back to you? Because he said he was going to check with his stewards.
I think it's with the stewards. So
flicking through the rule book.
So yeah, I think Derek Warwick, he knows the stewards pretty well with Gary Connolly and the other stewards. So hopefully they'll come to the same conclusion we have, and if there is a Grand Prix, hopefully Sergio will be in it.
Well, fingers crossed. Thanks so much.
Thanks a lot.
So there we go. Red Bull still working on getting Sergio Perez's car. I see no reason why he can't start from the pit lane.
He wanted to go home, though.
Yeah, I know. That was great.
Out. No, keep him here. We wanted to race.
You'd beat the traffic, I tell you.
Can you just clarify when the 3 hours starts?
It started at 1500 in accordance with Article 6.5.
Yeah, that's what I read it as. So we're deep in, aren't we?
Yeah, so we are deep in. So you know, it'll be a time race, highly likely, regardless.
Okay, and the Perez car, is he allowed to take pole?
That's the other part that I just discussed with the stewards, and this will be based on our regulations currently, but start from pit lane.
Even though none of the grid regulations were followed with wheels on 5 minutes and it working in the garage now, so you've got to come in.
Which is
come to the pit lane, yeah.
Come in and start from pit exit, correct, regardless.
Okay, so well, that's good at least that Michael Massey's saying no, he can't start, and then obviously looking at the rules and going yes, he can. So Perez is allowed to start, it seems, and confirmation also that that 3 hours, it was dropped from 4 to 3 hours at the start of the season as part of a load of minor regulation changes, I believe. So the 3 hours started 1 hour and 15 minutes ago, so we got only 1 hour 45 really to so and interestingly oh, I see. So the clock started ticking on the race time 15 minutes ago. So after 1 hour, the clock has started ticking on the race time. So because that is now sort of in conjunction. So we've only got 1 hour and 45 minutes until the race has to finish anyway, basically.
At best, we're going to get a very short race.
Sprint race. Sprint race for full points. Now let's hear from the Frenchman, shall we? Esteban Ocon, due to start 8th on the grid. That'll be 7th in the end because of Sergio Perez starting from the pit lane at least. And he is the next driver that has been collared by, I presume, Rosanna Tennant. I wonder if she'll invite herself to the beach with Esteban. Let's find out.
Esteban, how are you managing this time?
Yeah, well, I'm trying to, stay active with the guys, trying to speak about the few things that we saw that we can always improve. At the moment, I mean, we don't know where we are going because there's a lot more rain coming. There was zero visibility out there, so it was very tricky. But yeah, sorry for the fans, for the wait, but at the moment it's just impossible to drive on those conditions.
Obviously, it's different for different drivers. Max seemed quite happy with the visibility. Obviously, he's at the front, but I just guess it gets worse and worse as you go back through the grid.
Yeah, Max is at the front. He has nobody to, that send him the spray, and he's also leading the race, so it's good for him. Yeah, once you are behind, it's a different story, but yeah, at the moment it seems to be getting worse, so hopefully we are going to be able to race today.
Fingers crossed.
Thank you.
Again, when you see some pictures and it doesn't look sort of that bad or rainy, then you see other pictures and it looks like it's chucking it down and the visibility is awful. Christian Horner saying it wasn't so much the sort of track conditions as it were, but the visibility that is the big issue, and that's the situation we're in. We're sort of in that middle, as we've said for quite a while now, where it's like I see why we're not racing, but it almost looks like we could. Whereas there are times you see the safety car going around and the sort of water's up to the wheel arch of the safety car, and you're like, oh yeah, absolutely no chance, Here's some FIA to Wheatley.
Good news, Sergio will be the pit lane starter.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Thank you very much, Michael, and yeah, we'll crack on.
You crack on, and we hope the weather calms down.
There we go. All's well that ends well. Of course, it takes an hour and 15 minutes with no race going on for the stewards to reach that decision, which is a bit amusing, but there we go.
If we do get a short race,
yeah,
this could be the best thing ever for George Russell. A 4-lap dash, a sprint race for a Williams starting on the front row. I think he's out of position, surely, there. So the fewer laps that we get, so long as we get some laps, and he's looking more likely to get that podium at the very least. Are we going to get any laps? TBC. We've still got an hour and 43 minutes for some laps to take place to have a Grand Prix today. But yeah, if we did, then the Russell curse might actually help him out. Not in terms of points, only half points we're basically going to get at the best now, I think, as well. But in terms of still standing on the podium and having some sort of result, a short race wouldn't be the end of the world for him. would be tough for Perez starting from the pit lane, having lost it on his way around to the grid as well.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's miserable. It's not. It is chucking it down.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out. So I'm figuring out, are they repairing his car?
Yeah, just
to get back out, or just to not do it later?
I think get back out. They'll have to be scrambling.
You just heard them radio.
This is Ricciardo and Zach Brown.
Get a lap down? I don't think so. I don't think the race is going to start. I think they're allowed that door. Interesting. That's going to be wrong. Yeah.
Ricciardo and Zach Brown having a chat about Sergio Perez being allowed back in the race or not. And they've just sort of found out the news that he will be allowed to start from the pit lane if they can get that car repaired in time. And they can do a decent job of repairing it as well, I suppose, with the time that they've got. They can, you know, weigh it and all that kind of stuff, which you don't get often in the kind of rush to get ready.
No, decent prep time. All the prep time in the world at the moment. Might even be another 24 hours at this rate. But Ricciardo and Zach Brown just chewing the fat. There's a lot of standing water on the side of the main straight. There's a pool on the left-hand side by the halfway down the grid. Mick Schumacher on the pit lane waving to the crowd, and behind it, that's not something you want to be driving through.
A question from Di here. Are the simulators simulating wet conditions, and do you practice for wet races, or do you never run wet in the sim?
Never run wet in the sim. The sim is mainly for car development tools and setup tweaking, and we get so few wet races, really. And the problem is actually simulating the wet is very tricky. The grip level's changing the whole time. Is it slightly wet? Is it very wet? How much rubber's down? The more rubber down, the less the grip. The water on top of the rubber just makes it very slippery. That's why you sometimes see the conventional wet lines basically run the outside of the circuit and the opposite of the dry line. So yeah, you never drive in the wet on the sim. I've never once done that in all my time on the simulators. I pretty much drove Barcelona on the simulator because it's
whatever.
No, I do like a pre-event round most of the circuits before the Grand Prix, but in between. So you do. There's two types of simulator. There's your setup work and your reference. So if I went in for a sim day at Renault, you'd spend probably half the day. I'd spend half the day at Barcelona, churning out 4 or 6 lap stints, doing setup tweaking or concept tweaking or something that's come from the design team or the engineers, and that's more overall global work on your car development ideas and that sort of thing. And then for half the day you're just dialing into the next Grand Prix circuit. So they would have been switching to Spa for a few runs and doing your pre-event stuff there.
Yeah. Fascinating stuff. So there you go. Hope that answers your question, Di. Now on our tour of the pit lane, it's time to take in a little bit of an Italian flavour with Matteo Binotto, the team principal of the Ferrari team. Tough day yesterday for Leclerc and Sainz in 9th and 11th positions on the grid.
Matteo, a very difficult time for everyone, the drivers, the mechanics, the car. How are you dealing with it?
Certainly waiting sometimes is long, but important that drivers are first staying focused. They are in the office or in the garage, but trying to stay calm. Simply wait, not distracting much too, but I think it's only a matter of waiting. And then mechanics, it's quite cold as well, huh? So it's raining, so having some tea and just wait. At the moment it's very intense, the rain still. Looking at the radar, it will not stop in the next 10 minutes. So it can be a long wait.
So that's what your weather forecast is telling you. It's going to be a while. We're going to be waiting for some time.
I think we'll be waiting for some time. Yeah, I know. We believe that it can be even an hour. So I'm not sure what's next. We know that the race up to 6 p.m. may last, but I think it's more important to make sure that if we are restarting, we are starting in safe conditions. So whatever it is, it's important for the drivers knowing that it will be a safe condition.
Thanks very much.
So Mattia Binotto, team principal of Ferrari. Now, something that got Andrew Benson very agitated earlier on was the news about Monza. Andrew, do you want to bring us that information that we found out this morning?
Yeah, sure. They're renaming Parabolica after Michele Alboreto because it's the anniversary of his death in a sports car testing crash. Yeah, I don't know. Everyone's going to have their opinion about renaming such a famous corner after, well, renaming it at all, no matter what, no matter who you rename it after or what you rename it. You know, Parabolica is an iconic name in motorsport history. Not many tracks have corners as famous as that, and I think there will be those who question whether that's the right thing to do, however much Michele Alboreto is a respected figure as an ex-Formula 1 driver.
Indeed. I think there was... So initially I thought, that's not too bad, because they have the Ascari chicane. OK, Ascari a bit higher standing than Alboreto, but that's all right. But then the more I thought about it after our sort of conversation this morning, I thought they got so many corners at Monza that you could rename, then it would be fine. If they wanted to call it the Arboreto, the Rettifilo di Arboreto instead of Rettifilo, then fine, because isn't one of the... I think the first chicane is literally called the first chicane, and the Variante Alta is like the high chicane or something. Oh, that's at Imola.
What does Parabolica mean?
I think it's just a parabolic corner, because a parabola is the shape of the corner, right?
Yes.
So
correct.
This is probably one of the things that we think it's an iconic name, because it's like into the Parabolica, but it sounds so good.
The Italians think, well, that's the stupidest name on the track. We'll change that.
Exactly.
It's a fair point, actually, because Lesmo is an iconic name for those two corners that are at the top of the track, but that's just a town down the road, you know. And, so,
but that's got some relevance. Whereas maybe to the Italians, this is like it's called hairpin. Parabolica is called hairpin, and let's call it something better.
Let's give it an actual name, for once. And we think Parabolica is like an iconic thing.
Yeah.
But in their native tongue, it's awful. Someone's gone with that back in the day, and they're like, no, we need to give it a proper name.
Yeah.
We'll run with Parabolica as a working title for now. And at some point...
For 70 years.
Yeah, 70 years' time, we'll find a former Italian driver, and we'll go with that one.
I asked the audience, Jack, what do they think about that?
Yeah, hashtag BBC F1. Let us know what you think about the renaming of Parabolica to Alboreto. Alboreto's never won the Italian Grand Prix, I don't believe. Did he finish second there in that 1-2 in 1988 behind Gerhard Berger?
That's correct, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think an Italian has won the Italian Grand Prix since Farina or something in 50 or 51 or something absolutely mad. Again, as ever here on 5 Live Formula 1, I'm just guessing a stat that I think is true, and then I'll Google it in a moment. But
the Italians, they've not been blessed with highly talented drivers for a long time, have they? For a country that's steeped in automotive history, Farina, Ascari, have they had other champions? Fisichella was an Italian race winner. Alboreto was. Antonio Giovinazzi on the grid now in the Alfa Romeo team. But they've had a bit of a barren run.
I think it was Ascari in 52 was the last. No, this is the fact. Damn it, I did know this. Ludovico Scaffiotti in 1966 was the last Italian driver to win the Italian Grand Prix in a Ferrari. And before that, it was Italians won it the first 3 years of the championship, actually. Giuseppe Farina, and then 2 for Ascari. And then obviously before you had Fagioli, you had Tazio Nuvolari.
Them were the days for the Italians.
Oh. And I didn't realise that the Ferrari are red. So Monza was not the traditional home of Ferrari. It only is in Formula 1 land because they're the only Italian manufacturer left in Formula 1, but it was never seen in the sort of 20s, 30s, 40s as Ferrari's home racetrack specifically.
What was, Jack?
I'm just trying to think, but no, but Milan was who's in what car manufacturer's in Milan? I can't remember off the top of my head, but it was. I'm falling apart here, aren't I? Falling apart. But Monza wasn't sort of Ferrari homeland because they were obviously based over in Bologna way.
That's a really good half a stat.
I know.
It's a really good half.
What Milan car manufacturer? I think it was Alfa. Exactly, Alfa headquarters were in Milan. Enzo Ferrari started his career working for, and in fact, the original Ferrari team was racing Alfa Romeos until he started to build his own race cars.
So if the fans at Monza had any real loyalty, they'd be all supporting Giovinazzi, which they might do anyway.
Correct.
And Kimi Räikkönen still.
Yeah.
The Tifosi would be out, in with the Alfa fans.
Yeah, exactly. So Alfa Romeo, and they're all red because in those days you raced your cars in your country's colours. So that's why Alfa Romeo were racing in red, Ferrari were racing in red against the blues of the French and the greens of the British.
Italy's colours red?
In motorsport they were. That's why you think of all Italian car manufacturers and they're red.
Yeah, odd though, isn't it?
Yeah.
They play blue in football.
That's true.
And athletics. 100-metre winner was Italian this year in blue.
But there's no blue in their flag. There's red.
Could you confirm how many laps there will be once we restart, please? Well, there's basically those, and then each formation lap we did comes off the race distance as well. So we did 2 laps behind the safety car, so that's 1 lap off, and then 4 delayed starts, so that's 4 laps off. So the race should be 39 laps. 39 was the count from timing that I had. Okay, perfect. That's good on that one. I'm afraid I've got another one still. Go for it. We just wanted to confirm in terms of points. So the laps that we've done so far don't count for points under 6.5, I believe. But if we were to now start behind the safety car and do laps before a rolling start and did 2 of those, then we'd get half points for this race. That would be my general assumption, yes.
Okay, so 39 laps is the new race distance then. So for every time they say delayed start, then presumably is what they're saying. Every time we had that 5-minute delay, a lap got knocked off, which is interesting.
If they delayed it every other minute, be a short race, wouldn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
The fact that we were getting delays every 5 minutes instead of 10 minutes, who knew the relevance of that?
Indeed. Interesting. Scott says, what if you called it Parabolica di Arboreto? That's quite nice. I like that idea, Scott, because then you're kind of keeping the history, and you're maybe that is the case. I don't know, but Nulla Pack says we should call it the Parmabolica. That sounds a little too rude.
I don't think I ever did anything majestic at Parabolica.
No?
Never crashed there.
What's the most majestic thing you've done? What corner in the world would you name after yourself because of the majesty you performed there?
It's too bad I want to name. The second chicane
at Monza.
No, it's too bad I want to name. My best ever overtake that was not captured on. In fact, there's 2. And neither of the corners I want named after me. One of them, it was in GP2, started 4th, fell down to 5th on the first lap in Sochi, and I passed like 4 cars around the outside at Sochi turn 5. I'm not interested in having that named after me. A 90-degree right-hander is probably called turn 5, or whatever that is in Russian. So I'm not interested in that one, but it was a beauty of a move. Set me up for a race win, and no one ever saw it. Travesty. And then I did another one, humdinger of a pass in Abu Dhabi, and that corner's actually gone now. After you got turn 2, 3, 4, the sweeping left, right, left, then you got a nothing-key chicane, which never really added to the racing, apart from first lap of 2016 Grand Prix. Palmer sides past 3 cars. Button, gone. Someone else, gone. Gutierrez, gone. Cheers. Up into the top 10, thank you. And they've got rid of that corner now, so don't bother with that one either.
Adrian says, this is the day for a driver from years gone by called Calvin Fish. Very true. I don't know what Calvin ever read, but I think he still commentates on the Intercontinental GT Challenge America. World GT Challenge America, Calvin Fish, alongside Ryan Marine.
Yeah, I've heard him commentate.
Yeah.
I don't think I would have been watching that. Did he commentate on IndyCar?
He did, like, yeah, I think some, like, or sort of IMSA-y stuff and that kind of thing. It raced in British Formula 3, actually. Was that in your day, Andrew, Calvin Fish?
He was in Senna's day. There's, in fact, if you look at his Twitter feed, he follows me, by the way.
Ooh.
And he lives in Hilton Head, South Carolina. There's a picture of him with Ayrton Senna on the podium somewhere.
Lovely.
Do you keep tabs on everyone that follows you?
They were fierce rivals in junior Formula in the UK.
Quite difficult, Jolien.
Oh. He's one of the few drivers to beat Senna in F3 and F2000, apparently.
I do look if anyone cool ever follows me, of course. If there's someone famous, then that is obviously a little buzz, isn't it, when that happens?
I bet.
Calvin Fish in the top 10?
Alex says, doesn't Jolien have a corner named after him at Snetterton?
Yeah, true. Yeah, lovely corner.
Really, you're sticking? You think it's named after you?
It's called Palmer. Might have been. might have been.
Over an hour and a half into the race, says John Wakefield, and George Russell is still in second place.
If he can hang on there for the next hour and 26 minutes,
yeah,
it'll have been perfect. Faultless, that's the word, faultless. Yeah, Palmer corner at Snetterton. Really quick, but also technical left-hander. You got to really sneak in on the brakes, roll it in, hook up the apex, don't drop a wheel wide on the exit, run over the grass, keep it on the curb, accelerate up to another iconic name, Agostini corner.
There's the new Justin Timberlake film, isn't there? Called Palmer. Is that your biopic?
Probably. He didn't run it past me though.
No.
Might have to check it.
Do you think you don't?
I'm not going to be on the red carpet either.
It's not a I can see you look a bit like him in this movie. Not really, actually. Honestly.
Was he the world's sexiest man in 1 year?
Were you?
Justin Timberlake.
Oh, Justin Timberlake. Must have been. Kieran met Michele Alboreto when he was at Audi at Silverstone in 1999, when Kieran was 11, with Frank Bieler and Perry McCarthy. Bertie Black asks, what is the shortest race distance an F1 race is allowed to be classified as a result? As we discussed, I think it's 2 racing laps, and then you can classify it. The shortest ever Grand Prix was, I think, the 14-lap Grand Prix of Adelaide in 91.
89, I think.
89. 91 was short as well, wasn't it? But maybe I've made that up. But yeah, that's the shortest Grand Prix in history. But I think we could be rivaling it here. And yeah, you're right. It was 1989.
Breaking news.
Oh,
Perez is back in the garage.
Oh,
handshakes with all his mechanics. He's finally aware of what's going on, and they've got a car for him to race if we get going again now. It looks like they've done the work. If we were to race in the next hour and 25 minutes, Perez will be starting from the pit lane. Good job from the Red Bull team. Over to you, Jack.
Well,
those Mexican fans will be happy. Few of them. Umbrellas down a while ago, getting soaked, but might all be worthwhile.
It would be great if we did see them. Well, not the Mexican fans, but the race get underway. We've got an hour and 22 minutes to go in this Grand Prix, if we can call it that. And thank you very much for your company, and full credit if you're still with us. It's really a remarkable effort, so thank you very much. John says, part of the problem is that parabolica isn't actually a parabola. I think it's pretty much a parabola. I get what you're saying, that it's not exactly a parabola, but it's pretty close, John. I think that's a little bit pernickety.
Do people use the word parabola in life?
I think in mathematics.
What is a parabola then?
It's like a...
No, you got to describe it with words.
It's like a soft V shape.
A U. You want to call it a U?
No, because it's not quite a U. Andrew Benson, explain to this dullard what a parabola is.
It's the arc that a projectile creates as it falls to the ground after it's been projected, but due to gravity.
Everyone is going to know exactly what it is now.
And what's the... I think
that's
a soft V was a better description.
The arc a projectile makes as it falls to the ground.
And what's the Andrew,
Having been thrown.
What's the coefficient of gravity?
I don't know.
Isn't it? I want to say it's like 3.7 or something. Anyway, this is getting too niche.
So a parabola is just an arc?
Yeah.
It doesn't back on itself?
Yeah.
No, it has a particular shape.
Good.
Are you picking the object off the ground and then throwing it back to the ground, or is it starting at head height?
Look,
it doesn't matter what height it starts at. It's the shape it creates as after you projected it as it falls to the ground.
That's a circle. That's an ellipse. That's a parabola, and that's a hyperbola. You see, so that does look kind of parabolica-like. I'm just showing Palmer things on my laptop now. That's the state. We forgot you were listening. Frank says renaming corners. The renaming of the hairpin at Monaco has happened quite often, but that's because the things there have changed. It was the station hairpin because there was a train station there. Then it was the Lowe's hairpin because the train station went and the Lowe's hotel was there. And now it is sort of I think they now call it the Grand Hotel hairpin, probably because of sort of commercial rights and restrictions that you can't advertise the Fairmont.
Don't you like names though where they're about historic things? And it's the station hairpin, and everyone's like, well, why is it the station? Oh, because let me tell you a story.
Like Tabac. There's no tobacconist there anymore, but you don't not call it Tabac. You don't call it the 7-Eleven or whatever's there now. I don't think it's a 7-Eleven in Monaco, but
keep it as the station.
Keith says, does Mario Andretti winning Monza in 1977 count? He has Italian roots, and I mean, it's a very, very close one. His family, amazing story, Mario Andretti. The family came from Italy, and weren't they were in somewhere absolutely random, Andrew, weren't they? When they sort of before they emigrated to America.
Yeah, Trieste, I think he was born, which wasn't actually in Italy.
Yeah.
It's in what used to be called Yugoslavia. I forget which country of those. Is it Serbia or Croatia? That borders Italy on the right-hand side there. But that's where they're from, and they were refugees after the Second World War and moved to America.
Yeah, absolutely.
Settled in Nazareth, Pennsylvania.
Yeah, remarkable stuff from that. It's now Slovenia that Trieste is by up there. Slovenia, Croatia, that sort of way. So yeah, which was all the former Yugoslavia. So Andretti very, very close. Well, we've got now an hour and 18 minutes left on the clock. And Nathan says, if the races are now curtailed to 3 hours, does this mean my all-time favourite race of Canada 2011 would have been cut short? And yes, I think you're right. I think that's why they brought they sort of brought that regulation in to kind of stop that indefinite end to a Grand Prix, effectively, because I think there was no sort of rule on that. It was that 2-hour rule, but it could be finished in any period of time, whereas now there's sort of a limited window of time in which that 2 hours of the Grand Prix can take place. So yeah, the Button wouldn't have won that Grand Prix under current regulations.
So what's the purpose of that? And why shorten it from 4 hours to 3 hours?
I don't know that.
But surely you could have it as 4 hours, but it can be at the discretion of the race director. So if it's just looking like we're not going to be starting in the next hour, just can it at 3 anyway. It'd be a shame if we finally got underway and we couldn't just run for an hour of a Grand Prix because of this new rule that means you got to stop after 3. And I can't remember the second point I was going to make. It'll come back to me.
Yeah. A few people chipping in on the parabola chat. Rib Wakeman says, well played, Andrew Benson, you're spot on. Dave says the coefficient of gravity is 9.81 meters per second squared. And Wheel to Wheel has just confirmed that as well.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
So we talked about this 3-hour window.
Yeah.
What happens with the race, the chance of a race tomorrow then? Do we then have a new window, a new Grand Prix, new start time? What happens with this qualifying order? Well, is this race... There's not going to be a race tomorrow. I don't... Is it just an interview question that got thrown at someone, or Marcin Bukowski just said it as a flippant comment, and everyone's like, actually, could be all right? Has anyone actually looked at this in relation to the rules?
Well,
There's a lot of it going on.
Just like the last 18 months, Jolene, we're in uncharted territory. So...
Is it the new normal?
Is this the new normal? Well, maybe it is with the way the weather's going and the climate's going at the moment, but we'll see. Stephen is listening in his car while watching his son's under-12 team lose a match. Apparently we are more entertaining than the football, and I'm loving how Benson is sounding even more terse with Nichols and Palmer. There we go.
Don't get him riled about parabolas. That's one thing I've learned from this. Well, I've learned what a parabola is. And don't start getting Benson talking about throwing projectiles.
He learnt that at the 2005 American Grand Prix, I think. About the.
Do you know? I think it's my voice, just my natural. The timbre of my voice. I'm not trying to be terse with Jolien and Jack. It's just how I sound, I think.
Chris Perry
sorry
says,
about that, everyone.
Rainy Arnoux. That's very good. As wet puns go, I'm ignoring quite a lot of them, but Rainy Arnoux is superb. That is just superb. Another good question. So all of you guys asking these questions, all of you gang, all of you people asking these questions. And this is a good one from Blackburn Lad. If the race is abandoned, what happens to the grid penalties for Bottas and Stroll? Are they carried forward to the next race? What a great question.
So these stewards are going to have so much sifting through. If it took an hour to work out whether Perez could race or not, having crashed his car on the way to the grid, there's these uncharted territories that we find ourselves in. There's going to be a lot of it rumbling on. To tomorrow, possibly, certainly next week. What happens to a grid penalty?
Andrew Benson?
I don't know, but I'm going to ask the FIA, and I'm going to point out to them we are on the air, so can they please give us an answer? Because they haven't answered any of my last two questions.
Well, here's the thing:
a firm no until you push them more.
Also, I think we're in a quite a fortunate situation, right? So the poor chaps on Sky have got to sort of try and explain what is going on with the regulations and sort of keep people informed. And we sort of have to do that as well to a degree, but I think because it's a bit more relaxed, and you listeners, you know the deal with a lot of these things, and so the FIA don't know, so we don't know. We could be streaming through the regulations here, trying to work out what the precedent is for a race on a Monday, but there is nothing in the regulations about a race on a Monday, so it's literally just up to the FIA, basically. So there's no point us really sitting here and second guessing exactly what's going on. Very good gag here from Steve Morrell. A new F1 podcast he thinks should happen with the commentary team discussing random facts to kill time, and it should be called No Such Thing as a Calvin Fish. How good is that? That's so clever, because of the podcast No Such Thing as a Fish, which is produced and recorded by the QI elves, the people that make the question for the QI TV show called No Such Thing as a Fish. So yeah, No Such Thing as a Calvin Fish is absolutely superb. Great stuff. Right, where are we at then? Well, and that's another good question from John. I don't know these answers, but in the event of the race commencing tomorrow, can Perez retake his grid spot? Can he start on the grid tomorrow? Does the race get cancelled?
But do we have a grid?
Clear?
How does the grid form? Because we're going to be over the 3 hours of this Belgian Grand Prix. According to the rules, the Belgian Grand Prix cannot run longer than another hour and 12 minutes.
Yeah, if we get to the end of this hour and 12...
That's the end of the Belgian Grand Prix.
Do we have to qualify again?
Yeah.
If you do a race tomorrow. Yeah.
So is there going to be any leeway for...
Should they have cancelled it an hour ago in order to have a 2-hour race tomorrow? Is that the way it has to work?
They were busy working out if Perez could start the race. Too many things to look into.
Yeah.
It's tough, isn't it? In a season where it was meant to be 23 races, now it's looking like 22 races. Today, it's suddenly looking like it might be 21 races. It's a tough break when the calendar's changing the whole time. To just lose one of the classics from the calendar because of rain.
Yeah.
Is tough. At least there's 22 other races, 21 other races now. There was only, 17 last year in the end, including a sunny Spa.
Yeah, exactly. D says, awesome commentary from Jack, Palmer and Andrew. Definitely keeping us entertained. There we go. You don't even get a first name, Jolyon. You're just Palmer now. It's great.
Well, it's because Palmer Corner.
Yeah, that's the thing.
That's what people know me by now. Turn 3 at Snetterton. That's what I'm famous for. It's not Jolyon's.
No, that's true. Do you wish it was called Jolyon's?
Nah, Palmer's fine. As a tribute to other Palmers out there.
F1 person who has just joined Twitter just to ask this: is it possible that the race will just do 3 laps behind the safety car within the 3 hours so the race can be counted as run? Maybe. But I think it's got to be not behind the safety car. I think that's the kind of key part.
Well, I think there was a race in Formula Renault, and I think it might have been at Spa. And I'm assuming my brother must have been in it or not in it, but there. And that's pretty much exactly what happened. They ran some laps behind the safety car and then called it with half points. So is it a possibility? Are they even going to run now behind the safety car when we're so far late now?
It gets to the point where is that worth it just to give half points for qualifying positions? I don't think so.
But then the alternative is that we all pack up and no one gets anything for anything and the whole weekend is for nothing. Still, the team personnel are still sitting on the pit wall.
The race would commence when the green light goes out at pit exit.
Yeah, agreed.
As a result of the resumption. So
yeah, because it's counting down now, yeah.
Correct. So that would be effectively once the green light goes off, even if under safety car, which it will be, that's when the race is considered started.
Brilliant.
From there, we would need to do the obvious 2 laps, even behind safety car or otherwise, and then from there, points and classifications can be all established.
Okay.
Agreed. Thank you very much.
Scarily on the same page.
Yep, thank you.
Thanks.
So behind safety car or otherwise, says Massey. So 2 laps behind the safety car would count for half points.
That was a very timely question then from our new Twitter user, wasn't it?
F1 guy, I think his name was.
So that's exactly what Red Bull are now thinking. Of course, Red Bull have a car at the front.
F1 person.
And I mean, George Russell, without doing anything at that point, if he can survive 2 laps behind the safety car, can take a 2nd place in Formula 1. Verstappen would win, take half points. Hamilton 3rd. That points difference would be 10. Instead, it would be 5 points. What was with the fastest lap point? If everyone's behind the safety car, does someone leave a slightly bigger gap and then close it up on the 2nd lap for that fastest lap point?
Andrew, what happens? Do you get a fastest lap half a point then?
I wouldn't have thought so for that, would you? Because you just wouldn't be fastest lap wouldn't count behind the safety car, would it?
Doesn't it?
I wouldn't have thought so.
Not in the rules,
we're in unprecedented territory, aren't we? And by the way, on
FIA
this corner
fed
name,
up with you texting them.
On this corner name thing, by the way, Palmer's dad owns half the racetracks in the UK. He could name any corner he wants after himself, couldn't he?
Oh, he's not that egotistical.
No, I mean.
I don't own the tracks.
No, but your dad does. You could just say, come on, Dad, name a corner after me.
For Christmas,
like Cascades at Alton Park, for example.
Paddock Hill Bend.
Hawthorne.
I would get, Palmer would be like, can we rename Paddock Hill Bend, please, Dad?
No, it doesn't work like that. I'm all about motorsport history. Yeah. I'm not. I wouldn't be changing the Parabolica to call it the Palmabolica. I'm not about that. I'm proud. I'm proud of my motorsport history, but not at the cost of iconic names. Now, Palmer Corner at Snetterton.
Yeah, no
it was
history.
a new corner, no history.
Yeah.
New corner.
Fair.
Sure, why not?
Holly says, I think I've jinxed the race. I decided to get a train south during the race this afternoon, so I had to walk from North London to Waterloo as there was no signal on the tube. 5 minutes later, I'm at the station, the race still hasn't started. 5 miles later, sorry. 5 miles later, so you're planning on listening to the race, walking from North London to Waterloo, but not listen to the race at all.
I feel a bit guilty myself. Some of my non-motorsport friends spoke to this morning. I said, you guys,
watch this.
You gotta tune into the Grand Prix. It's gonna be one of the races for the ages. Cancel your plans. Make sure you're listening to us on 5 Live Sports Extra. I feel bad for them. They're not listening anymore, so they won't accept my apology. But
Finton's listening though, and he says these are the worst presenters in the history of the BBC. In the history of the BBC. That's brutal.
I'm not going to name names, but
yeah, exactly.
Tough.
Yeah. There we go. Andrew says you keep referring to uncharted territories. I wonder if you could explain what that means. Well, I guess it just means we've never been here before. Uncharted, you know, no map,
uncharted waters.
Yeah, no known direction. The rain's coming down more actually now at Pouhon, and the brollies are sort of going back up, and it's fairly brutal.
Hour and 5 minutes before this will be done. So the question is, do they send them out behind the safety car for half points or not? That's the question right now. It's very difficult to see any level of race, so we can hope. But hour and 5 minutes. The last hour, there's been no let-up in conditions. If anything, they got worse. No one's ready for a race. No one's expecting it. Still going on air, but
Kaylee says Palmer has friends. Question mark. Rude.
Kaylee has friends? Question mark.
Okay, this is getting brutal. Graham Hill Bend used to be called Bottom Bend, says Chris at Brands Hatch. It's very true.
But times change.
So now's the time for
a Bottom Bend, though.
Palmer Hill Bend.
Bottom Bend is
not great.
That's not a great one. You can change that. Any other part of the anatomy, but not Bottom Bend.
We've been through that Knickerbrook conversation, haven't we, before at Alton Park, because that guy found some underwear at Knickerbrook. What was his name?
Yeah, I'd forgotten it.
What was he called? Bomber Jackson, or I can't remember his name now. I'll have a quick look, but it was true.
It was a great story. Yeah.
Yeah, he was there, and then he saw a couple having some fun in the woods at Alton Park.
And Knickerbrook is a good corner name.
Yeah,
and that's one where a bit like Station Corner in Monaco, and you're thinking, what?
Blaster
what
Bates.
Blaster Bates.
Blaster Bates, the British demolition expert and raconteur. No, but we're still on air, Steve Crossman, and we've been going for over 2 hours now with no motorsport to bring you. It's absolutely chucking it down still, and there's now only an hour left, basically, Jolie and Palmer, for them to even get the race underway. So there's almost zero chance of a Belgian Grand Prix today, and even if it is, it'll only be an hour long.
Yeah, it's not going to be an hour long because there's no let-up in the rain. The conditions are still atrocious. No one's expecting the race to happen at all. Everyone's just having a chat with each other. And yeah, it's going to be a short race. The one thing they could do is do a couple of laps behind the safety car, which would mean we get a result officially. Max Verstappen would be the winner, so long as he doesn't crash behind the safety car. And George Russell, Lewis Hamilton would be second and third. They'd all get half points, and we'd go home fairly unsatisfied, but at least with a result. We'll wait and see with bated breath for the next hour.
It could be on course for the shortest Grand Prix in Formula One history, Steve. Well, it's a split one, because if they do 2 laps behind the safety car and he finishes second, that's a phenomenal achievement in the Williams. So whereas if the race actually got underway, you would expect him to slip back a little. So it's one of those swings and roundabouts, really. And is that really how you want to get a second place?
It's a hollow one, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. So Well, I'm a bit annoyed. As a Wolves fan, I want to be watching the game in half an hour, and I'm a little bit frustrated that we're still going to be on Sports Extra. But yeah, if you want to come along, we are talking about all sorts of things. We've been teaching Jolyon what a parabola is. Yeah.
Oh, it's been riveting. Yeah.
Yeah, it's great stuff. Yeah. There we go. That was a little updated to 5 Live. And we've got an hour and 1 minute left on the clock. Oh, I think if I'm a fan at this point, I'm going home. I'm getting in the car, beating the traffic, because the traffic leaving Spa these days is horrific. Like, really horrific. I remember, was it 2 years ago, we were in the car park for 2 hours? 3 hours in the car park? Or were you not in that one?
When?
Maybe you were... It was I thought it was 17 or 18, but...
in which race?
Spa.
I zoned out. A really wet Belgian Grand Prix?
No, leaving the... You weren't listening to any of it, were you?
I was completely out of that. I was thinking about parabolas and blast of bait.
Beating the traffic. Were you in that one where we were honestly 3 hours in the car park trying to leave? And then went inside.
It's every year at Spa though, isn't it?
No, but only since Verstappen fans came. Before it was no trouble. But what I'm saying is, if I was on the banks at Pouhon now, I'd be off. I'd be getting in the car and driving back to the Channel Tunnel.
Yeah, I'm gone as well. I'm gone as well. Full commitment from the fans.
Absolutely.
Daniel Ricciardo giving them a big countdown to a Mexican wave, and a couple of them did it. The rest of them are, no, he's getting a bit more cooperation in the grandstand. Fair play. They've bought their ticket. They're here to see a bit of action. They got 1 hour's worth of chance to see a bit of action coming up. Might be a couple of laps behind a safety car, and then they can sit in the car for 3 hours. To be honest, when you've been sat in the grandstand in the teeming rain and wind, sitting in the car for a few hours is probably an upgrade.
Adrian says, looking forward to the podcast tonight. We honestly need to find out if we have to do a podcast, because we can't be doing a podcast on this. Have we got to do a 25-minute podcast on a race that didn't happen? That's what we will be discussing with the bosses when we come off air, if we ever come off air. And it's teaming it down. There has been no let-up since the start of the Grand Prix. And this is always the frustrating thing, because we had support races earlier on today that sort of went off fine. So it's just frustrating the timing, really, isn't it?
Yeah. Would a saloon car race have been able to run in these conditions when they're not running quite so low to the ground, lower speeds? The safety car and medical car got round okay. The spray's less. Possibly you might have got a Porsche Super Cup race.
Yeah, they could have probably done it.
In these conditions, it would have been carnage, but might have happened. But Formula One cars going so quick, so low to the ground, is worse aquaplaning, it's worse visibility, and it's more dangerous.
Matt has made the trip from Manchester to Hampshire today, and has enjoyed the coverage. Josh says, I'm sure George Russell isn't bothered how he gets his first podium. I hope he celebrates like Thiago Montero at the American Grand Prix in 2005.
Medical cars out there?
Yeah, medical
down
cars
to Eau Rouge.
Yeah, would they do a podium? Is Verstappen going to stand on the podium after this if they do a couple of laps behind the safety car?
I'd do it. I'd be on the podium. Why not? If they do a couple of laps behind the safety car and that's the result, then the result is there. Someone's won it, and it's because of, okay, not a great Sunday, but a good Saturday that's put him there. So why not?
Jonathan is listening, sitting in a field next to Newcastle Airport, watching the world go by. People asking whether the spectators get a refund. Don't know. Honestly, I don't know. Probably not, really.
Well, there's been other action today.
Yeah, exactly.
I guess there'll be an amount of them that are on weekend tickets as well. And hopefully they've at least managed to watch Formula One cars going fast yesterday, or Friday, or both. I guess that's up to the circuit. The medical car nearly went off.
Yeah,
nearly went off.
Very loose,
didn't it? Down towards Speaker's Corner.
Go ahead.
Oh, Michael, this stopped temporarily. Does it mean that we're packing and going home, or
No, it means the clock has stopped.
Okay, but we still are bounded by the 6 o'clock.
No.
deadline. No, we're not.
No. So basically, the time limit is what has stopped.
Understood.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
No problems.
Oh, so they've stopped the time limit then. So that suddenly that hard time limit ain't so hard anymore. So the clock has stopped at an hour. So we don't have to be done by 6 o'clock now. Or by 5 o'clock in the UK, 6 o'clock local time.
You're missing that Wolves game.
I am, aren't I?
Yeah, medical car nearly stuffed it in the wall. Coming into turn 8, I don't think he nearly stuffed it in the wall, but he went in a bit hot. Had a bit of a screech from the tyres and did a very wide line with a little bit of oversteer coming in. It's very slippery still out there. That's the squeal of the tyres on the medical car. Just on the straight then, coming out of Stavolo. He's probably going to dive straight back in the pits as he did before, just a complete exploratory lap. Still no difference in the conditions. Still raining hard, gloomy as ever. Maybe the fact that they've changed this hard limit
means they think the rain's easing.
Means that they think there might be a window to get a 1 hour race in. Medical car stays out. Through the right, through the left. Accelerates over the line, just about keeps in track limits. We got well, it wasn't a flying lap, was it? It was an out lap completed.
John says, if you put a light bulb at the focal point of a parabolic reflector, the light emerges in a parallel beam. If you put a light bulb at the focal point of a parabolic reflector, the light emerges in a parallel beam.
You know when people try and explain things and they're using just too much terminology that you don't understand? And the first bit and you're like, okay, this is tough to follow. And then it's just too much there.
Well, let's hear from a racing driver, another racing driver. Daniel Ricciardo tends to go a bit off the wall in these interviews, so I'm looking forward to this. Let's go to Rosanna.
Daniel, what have you been doing in the break?
This break or the summer break? This break. Trying to stay like active enough, because I mean, yeah, you just don't know. We could get a 10-minute call and we could be out. So trying to amuse myself a bit, but then just staying warm, doing some little bits of exercises in the back as well. But yeah, it's hard because you don't want to like burn too much, but you also want to stay ready if we get the call.
And I saw you revving up the fans. My word, they have stuck with you guys through this.
I know, I mean, I obviously feel for them, but we're all in the same position. Like we all want the race to obviously happen, but it can't with the weather. So we're all in, you know, like, let's say we're in it together, but we just, circumstances out of our control. But I mean, on the driver's parade as well before, there were some dudes without t-shirts on, like, they're ready for it. But yeah, we'll see what happens.
And you said you might get a 10-minute warning. Do you know when that might be? What's the latest? What's the team told you?
The problem is that, I mean, since 3 o'clock or even before, we haven't had a break of rain. You know, like, it's just been constant. So problem is it just keeps wetting the track more, and we're not doing enough to obviously be out there to dry it, and we can't dry it at the rate like quick enough. So unless there's like a window of no rain, it's tricky to see it changing.
That wasn't too wacky from Ricciardo in the end.
But maybe that was his 4th place on the grid. Head screwed on.
Yeah.
Good chance for him today if we get a race in. He's not head in the clouds just yet. Full focus. And Ricciardo's another one. So if we get some sort of race in, he's got a good chance of a podium. Perez at the back of the grid, Bottas out the top 10, Russell ahead to try and overtake a Williams, and he's there. If we get a race. Medical car's still going round.
It is. It is indeed. Medical car. Again, the track itself, and I've said this a million times, I know, but the track itself isn't horrific. But it's just the fact that the rain is still coming down, and and the visibility is so bad.
It looks worse when you got Formula One cars out there.
Yeah, absolutely.
A medical car, Mercedes estate, isn't quite kicking up the same spray or looking as on edge as a state-of-the-art Formula One car running on the ground, and of course would be at much higher speed if there wasn't a safety car in front of them as well, which is what we want to see ultimately.
A great tweet from Rob, who's listening on Sirius XM, and he says he's listening as the BBC tried to keep up with the FIA's redefinition of what time is. It's very true. It's very true. It was a hard 3 hours, and then all of a sudden it's not anymore. Yeah, when is time not time? Danielle is listening in a field camping, wishing they were actually listening to some racing. We all agree with you.
Medical got broadside through turn 6, opposite locking through. That's where Perez binned it. He's up to the gravel. He's nearly in at turn 7.
It is a bit weird that they would pause the clock now, the FIA. Again, we don't need to get onto it, but why with 1 hour to go pause the clock? Not
Just
with
to
2 hours to go?
I guess they deem 1 hour a race worth having, and if it keeps going down, then it's maybe not. A 1 hour race would be, I mean, if we could get a race underway, it would be a great spectacle, or a great listen. And they've obviously paused the clock with the idea of having a relevant Belgian Grand Prix. I cannot get, who's driving this medical car?
Is it Van der Merwe?
He's absolutely on the limit. Pouin, double left-hander. Chucking it in, bit of opposite lock, picking up the curve on the exit. It's good stuff.
Yeah, it must be Alan Van der Merwe, who South African racing driver. Let's go. Here we go. We're about to find out Alan Van der Merwe's racing history. He won the Formula Ford Festival in 2001 and won British Formula 3 in 2003, beating Jamie Green, Nelson Piquet Jr., Richard Antonucci, Danny Watts. So not a Rob Austin, not actually a vintage year of British F3, but Jamie Green was solid, went on to a decent career. Nelson Piquet Jr., Formula E champion and Formula 1 driver. And went to Formula 3000 then, Alan Van der Merwe, and then A1 GP. Never took a win in A1 GP, racing for Team South Africa. Then a bit of LMS racing. There you go.
But you wouldn't want just any old driver driving the medical car, would you? It's quite an important role.
Of course.
Under the radar.
And of
not
course,
often needed, but
Bahrain last year with the Grosjean.
Exactly. You need a decent driver at the wheel. Someone that's got good composure in a tough spot. Where does he go from here? Medical car driver to safety car driver? Is that the pinnacle?
I don't know what the career progression is for a safety car driver or for a medical car driver.
Safety cars is quicker, gets more action.
Yeah, true.
But is medical car maybe a longer career? Where's the progression, you know?
Yeah, I actually don't know.
Is he the reserve safety car driver? Or does the safety car driver have its own reserve?
These are all really good questions. Because Bernd Mailander has been driving the F1 safety car since 97 or 98 or something, I'm sure.
Time. Very experienced.
And I don't think he misses races, does he?
Can't think of him missing one. The perfect candidate for a role. Good racing career as well.
Yeah.
A lot of experience, a lot of know-how. That's who you want in the safety car. Likewise with the medical car. But in the era of COVID, reserve drivers being more of a thing, saw a couple of them last year. Do they have their own reserve drivers?
Would you be a safety car driver?
You know what? Maybe I would. But really? I don't know. I don't know the application process.
Palmer issues, come get me plea to FIA.
To the safety car or the medical car though? I see myself more as a safety car sort of guy.
I feel like it would be quite a boring job. I don't know why, but it just, I mean, sure, great, you get to drive the safety car a bit, but...
Yeah, but you travel well.
And there's not that much...
I think they look after you.
Yeah, it's true.
You watch the Grand Prix from the comfort of a Mercedes or an Aston Martin.
Yeah.
You sometimes get to drive on some of the best tracks in the world. in crucial roles.
Well, you always get to drive on the tracks, because on Thursday they pound around, don't they, to sort of practice for the TV cameras.
And you sometimes get the profile of having the world's audience on you.
Yeah.
Without the pressure of everyone knowing who you are. You're laughing.
Okay,
it's an F1 driver without the pressure and the glory, to be fair.
Chris says, Nichols beware, Palmer is a climber. He's probably got a CV prepared for a lead commentator's job.
I thought he was talking about my mountaineering.
Are you a mountaineerer?
I think Kilimanjaro has been done. That's a mountain.
Well, that's true.
It's a trek rather than a climb, I guess.
It's just it's walking, isn't it, rather than
a trek?
Being
Trekking.
a mountain climber,
Trekking.
yeah.
Not walking up the Scree in the middle of the night, day 6. That's the Machami route for you.
It's the one.
Machami.
Is that the difficult route?
I think it's actually technically the one with the highest pass rate. Other routes are available if you're climbing Kilimanjaro.
Michael says, how much could you raise the ride height to avoid aquaplaning? Or is it just the tyres can't cope with the water? Because the way Andrew Benson described it earlier is you sort of the tyres sort of lift up on the water and then you're sort of on the belly of the car almost. Does changing the ride height?
Yeah, you do raise the car for wet conditions for exactly that reason.
Yeah.
You're not driving the T-tray into the water. I'm assuming we're in sort of part firme conditions and they can't make big changes to the car anyway right now. But yeah, that's certainly one thing that you could do to help. But then you've got two issues. You've got the bottom of the car lifting up on the water, and then you've just got the tyres, the wet tyres clearing the water anyway. And they do disperse a lot of water, but at some point it's too much anyway, and the tyres themselves can't cope with it. Tell you a tough job today is the cameraman on the top of the crane.
Yeah.
They come. Gave a wave to camera. Good spirits, but that's not one for me. Not one for me today.
Wonder who it is. Because we saw it once and it was Jimbo, wasn't it? Do you remember when it was Jimbo? Was that Barcelona?
Yeah, he did a good job that day.
And you sat next to Jimbo on a plane, didn't you?
Yeah, to Montreal.
Yeah.
I heard all about it. It was very interesting. The different jobs you can have in Formula One.
Yeah.
Cameraman, top of the crane. Crucial one as well, looking down on the start usually.
It's a bit sketchy if there's sort of lightning around.
Yeah, that's not for me. There was, do you remember the Hockenheim race a few years ago?
Yeah.
And it was the one that wasn't the chaos one. There was the chaotic one where everyone went off on the drag strip in 2019.
But 2018 was the one.
2018 was Hamilton coming through and Vettel going off from the lead. Hamilton came through. It was still sort of wet, and yeah, it was a half dry, half wet, or drizzly. But then after the race, within 5 minutes, it was thunder and lightning like you wouldn't believe. And we were looking at the commentary box and seeing the lightning hitting the ground.
Yeah.
And we were in a sort of pretty rickety old commentary box on the outside of the the pit lane for that one. Was it metal? I think it was. It gave me the heebie-jeebies. The structure that we were in.
The grandstand was.
Yeah, it was. Well, we were in the grandstand, weren't we?
Yeah, it was the commentary box at the top of the grandstand.
That was not a cool moment. Good story afterwards.
Yeah.
To all my non-motorsport friends.
And then going through that tunnel on the way out, and we all got. It was knee high, wasn't it? So all our shoes got ruined and everything.
Yeah. But we made it. We made it. There was waterlogged tunnels to get out, and the race. It was actually is an iconic race with Sebastian Vettel going off from the win and possibly changed the face of the championship. But it was one of the classic ones where the deluge came just afterwards. But thank goodness it did, because we'd probably be in this sort of situation.
Yeah, absolutely.
It wouldn't have restarted once it came down.
And then that German man tried to fight you.
Oh, no, we're not going there.
Okay, fine.
We're not going there. Fighting's not for me.
No, I could tell. I say as some, fighty man.
You were reclining your seat trying to pretend you weren't there. Left me to deal with
just
it.
That casual, lean back like I'm in a dentist chair. That was great. We have no time limit either. So that's the sort of... Before, we had a sort of definitive end lurking.
The end was nigh.
Well, at least we were like, right, another hour of this.
We got 42 minutes to go. We'll trudge on talking about blaster baits,
and then we'll watch the Wolves game.
None of this has happened.
Yeah,
and get on with our lives.
But now we have no end in sight, which is
when does darkness fall? Does it now just go to sundown?
Sunset. Right. No. You type in Spa Sunset into Google, you just get a load of places called Sunset Spa. Which, I haven't even said this today, but all spas in the world are named after Spa, the spa town, the town of Spa. Right, sunset is at 8:30, but so realistically, 7 o'clock it's going to be getting pretty dark. It's currently 20 past 5 local time. This is all local time there, so. By 7 o'clock, you're getting dark.
Exactly. The twilight, it makes a difference. Oh.
Hello. I'm freezing, and I need to go and warm up.
You can go and warm up and grab a coffee, Ron.
What are you thinking?
I'm trying to find a hole in this weather.
Can I tell my pit wall that we can all stand down for 10 minutes?
You can absolutely all stand down for 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
I would suggest 17:30 you can stand back up.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Right. We're going to stand down for 10 minutes as well then. We're not really. Luke says you're actually better off in a metal building than outside during a thunderstorm because the metal forms a Faraday cage that conducts the electricity to Earth and avoids us.
But if you're in the metal?
Yeah, but it
earths you?
Yeah. Because obviously it wants to get to the ground quicker, and through you is not the best way to the ground, I guess. Stephen says, my dog has been wanting to go out for the last hour. What do I do? Honestly, Stephen, you've got to take the dog, take the BBC Sounds app. Well, how long does the dog need? That's the question.
The dog's got a 10-minute window, confirmed.
Yeah, you've easily got...
If Ron Meadows can step down for 10 minutes, then our listeners can step out for 10.
If the dog just needs a little, run around the field and afternoon ablutions, then that's doable. But, yeah. But if you're doing it... Someone here, who is it? Someone's doing the sound you can hear is an onboard lap with Fernando Alonso, so don't get too excited about that. Someone's doing it's Mike is currently doing the 3 peaks and pulled over on our drive to watch the start and been listening to the commentary ever since. So
isn't the 3 peaks, isn't the thing about that you got to do it in 12 hours?
Yeah, it's something like that, isn't it?
So pulling over, losing time
and just listening to us instead of climbing.
They've got to have some confidence.
Yeah.
How far through?
Anthony Haig makes a good point. Marshals have got jobs to do tomorrow. That's actually a really good point, that all the marshals around the circuit have probably got to go to their 9 to 5 tomorrow morning.
Yep. I don't think the tomorrow thing is an actual plan.
No.
I think that was a throwaway comment from Martin Bukowski. And everyone suddenly thought that works for me if it works for you. And it doesn't work for everyone.
Hamish and Angus are driving north listening to us. Thank you very much for listening. Again, great commitment. Great commitment to be from us, I would say, but also from you guys to be staying with us.
Yeah, I think the thing is we don't really have a choice at this stage.
No,
we're in this. We've not got a 10-minute window. Everyone else can turn us off as and when.
Chris says, not sure if I'm listening to F1 coverage or a dramatisation of an Andrew Benson anxiety dream, which is quite amusing. Frank says, how do you think this is going for the Belgian Tourist Board? 13 degrees and rain for the August bank holiday. And
they'll be selling the dream of the long, hot summer of 2016.
Sam is just leaving Silverstone. In fact, quite a lot of people are just leaving Silverstone and after the MotoGP and have stuck us on the radio. So hope you enjoyed the MotoGP race. I didn't watch it, honestly. So I don't actually know. I think it looked like quite a popular podium from Twitter, but I don't know who it was on the podium. Should we have a look? Or maybe not, because people might be saving it for later. Don't want spoilers, you know.
Looks like it might have been a good one. If that's not too much of a spoiler. Better than this. It's the lack of time now, isn't it?
That's what's killing me now.
We all knew what was happening, and now are we waiting for sundown? Does the twilight count as sundown on a cloudy day? When on a clear day, you know, you could probably run a Formula One car after technical sundown, because you have I think the curvature of the Earth, and you get residual sun.
Here we go. No, but you get the residual sun, but sunset is not a bright time of day.
Yeah, but it's brighter than this in Belgium. It's brighter than what they've just done.
Mark says he was in 2010 racing Mazda MX-5s at Spa in the rain behind a Nissan Juke safety car, and they had to ask the safety car to slow down because it was going too fast and the MX-5s couldn't keep up. Had good commentators then for MX-5s in the UK. You did, thank you, Mark, very kind. And I was commentating on Mazda MX-5s.
Were you commentating on that one when the safety car dropped the whole field?
I wasn't commentating on that one.
And they're all flat out to try and keep up with the safety car.
No, that would have been quite funny. Okay, Luke is currently walking his dog up the field with BBC Sounds on. So, thank you very much. Then John has managed to go out and do the food shopping in between the time the race being red flagged at the start and now. But also, no offence, John, but that's not very impressive.
It's a pretty long food shop.
Yeah, it's taken you ages because we've been red flagged for so long. Jenny,
we were nearly 2.5 hours.
Yeah,
I bet they went out after a bit. So that's since the when it should have started.
It's 1 hour 55 since the red flag.
Yeah, I've got that in my locker to do a quick food shop in that time.
Yeah, definitely. Jenny says you and the drivers should have come to Carfest instead. Jenny, love Carfest. Love Carfest. Commentated there last year, I think. Well, in 2019. Commentated at Carfest. Love the event.
What's your best commentary outside of
what, the most fun?
Yeah, of like individual events.
Powerboat racing.
What?
Love commentating on powerboat racing. Because by default, right, you have to be in a... now we're going to hear from Alan van der Merwe, so I'll tell my powerboat stories after this. But we were discussing the South African's racing career. Let's see what Rosanna Tennant's going to ask him.
Alan van der Merwe, you've just been out on track. What's it like out there?
It's okay on your own. The track is not that bad. There's not a lot of standing water, but the minute you're behind somebody, you can't see anything. Literally everything's grey. So the main issue is visibility. I'm sure Max would love to start. Anyone behind him would hate to. So it's a matter of seeing whether the conditions improve.
Yeah, I've raced in zero visibility. For me, the track conditions are the more important thing. The visibility is probably, as I said before, it's probably worse than what I had in Brazil 16. But I told you earlier on, for those that have gone through the whole of this, my start at Brazil 16, when I couldn't see a thing, and before I knew it, I was coming around the outside of Carlos Sainz at turn 1. My end of Brazil 16 was about 10 laps later, and I hit the back of Daniel Kvyat on the very same bit of track just before. Safety car restart, had hotter tyres, getting a great run, had no Scooby where anyone else was, accelerated, and I hit the back of Kvyat before I even saw where he was, and was out of the race. The visibility was that bad that I couldn't see his rain lights ahead, couldn't see anything. That's what drivers you get used to coming through the ranks. My first ever wet race, in a single-seater, FPA, the old Snetterton, was an absolute eye-opener, or might as well not have been an eye-opener, because you see absolutely zippo, and you're still driving flat out down the straights, and you're trying to look for a tiny bit of grass to work out where the straight goes. Can you see a bit of a marker board or something for a brake point, a marshal's post or anything on the side? Because in front of you see absolutely nothing. Drivers driving without visibility is something that's happened for a very long time. Alan van der Merwe also has just been out on the track to himself. But possibly the way that the forest is there and the low cloud and everything else, maybe it certainly looked horrendous when they went out there. But it's the combination of the aquaplaning as well that's the real scary bit, I think. And this circuit is fast.
Chris has just stopped over from Sky F1 to BBC F1. Did I miss much? Why are you going to Sky, Chris? You know the rules.
For the pictures.
Yeah.
For the replays.
Shauna is currently packing for Motorsport Engineering College while listening to the Belgian Grand Prix. That's very cool, Shauna. Enjoy that. Alex has managed to string a tennis racket since the red flag, and that was his first go at stringing a tennis racket, and it's done. Good effort. And Ines says, on the Parma renaming, how about we rename Parma Ham, Parmesan, Parma Violets? Would you be up for renaming Parmesan?
Why are we No. Don't rename those ones. They've got good names. They've got strong names, all of them.
Oh, I see.
Rename the other one, Stilton.
Parmesan.
Parmesan, yeah. Don't take names away from me. I'm proud of those. Parma Ham's a good ham. That Parmesan's a good cheese.
Parmesan's a great cheese. Underrated.
Never have it on its own, though.
Yeah.
You have Parmesan on its own.
This is genuinely key. A further update will be provided at 17:45 in 15 minutes' time.
Not on the Parmesan.
No, a weather update, to be clear. But no, good quality Parmesan you can eat by itself, and it's delicious.
Where do you get your good quality Parmesan?
Italy, north of Italy.
Oh, I think you're going to say all good supermarkets.
No, but all good supermarkets you can get decent quality Parmesan.
And you're just nibbling.
Yeah, I love a nibble on some Parmesan with a cracker.
Hunk of cheese in the day, Parmesan it up.
Yeah.
That's odd.
No, it's not. If you're having that powdered Parmesan stuff that you sort of sprinkle,
yeah,
that's only good for sprinkling on your pasta. But you can have actual Parmesan, just biting it one off.
It's got to be with a spaghetti alla bolognese.
Yeah, obviously. But, okay, Zandvoort, I'll bring in a bit of Parmesan.
Can you save it for Monza?
Okay, Monza.
Sell me the dream of the Italian Parmesan and bring it to the Dutch Grand Prix. I had the Edam next weekend,
I had some
please.
amazing Dutch cheese. I don't know what it was called.
Gouda.
It may be. Is that Dutch?
Sounds it.
But I had, and I don't really so it was in Monaco. It was in someone's hotel room. It was all a bit obscure, and it was very late at night. It was about 1 a.m. in someone's hotel room, and this Dutch guy gave me some cheese, and it was really good. And I wish I knew what it was. I love commentating on powerboats because you have to be by a beach. You have to be in sunny conditions by a beach or a lake. And so, you're on the beach in Dubai or Abu Dhabi or on the Italian lakes eating Parmesan, commentating on powerboats. And it was such a DOS of a job as well. It was a 45-minute race, and that's all I had to do. I was there for 3 days, and I just had to do a 45-minute race on the Sunday. Absolute.
Did you have code comps?
Yes. Smex powerboat races.
Yeah.
And the guy who organised the championship, actually, a guy called Sid Ben Sala. Palverik Nilsson, I think, joined me for a commentary, the Norwegian powerboat racer.
Big name, yeah.
Arif Al-Zafin and Nadir bin Hendi, the two Emiratis, were the pairing to beat.
And they were?
Luca Fendi raced in it. Luca Fendi, who is the man who is Fendi, raced in this powerboat championship. Fendi, the designer, Fendi, the designer brand.
No.
Really?
No.
Oh. Fendi's a thing.
I don't doubt. That's not much like the parabolas. There's a void in my knowledge there.
Fair enough.
Dean Stoneman raced powerboats. My former Formula 2 championship rival in 2010, and he was very good at it.
Yeah, there was quite a lot of. Someone earlier on, again, you've been tweeting so much that I lost. Someone went to Cows. Sorry, that was just
went to Cows.
The race around Cows. Is that what I'm thinking of?
Isle of Wight.
Yeah, but I can't remember who said it.
Oh, not in the time the red flag's been up.
No. Yesterday, I think. I will be a little bit distracted now because the Wolves game has started against Manchester United, but it'll be fine. We'll remain being professional. Nulla Pack says, don't accept cheese from Dutch strangers. He wasn't a stranger, actually. He wasn't a stranger. Apparently it's Gouda, not Gouda, and it is an exceptionable cheese. That is from Alien 11235.
Nah, you say Gouda, I say Gouda. Tomato. And it's Dutch.
Nick and his dad have tiled a whole kitchen.
Huh?
Nick and his dad have tiled a whole kitchen. Listening to us. That's a good effort.
Well, yeah.
No?
Dimensions? What's the dimensions? What are we saying?
I presume you're not doing
tiling.
floors.
Tiling's not a quick job.
No, you have to put those little rubber things in between. I've never done it. I've only looked at it being done.
Got to crack the tiles. Get them in the right shape for the nooks and crannies.
Yeah.
But if it's a very small kitchen, you're not tiling the whole kitchen either, are you? Tiling the work surface. So I don't want the dimensions of the kitchen. I want the work surface.
Well, surely you're not tiling the work surface.
No, but you're tiling above, aren't you?
Yeah, you're doing like the splashback behind the sink and stuff. I'd have thought.
Yeah.
Let us know.
Well, you can do above the work surface if you're cutting tomatoes.
Yeah, exactly.
Weather update looks worse.
Yeah, but an official weather update is coming in 10 minutes, but it does look worse.
That was my unofficial one, yeah. Rain's coming down, and the Viz that was a couple of kilometres looks like it's about 500 metres down the main straight, and that's it.
Guy says cheddar is better than all cheese, which I'm not sure I agree with.
Wensleydale.
Yeah?
It's a good cheese.
Mine's a... What is my favourite cheese?
Red Leicester. Red Leicester's a nice cheese.
You're a very British cheese man, then, by the sounds of things. You're very traditional with your cheese.
Well, I'm not a fan of Stilton.
Okay.
But I think a Red Leicester, actually. I came in Wensleydale, and I think what I meant was Red Leicester.
Okay.
That's a nice cheese. It's got a good blend of blandness, not too pongy, but nice flavour.
I'm mozzarella or manchego.
But mozzarella's that's like a
no, because let me guess, you've only had a bag of grated mozzarella.
Here we go.
You've ever eaten.
The cheese snob steps in again. I had the finest mozzarella in Italy.
Well, wow, we're doing accents now. It's got that far.
That wasn't me. That was someone else that just popped on the airwaves.
Andrew Benson, what's your favourite cheese?
Might have been Benson.
Oh, actually, Kaylee, I want to know what... Kaylee's leaving because she's going to the cinema. What are you going to see, Kaylee? Andrew, what's your favourite cheese?
Well, it's tough if you get a really good cheddar, it's tough to beat that, isn't it? But I do like things like Roquefort and Brie and, good old bit of tasty French cheese. There's all sorts of French cheeses I could start reading off that I like, but I'm not going to because it would just...
You'd just be saying cheeses out loud.
Sound a bit pretentious, wouldn't it?
A pongy cheese for Benson.
Actually, I like smoked cheddar. Applewood like smoked cheddar's really good.
Can get a bit of a sweat on though, can't it, if you have too much of it of smoked cheese?
If you have too much cheese of anything, you get a sweat on.
You're right with your mozzarella though. If it's really good, like buffalo mozzarella, that's a good one.
Tom mozzarella is nice in a caprese salad, but
no.
It's a bit like Parmesan. You can't have mozzarella. It's out on its own.
You've got to get the good stuff.
You've got
to get the good stuff to have delicious mozzarella.
And then you can just have mozzarella balls on its own.
I eat mozzarella balls like an apple. It's genuinely true. Todd says, did you know that Edam is the only cheese that's made backwards?
Oh dear.
I liked it. Double... I doesn't get it. Double Gloucester, says Daniel Bartlett. I didn't know that was a thing.
I bet you like halloumi. Are you a halloumi fan?
I love halloumi. Halloumi on the barbecue?
Yeah. That's fine by me. But again, it's a cheese that's only for certain times. Well, it's out there, isn't it? You're not having you just halloumi. It's not in the.
No, but you can't. You've got to put some effort in.
It's a unique cheese.
You have to put some effort in. You can't just like grab some out of the fridge. Right. John's watching the touring cars from Thruxton on the TV with the sound off. So, yeah, touring cars at Thruxton always a lovely place to be.
Outside of the last chicane.
Yeah.
That's where you want to be, I think.
In the commentary tower there, it's lovely. Great view.
No, on the banks.
Yeah, I know, on the banks, but I'm just saying that the commentary tower there is...
Not everyone gets the chance to be in the commentary tower as well, in the booth.
Yeah, exactly.
But outside of the banks, used to enjoy that one.
So, Eddie...
They don't make them like Thruxton anymore, do they? Before Eddie gets mentioned. Imagine making a circuit like Thruxton now and be like, right, this is the new one.
Just a big circle.
It'd be laughable.
Yeah.
It's a good British track.
No, it's very true. It's very true. Josh Knight's favourite cheese is Andrea de Cesaris. Very good. Yeah, Eddie and her husband have been entertained on the sun loungers round the pool in Dubrovnik. There you go.
Never been.
Great.
Never been.
Oh, Dubrovnik's lovely.
Yeah, it's on
You've got to be going to
list.
Dubrovnik. You know that.
Yeah, no, I know that as well as you know that. But one day.
One day.
When times are in a different time.
I think Croatia is actually opening up at the moment. I think you can go to Croatia without too much trouble. Should we go tomorrow? Oh, that's a bit weird. Let's move on from that one. A few cars firing up here and there. Just to keep things ticking over, I guess. They've got some sweepers on the track now for the first time.
So does that 2 hours, 40 minutes into it, and there's someone driving a pickup mini lorry with a sweeper on the front, getting the water away from the exit of the track. But it doesn't look that wet. Maybe it's because the sweeper's done a great job.
Yeah.
But there's not a lot of standing water. Another bigger one coming down the Kemmel Straight. Here we go. Where are these coming from?
Don't know.
From Brussels.
They've shipped him in.
Brussels County Council.
But he's going up off the racing line, which is an interesting decision.
Yeah, well, if you're making a move on the inside down the Kemmel Straight, you don't want to be aquaplaning.
Yeah.
You need to do the whole. You need to do the whole hog there.
Andrew says, "What does cheese say when it sees itself in a mirror?"
Halloumi.
Got it. Very good. Alan van der Merwe, the medical car driver, just having a chat with a But like van der Merwe said, that the actual on-track conditions are not too bad. But it's the spray and the visibility. Okay, so actually that's what I didn't actually follow up on that question. When you were saying, oh, I've been in races before with no visibility, is that good? Should Brazil 2016 have happened? I guess that's my question to you. Because you said you've been in it before and it was terrible, so that's just fine. But should that be the case?
For me, Brazil 2016 was one of the most dangerous races that has happened.
So it should not have started with that level of visibility.
Kimi Räikkönen, when he lost control of the car, that could have been a catastrophic incident. But because everyone carried on and it was fine, no one, it was fine, well done, we got a race in, some legendary drives from Hamilton and Verstappen, and everyone went away happy. It could have been catastrophic, actually. And it was the one time where I've been driving in the car and I've just thought, this is actually lunacy.
Yeah.
And also, what makes it worse is...
Did you want to pit?
I wasn't going to retire the car. I was going to race, but I didn't. I'd have been very happy if the safety car stayed out a little bit longer. Probably didn't get on the radio and said, "Don't start the race, please." But it was so tough, and I was back in the midfield pack as well. So everyone that's pretty much not Verstappen. But as someone said in an interview earlier, even Russell's got a better view than Hamilton, and Hamilton's got a better view than, I don't know, Carlos Sainz starting 11th. If you're in the mid pack, the spray of 10 cars is just there. We heard on the way to the grid, Russell was complaining that even 6 seconds behind one car, you're getting spray and you can't see. Imagine me behind 10 cars. And that was for me in Brazil. Had no idea where I was driving. And what actually scared me in Brazil was the way that the start-finish line is not straight. So you've got to turn. You've got to turn. If you're on a straight, then you just point the wheel straight, and you sort of know roughly your bearings, and you just go. But how on earth do you know where you're turning when you've got to turn? It's quite a corner, the last straight, when you come up the hill in Brazil. By the way, also, on the inside, there's a pit wall jutting out, and if you hit that at speed, you're not going to survive it.
Yeah.
And it was actually, it was pretty scary in the car, that one, when you got no visibility, you don't know any second you're going to crash. Maybe just because you drive off the circuit, because you don't know where the circuit goes anymore. It was a sketchy one. The race happened, and it was fine, as it turned out. But I think that's the danger of it. But that was one, a bit like we're in now, where the visibility is a limiting factor. Races in the wet happen regardless. I've raced in many other races in the wet where you can't see, and it's fine, it's part of parcel. For me, it was just that Brazil straight, where the speeds are high, and you've got to turn a corner, and you're guessing where the corner goes.
Erdez says that Jody Scheckter has won at least as many world championships for the buffalo mozzarella made on his farm as he has in F1, which is where the Carfest event is taking place at the moment. So there you go. I'm not, honestly, I've tried Jody Scheckter's buffalo mozzarella. It's not for me. I wasn't.
You're calling him out on air?
Oh no! It was delicious. It was delicious. It was delicious. It was delicious. It was delicious.
Oh my word! Jody, if you're listening, keep at it.
It was, keep
at it.
And it's won championships, and I'm sure it's great.
He's a cheese snob, but I don't think he knows what he's talking about.
It wasn't quite for me. Like, it was nice, and I would have it again, undoubtedly.
And if you go into Jody Scheckter's farm, still go. Still get the mozzarella.
Yeah.
Don't let this change your mind.
No. Right, a weather update. Here we go then. Should we just wait 10 seconds till the weather update? 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It's 45 now. Waiting for the weather update. And the next weather update the next weather update will be provided at 17:55 in 10 minutes time.
So, nah, come on. What's the update?
That is stupid. You can't promise an update, the first update in 3 hours, and then say
just tell us where the next update is.
Yeah, that's a disgrace.
The update is we've got no update.
That's a disgrace.
You gave that sufficient hype as well for something meaningful.
I don't think I've ever counted down
a weather update before.
I don't think I've counted down to anything before.
It's a tough day, isn't it? So we're now nearly 3 hours in, Jack. This would, according to what we all thought the regulations would have been, the dying embers of the Belgian Grand Prix.
Yeah.
Until that's not happened. And we're waiting for another weather update.
Simon says, as a pilot, we fly on instruments. Modern jets have FLIR cameras that look straight through the cloud, which is very interesting. And I always think that when you're coming in on a plane and you're just in some cloud, and it's like, how do you even see it at night and stuff? But yeah, flying on instruments. Can't do that in an F1 car, though.
No, there's enough going on at the cockpit of a Formula 1 car without navigating by instrument.
Yeah, exactly.
It's always the thing, isn't it, when you're descending?
Yeah.
And it's a bit bumpy. And you look out and it's P2. And you're thinking, you can hear the landing gear going down now. Can't see the ground.
And the ones I've had ones before where you don't see the fog is so deep that you don't see it till you hit. You think you're still in the cloud. You think you're still, I don't know, 2,000 or 3,000 feet or something, and then doof, you're on the ground.
Yeah, that is. I think that's good. Good piloting.
Oh yeah, top quality piloting. Top quality piloting.
And to have the confidence to do that as well. They go through a lot of training, and they do simulators as well. Much like these Formula 1 drivers, pilots spend a lot of time on simulators.
Amit asks, what other F1 drivers had products that you could try? Did any of you get a bottle of Trulli's wine? I've never had Trulli's wine. I've had a bottle of Jean Alesi's wine. But I don't know if that's
and how was it, Jack? You a wine snob?
No, it was very nice. It was. I was round John Watson's house for Sunday lunch, and I had some wine, and he said, "Do you like that wine?" And I was like, "Yeah, it's very nice. Jean Alesi wine." It's not a great impression, I know, but there we go. What else? Didn't someone? I swear, there was a driver from the 90s who left F1 and made like dodgy toys. I'm sure that happened, but I will need to Google that one. I will need to hashtag BBC F1 if you know who that was, because I'm convinced that was a thing. I'm convinced that was a thing.
Shall I give you an unofficial weather update while someone Googles that?
Looks a bit better.
It looks better.
So
it looks better.
Ian Ferguson, the BBC's chief F1 weatherman. I don't know if he's chief F1 weatherman or just the BBC's weatherman, but he says teams apparently are being advised that the rain is expected to stop by 6:05. So in sort of 15 minutes time, apparently the rain is meant to stop with gradual easing beforehand, according to Ian Ferguson, the BBC's chief lead F1 weatherman. So
I think we're going to get racing. I feel it in my bones now.
Let's go down to Rosanna first, I think.
Yuki, how are you doing? What have you been doing over the last few hours?
First 30 minutes, I started a little bit get sleepy. I had an espresso to wake me, and also I had a sandwich, and also Red Bull served the soup. AlphaTauri catering team served the soup, so I'm quite full already now. Yeah.
Are you ready to go racing though? What do you reckon?
I'm really ready for the racing. I mean, obviously, my position, I want to race because I want to, make the position and get the points. But like this condition is now still a bit difficult, but we'll see what's going to happen. But hopefully we can race.
These are the kind of conditions you've raced in Japan, I'm sure, many, many times. So you're ready and experienced for this.
Yeah, I'm real ready. I mean, I don't have any experience in the rain in the Formula One, so I don't know what's going to be. The visualize, especially the back position, is really bad. But yeah, in Japan, I already get used to it like this condition and feel ready for it.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
So Yuki Tsunoda, they're chatting about being used to these conditions in Japan. So he's hoping the weather gets better. It does look clearer, actually, up at the top of... the thing is, it looks clearer, but the rain is still coming down. But as we said with Ian Ferguson, the rain is meant to ease. Robert Dornbos, that's who it was. Robert Dornbos. Thank you to those of you who have. He went on to make some products subsequently. Someone, who was it? Oh, I've just lost it actually. Someone said that there was a Grand Prix driver. Paolo Barilla says WOD. Or what-do-you-do, I'm not quite sure how to say your name, but Paolo Barilla, apparently a 90s F1 driver who left F1 and joined his family's pasta company. There we go.
Nice. Assume you haven't tried that?
No. No.
Do you know one of my sporting regrets, Jack? It's not F1 related.
Oh, okay, because there was a lot of options.
No. I'll take it away from you. Not F1 related. As a boy, 8 years old, I was a football fan, and it kind of pains me to say it now, but I was a Man United fan in their treble year.
Really?
Yeah, because I didn't really know football. My parents aren't footballing. I watched it and I was like, these Man U guys are good.
Yeah, and everyone, well, even I think impartial football fans in sort of '99 wanted United to win that.
Because they had quite a fun team that was made up of a lot of the England players that I'd seen in the World Cup the year before.
Fair enough.
Anyway, so I was a United fan. Amazing year to be a United fan. The treble season. Watched them win the Prem, FA Cup, Champions League. Couldn't bear the loss. Turned it off in stoppage time. Went to bed.
Really?
Woke up 2-1. One of their thrilling results. I wonder if there's some F1 fans here who are going to regret going home early.
Yeah, leaving early. That's true. Let's go back to Rosanna, who is now made her way to Ferrari.
Laurent, how have you been managing the team over the last few hours?
Well, it's a waiting game for everybody. I think everybody tries, to stay concentrated, but also to try to relax. You've seen the guys trying to stay warm. I think our drivers are playing chess right now, one against the other, so everybody has his own way to stay focused. and we just hope we would be able to have a chance to race.
Before Ferrari, you used to work for the FIA, so what are they going through at the moment? What's the process that's going to be looked at the moment?
Well, for sure, it's a very tough decision for them. You know, you always are going to be under a lot of scrutiny, whatever decisions you are going to take in this condition. So I think what they do is that they assess the track every so often, probably every 15 minutes or every half an hour. They send either the medical car, the safety car there, and try to assess the level of water. And then in comparison with that, you look at the forecast and you hope for to find your little window to send us out.
Thank you very much.
That was Laurent Mekies there of Ferrari playing chess. Leclerc and Sainz playing chess against each other right now.
I wonder how many drivers can play chess anyway.
I can't play it. Can you play chess?
I'm a good chess player, actually.
Really?
Yeah, I would have been keen for a game with Sainz and Leclerc back in the day. Didn't know they played though.
No.
I used to play for Sussex.
You played chess?
I played chess for Sussex, yeah. Up until about 11.
This is such a lie.
That's true. That's true. I won some tournaments.
So
big one in Hastings. I think it was like the Sussex Major.
So
Palmer came out on top, table 1. Played the Queen's Gambit.
So in your trophy cabinet at home, there's GP2 Championship Trophy. There's Bayford Meadows Minimax Winter Series.
Yeah.
And there's under 11s chess. Hastings. Sussex.
I don't think it says Hastings on it, but yeah.
You've got the trophy.
I've got more than one. Got more than one
chess trophy.
Chess trophy. Yeah. I've got a few 50 ones. JPFC, my team. Some five-a-side trophies, but I'm actually very proud of
I won one of those JPFC trophies.
Yeah,
I was in the picture.
Got brought in as a ringer final game.
Yeah, that's true.
But no, I'm proud of my chess.
Is anyone
trophies,
at
actually.
home now? Can they send us a picture of your chess trophies?
Am I gonna have to?
You're
text time.
Backtracking here.
No, they're there. Oh, they're there. Don't worry about that.
Right, weather update. The next one's at 6 o'clock local time, so that's in 5 minutes' time. Will be the next weather update. They shouldn't have. They've backed themselves into a corner starting these weather updates.
But why not give us the update and then say?
Surely the update is still too wet.
Yeah, exactly.
Let you know in 5.
We'll read between the lines and say that the fact that there's a 5-minute window to the next update means that at some point they're just going to say it's good. I don't think they're going to tell us when it's bad, because I think maybe we know that by now. I think 5 to 10 minutes. I reckon we're going to. Okay, 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Drivable. Safety car. Or in 5 minutes' time we get the warning. 10 past. They're going out behind the safety car. I think we're getting close. It's raining again, but I think we're getting close.
Yeah.
The sweepers maybe have done an all right job. If they can get around the whole track quickly, it's all right.
Emma says we bought a piece of Dunlop smoked cheese today. Also had 2 gins during the commentary. So we're loving how you guys sound. We've had 3 gins, so beat that.
I think the gin will help.
Yeah, gin will help a lot.
It'll be dry by the end of this race.
Simon Irwin says, my sporting regret is listening to this coverage. It's a good one. That's a good burn. Fergus says, shocked to hear Jolyon Palmer has a trophy cabinet. Harsh.
Oh, come on. Okay, you'll be more shocked at this then. I've had to throw trophies away.
What do you mean?
I've had too many trophies.
Like all your GP2
a lot of my karting ones. A lot of my karting ones are gone.
Yeah.
Some FP Junior Series ones are gone. Because what do you do with trophies?
Like,
if
you've got 3rd place at Thruxton in Formula Palmer Audi.
I don't want to be that guy, but when you got too many trophies, you can't put them all on the shelf. So a lot of them have gone. So
you could have sold them.
Who wants my 3rd place FPA at Donington Park 2007? That didn't happen. 3rd place Alton Park 2007.
No. So we just chuck him in the bin.
My signs and graphics most overtakes Castle Combe 2007. Come on. It was a gimme. Started at the back, didn't I? The most overtakes awards coming into F1. By the by, there'll be a few of them.
You don't get anything for it. You just get like an award rather. There's no points or.
Oh no, but hey, build a new trophy cabinet for it. They'll go in the bin.
Yeah.
Whoever qualifies badly will get something out of it.
Because Hamilton's not keeping all those little tyres, is he, from his pole positions?
No.
Surely he's not keeping all those little tyres.
Of course he's not keeping the little tyres.
Lance Stroll's keeping his little tyre.
He's had what, 100 poles?
Yeah.
More than 100 poles? Okay, the pole position things have only come in in recent times. Yeah, but you might keep your first one.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like,
one.
Stroll is keeping his.
I've got my novice trophy from my first ever race as a novice in Minimax, Bayford Meadows, 2003. Came in, had no clue what I was doing, picked up the novice trophy, best novice on the day, think I finished top 10. Got a little trophy, it says one word, novice. Still got it.
Yeah.
Posterity. What's your trophy cabinet like?
My trophy cabinet, I have a...
I don't think you picked up enough, I don't think you had enough game time for that JPFC.
No, I don't have that.
League one.
No, that's fine. That's absolutely fine. No, didn't we win the next year when they all got abandoned at the end because of COVID? Didn't we win that league? Or the other team didn't turn up or something at the end?
That sounds a bit like my Minimax Winter Series.
But I'm sure that happened. But no, I have like a most improved player for Bristol Wanderers in Norfolk.
Was that the team that your dad managed?
No. But I did get a few trophies for Manager's Player of the Year when my dad was the manager of Droitwich Spa Boys. I have some karting. I have one from the Missed Apex podcast Karting Day, where BBC 5 Live Checker Flag podcast won the podcast element of that competition. We
won.
Where's
my trophy?
You didn't come.
Where's my invite?
Your invite was there. You said no, so Alex Brundle had to fill in.
He's a good karter.
He is a good karter. And I also won the heavy trophy for drivers over 100 kilos or something. So, yeah, a few trophies.
The pizza and the cheese and the...
Exactly.
Trulli's wine. No, a Lacey's wine.
A Lacey's wine.
It's all won you a trophy in the end.
Yeah.
That's the mozzarella. That's the mozzarella that's done that.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, those are the olden days, though. Right. Next update is, in 5 minutes' time. Oh, race control. So that is the next update. So the next update's in 5 minutes' time. Cactus Jack says, can they do the update so I can work out if I can watch the third touring car race of the day live? I would say watch it live. Keep us on. You don't want to listen to David Addison. But put it on the other screen, I would say.
We're not going to be starting. So, next update in 5 minutes. And I was basically wrong about the last one, but push it all back 5 minutes. Next update's at 6:05. I think we're getting close. But even if we're close, we're not going to be starting the race in the next 15, maybe 20 minutes.
No, exactly, because they have to give a 10-minute warning anyway, don't they? So let's now hear from George Russell, shall we? He's the next driver to have a chat with Rosanna.
Well, George, it's been a few hours now. What have you been doing to pass the time?
I've been waiting for these updates, obviously, but just sitting around, talking to the guys, and just hopefully we can get the show on the road, even if we just do a couple of laps to at least have a classification. And for the fans, I mean, huge respect to those guys sticking it out.
And have you thought about worst case scenario that you may not start from the front row in this race if it doesn't get underway at all?
I mean, I have thought about it, and I don't think that would be very fun for anybody. I think the least that could happen is we do 2 laps under the safety car at slow speed, which will be safe, and we call it at that. So it would be a real shame because I was really excited to get out there and have some fun. They had the car underneath me, but there's still an opportunity that the race could go ahead, but it's not looking promising. And
then on an optimistic level, have you thought about that first turn? What have you been thinking? You've had so much time now to think about it.
Yeah, I mean, one way or another, I don't think if the race goes ahead, we won't be doing it from a standard start. It would be a safety car start. It would have been nice to have, got that launch in up to turn 1 and see what would have happened, but I don't really know what to say or what to think right now. It's just getting to the point where it's just a bit frustrating for everybody.
Feel a bit sorry for George Russell.
Yeah.
Really stating his case for we're not all going home without at least doing 2 laps behind a safety car and I get my second place. To be honest, it's the least he deserves after that qualifying yesterday, and I still think rather than no race, better to have at least the qualifying giving the order. It's a shame, as he said also, whatever happens, he won't get a front row start here because it'll be started behind the safety car anyway, so he won't get that clear run down towards turn 1 and and the rest of it. But I still think I'm more hopeful than George at the moment that we can get a race underway soon. Now that the timer's been stopped, still got an hour on the official clock. When's it going to be dark? 55 minutes, according to your twilight recommendation.
Well, 8:30 is so 2.5 hours is the official sunset.
So where's the cut-off in a night race for this? If there was floodlights on the side of the track,
yeah,
do you just keep going for hold it on 8 hours,
get ready for Qatar,
it'll happen in the end?
Well, no, it won't be raining actually. That's true.
Sandstorm.
Can you remember any of the people you were playing against in the Sussex Junior Chess under-10s in sort of 2000, 2001?
No, it's not someone that's just tweeted in. No.
Not someone you played, to be fair.
Oh, well, how am I going to know someone that I didn't play?
But I don't know, Andrew Tucker, did you play Andrew Tucker ever? Eleanor Hayden?
Andrew Tucker.
Abby Fryer?
Was Andrew Tucker the boss?
I don't know, apparently he was, because...
Tucker?
You're in the list here, you see, of...
oh, maybe he was the boss's son.
Of the 2000 Grand Prix. Was he the boss's son?
I'm sure there were 2 guys in charge of the squad of players that we had. I don't know.
This is from...
have you just found that on my appearance in
Micah Crosby has sent this in.
Yeah,
so there you go. But there's no score next to your name, unfortunately.
Well, which tourney?
This is 2000 under-10s Sussex Junior Chess.
But where?
We had
a lot of fixtures. We had a lot of fixtures.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah, big time.
From the 1st of September to the 19th of May. I don't really know what the scores mean.
No, I want the Hastings one. I want the Hastings.
Okay.
They called it the Battle of Hastings, and I came out on top. It's honestly, it's what Hastings is secondly most known for. 2 great battles.
But yeah, that's great. That's great knowledge. And it was called a Grand Prix, it seems.
Hang on. So we were working out how many Grand Prix I've done. That's earlier on in the show. I've got to go back through the archives.
You've got to count the chess Grand Prix as well.
Oh.
No, that's a great find, Micah. Thank you very much for that. We are...
I didn't think there was a lot of overlap between the chess world and the motorsport world.
Do you know?
I couldn't see it, but... Maybe it's growing there. With Leclerc and Sainz maybe gonna bring it in.
Are you in this picture? Were you in the Sussex Scorpions or not?
No, we weren't the Scorpions, but pass it over and I'll have a look.
Okay, have a look at that, because we've just found another thing on the Sussex Junior Chess.
I never knew that we were the Scorpions. That's probably the B team.
It's the magazine called The Missing Bishop. So maybe you're in, or maybe they've got your results in there somewhere. None of them are you? No. The medical car's back out again.
Oh, yeah, I could see. Is that Harry Hawkins? Played with me? I don't know. Can't see me. It's a bit grainy.
Right. Shame. Shame. 11 pages of this stuff, and they've got match reports and everything. There's the under-9s team there. Tom Davey. Anyway.
No, I think probably sort of 10-11 was my prime.
Okay. Fair enough. Right, still the race will resume. The race will resume at 18:17. In 10 minutes' time, the race will resume. Resume feels like a stretch.
All of that hard work. The endurance we've all been through this afternoon.
Phenomenal.
Oh, cheers in the grandstand.
Yeah.
So, it's still really raining, but the track, with all the sweeping, the medical car has been still going out. I don't think it looks that wet now. Extreme wet tyres must be fitted. That seems pretty obvious. With the fact that they're even considering that someone might run intermediates speaks volumes about what the track conditions in. Hello. I'm going to get a Belgian Grand Prix.
Wow.
Of sorts. Maybe it's just 2 laps and George Russell gets his podium. I don't think the track looks that wet, watching the medical car. Through Fania chicane.
Okay, fine. This is the point. If there's no more rain coming down, which it doesn't look too bad at the moment,
Be slicks in 20 laps.
But it can dry up a little bit. So now I hope that no one, when I said I would be leaving now, I hope no one actually left. Because that would be a little bit awkward, wouldn't it?
It would be shades of Barcelona 99, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Because this could be a classic.
Yeah. It already is sort of a classic with this delay. Like, it's iconic.
Oh, your chat's not been that good.
No, but the Grand Prix itself.
But everyone looks back at that Canadian Grand Prix 2011 with very fond memories. They forget the 4 hours in the middle when everyone was just chilling out thinking it would never happen. It was an iconic race. Possibly, we got 1 hour of Grand Prix coming up.
Yeah.
We've still got a title fight on our hands. We've got George Russell from second place.
Surely 1 hour, by default, it's impossible to get 75% race distance.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. We're going to do an update into 5 Live in a moment. But Man United are currently on an attack. So, yeah, fantastic that we're going to have a bit of racing action. And we're going to do an update into 5 Live. Yeah, the race is going to get underway in about 8 minutes' time, which is very exciting news. It was due to get underway at 2 o'clock, so it's been quite the delay, but it looks like there will be an hour's Grand Prix on Sports Extra in a few minutes' time.
So all the drivers have to hot foot over. What was happening in the Sainz Leclerc chess game?
Yeah, did
one
they
move
leave
away
it?
from checkmate, and should we finish? Should we not? Probably get on with the Grand Prix now, but everyone's had to scamper in. Hamilton on his scooter, quickly up the pit lane, because the race starts now in 7 minutes. This is actually quite a hot foot for everyone to get, if they were in the motorhome, get back into the car, strapped in, ready to leave the pit lane.
So apparently you finished 15th in the under-11s in 2001, the cross table for under-11 champions. You finished 15th, level on points with Tristan Blundell.
No relation to Mark.
No, and Ben Blundell as well was 17th.
Also no relation to Mark.
The winner was Abby Fryer. Remember Abby Fryer?
Not really.
Again, Andrew Tucker's in there as well.
Tucker was a perennial player, but I think his dad was the boss.
Right then.
Maybe a bit of home coaching.
Yeah, exactly. Kerry's enjoyed our commentary this afternoon. Thank you very much. Thank you for those of you who have stuck with us. 17:11 the time. Didn't really need to say that, but it is 17:17 that the race will be getting underway. Suddenly it's all quite frantic, isn't it? And we've got to do a podcast. It means we'll have to do a podcast now.
This is the thing. It's the drivers going from thinking this race is never happening to suddenly, in the blink of an eye, 10 minutes we're going racing. And by the way, we're going racing still in treacherous conditions. It's still really wet. Everyone has to be on the full wet tyre. It's a really fast circuit. The barriers are close. There's everything at stake in terms of the championship now for Verstappen and Hamilton. George Russell looking at a podium. Ricciardo and Vettel up there as well. Perez can start from his pit lane.
Yeah,
there's a lot going on. In fact, Perez won't even start from the pit lane, will he? Because everyone's starting from the pit lane now.
So he just join the back of the queue, I guess.
Just joins the back of the queue, and it'll be a rolling start. I'm fairly sure. Will there actually be? If we hype this up a bit much, will there be a Grand Prix, or is this the 2 laps and then we're all going home? That would be the real kicker, wouldn't it? But I just think, looking at the track, it's still raining.
I don't think they would do that. I don't think they would do the 2 laps just to get points.
It's what Russell was very wary of, making sure that they at least did that from where he is on the grid. He wanted at least the result from his qualifying to stand as the race. But I think from looking at the track, I don't think it's that wet now that they can't run the race.
Yeah,
we'll see when they get up to some speed. 4 minutes, and then they'll be released behind the safety car. We'll get a bit of a glimpse then. We'll hear some radio chatter once again from the drivers to the teams, which Michael Massey will be all across to pick up what the driver's feedback is from the conditions. And it's only really, you can see the medical car all you like, but when you see Formula One cars out in a pack, then you can see the real spray effect, how much water there is. It didn't look as bad.
Izzy says, my dad told me to tell you this is the best commentary he's heard in a long time. We've had a 3-hour drive and are due to get home in 10 minutes. So please delay another 5. Well, I think you'll be all right, Izzy, because there'll be 2 or 3 laps at least behind the safety car before a race actually gets underway.
The good news is 1 lap in wet conditions is 2 minutes.
Yeah.
That's going fast in a Formula One car in wet conditions. So behind the safety car, it's going to be more like 3 or 4 minutes. And so you're probably going to be okay on timing. It's such a long lap.
Andrew Benson, am I right in thinking we're almost guaranteed half points here? Because an hour race, you can't get to 75% race distance, surely.
100%, yeah. They won't get to 75% race distance. No question about that. And also, just to sort of calm your fears, this isn't a cynical move. I don't think they're actually going to try to have a race. But having said that, there's obviously an element of experimentation going on. They'll go out, do a couple of laps behind the safety car. The drivers will report back to see how they feel about the track conditions. Michael Massey will listen to that. Then they'll make a call on what to do. But this is not about just getting. This is not right now. This is not about just getting 2 laps to get some points in. It's about trying to have a race.
Great news, everybody. Sorry, Man United just flashed a shot past the post. Right, race, but we will focus back onto the racing cars now. And yeah, we've just got 2 minutes until the race gets back underway. OJ has removed all the stones from the soil in the front garden since the red flag. Marginally more interesting than the Sports Extra commentary on chess and cheese. Fair enough.
What? Hang on. Has he been multitasking?
What do you mean?
Listening and doing the stones?
And taking the stones, yeah.
Oh, but he preferred the stones to the listen.
Yeah, that's the dig there.
Yeah. Well, he had the dig, didn't he?
Oh, very good. Digging the stones. Right. The cars now are starting to fire up. The focus has to come back in. And the drivers have to get ready for some very tricky, treacherous conditions. Those of you asking, oh, you might need another sync up. Okay, that's a fair question, actually, from... I'm not going to read your Twitter name out, actually, but it's a fair enough reason, and I will give you a countdown to the green light, to the light going green at the end of the pit lane, so you can sync up for those of you still with us. And Sergio Perez is in the garage, ready to go. He wanted to be on a plane 3 hours ago, but he is not. He's just getting lowered down from the jacks and about to pull out into the pit lane. Everybody now leaving Valtteri Bottas's car as well. Oh, it's raining pretty heavily. We'll see what happens when the cars get out on track, though. We've got 10 seconds now until the light goes green at the end of the pit lane. The safety car at the head of the field. The light's going to go green in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green light now at the end of the pit lane. And the safety car pulls away, and Formula One cars are going back out onto the track. You can hear the fans in the grandstand applauding and elated and delighted with that particular decision.
And this is race start. The race is now officially started.
Yeah.
So, I think whatever happens, I can't believe they're going to come straight back through the pit lane. So, I think we're going to get a result, because they should now get 2 laps in, which will mean that there is a result from the Grand Prix. Now, looking at the cars coming up the top of Eau Rouge, it's so much. It's better than it was. It's a lot better than it was, I think. The track is better. but it's still raining. So the sweepers have done a solid job. Oh, the long shot looking back from Les Combes, and you can see a safety car. You can see Verstappen on the left. You can see Hamilton ducking out to the right, and there was no sign of George Russell somewhere in second, just covered in the spray. It's still very, very wet. There'll be a bit of safety car driving for starters, I think.
Yeah, I think we'll get a good few laps behind the safety car. Sergio Perez makes his way back out onto the circuit again, and he's going to be down at the back. And George Russell making his way around the right-hander of Rivage. And I'm sure we'll get to hear some radio messages before too long of what the drivers have got to say.
They've still got to be careful in these sort of conditions. Verstappen, Russell, Hamilton, particularly because they've got a lot at stake here, but they've all got to be careful they don't do something silly and lock a wheel under safety car with cold tyres, a lot of water, and run off the track, because now this is going to be a result. And imagine if you lost it under safety car, and even if you just ran wide, then the car behind, if you're off the track, is allowed to come past you. Imagine if that's how this race ended, and we don't get any proper racing, but you lose your result from qualifying because you've gone off under safety car. And it's happened before. Russell, Imola last year in dry conditions, ended up hitting the barrier and lost a likely point from that one. There's a lot at stake. So, and in these conditions, stranger things have happened.
Yeah, absolutely. It wasn't us. I presume you're referring to Lewis Hamilton as he made his way back into the car. The cars are out on track. We've basically got a 1-hour race underway, but they're behind the safety car at the moment. Over 3 hours and 20 minutes. Well, in fact, 3 hours exactly since we last tried to get the Grand Prix action underway. Jolyon Palmer, former Renault F1 driver, still alongside me. How are the conditions looking, Jolyon? It is pretty wet out there, pretty miserable. Are we going to get any actual racing, or is it still behind the safety car?
I can see it being possible to release the cars to racing speed. It's better than it was when we tried to go all those hours ago now. What's definitely going to happen is we're going to get a result now from this, because we've done 2 laps, even behind the safety car. We will now have a race classification as they've all come past the start-finish line. It's wet, but I think we're towards the realm of being able to have a very sketchy wet race.
Okay, well, we will wait and see. We'll have full commentary on 5 Live Sports Extra. Verstappen leading, George Russell second, Hamilton third. That is how it would finish if the race was declared a result here. But we'll see what happens on Sports Extra. Visibility from Russell. I mean, it's 0, but you're racing in the rain.
It's not absolutely 0 for Russell, but this is low speed. As soon as Verstappen gets up to proper speed, he's going to churn out so much more water from the back of the Red Bull, and it will be then 0. For everyone else further back, it is deteriorating worse and worse. Tough call, but we'll wait for some radio chatter, really. The drivers are the ones that know best the conditions. Is it aquaplaning? We're going to hear that again. Or is it just the visibility that's the limiting factor? If so, how much of an issue is that? The visibility is always going to be bad in the wet.
John says, thank you for a highly entertaining afternoon. Infinitely preferable to watching a Formula E race at any time. Thanks for that. Appreciate it. 55 minutes on the clock then. And Verstappen and Russell and Hamilton, the top 3 still, as Bernd Mailander makes his way around Pouhon. You can hear the cheers from the Pouhon grandstand. It is still rainy and murky. The lights are still on the safety car, but we haven't heard many radio messages yet saying it's sort of undrivable.
I think the drivers are all working it out now. So they need some time to feel what it's like before they just report it back. They've had now a lap, nearly 2 laps as they come towards Stavelot. It's 100%. It's better than it was. And I think it's that far from being a possibility of racing here. At lower speed, the spray is reduced. That's what you want, really. You want, at least when you get to a braking zone and the car's speed comes down, that you can see a bit where you're going.
On the back, it's getting better. It's much better on the back. At the end of the lap, final sector is better.
So Perez saying it's getting better.
He's a few seconds off the back of the pack. Perez has left a margin to Kimi Räikkönen, and is relatively okay, his visibility. Particularly the final sector's not so bad. Round Pouhon down through the Fagnes chicane and the two Stavalos, it's okay. Then they build up speed towards Blanchimont, very quick left-hander, and then the bus stop. And it's low visibility, as you'd expect when the speed is higher on the straight and through Blanchimont. They slow down for the bus stop and the visibility's okay. And this is basically what you classically get in the wet. You can't see anything on the straights, you slow down for the corners, and then you see a little bit more. But what are the other drivers going to say? There's the ones in the mid-pack that are going to be the ones finding it the toughest. Perez at the back has just dropped off a little bit. He's a couple of seconds away from Räikkönen. So technically he should have a lot of spray, but he's dropped a little bit further away from the car ahead. If you're tucked in behind, then how awful is it through? And what about the rest of the lap? Eau Rouge, notoriously a tough corner. If you can't see a lot going in there, that's tough times.
Andy has combined a 10-acre field, got home, and the race still hasn't started. So there we go. It's murky down the Kemmel Straight, isn't it?
Kemmel Straight looks the worst. There's a lot of overhang from the trees there as well. And I think that area looks the worst. And at the top of the hill there. Looks like the clouds coming in again. But around the rest of the lap, it doesn't look so bad. Jack, I think it's raceable.
Yeah,
I think it is very tough. But I think this is certainly it's not. When we had the cars going around earlier, I just couldn't see that it was possible.
Yeah.
This time, it's a tough call, but I see that it is possible. It will be a very wet one. It will be really tricky conditions, but is it drivable for some racing laps?
Sound you can hear is Max Verstappen. We haven't heard much, but it hasn't really sounded like much wheel spin compared to earlier as well.
Exactly. Every time red flag again. Oh,
red flag.
Okay, well that's the 2 laps and done.
Oh, the fans are cheering in the grandstand, but as the cars go past, but then they will see the red flag. It's raining harder again in the pit lane now. Race suspended, cars to line up in pit lane. And the clock keeps ticking.
I think that could be that now.
I can't help but think we're done.
Yeah. Oh, I was just getting my hopes up.
Yeah.
It was better, the traction was a little bit better. It's still pretty bad out there, but we're towards the grey area of is it raceable as a very wet race, rather than just is absolutely not. But hey, it's not going to happen. So I assume there's been a lot of feedback from the drivers that we've not had played
presumably.
out. That must be what's happened. There's many drivers out there that have said no, can't do it.
And in these conditions, obviously, it is acceptable to err on the side of caution when safety is the issue. And at a track like Spa, you know, if we're at Portimao, maybe it's a different conversation.
Yeah, and it comes back to what I was saying earlier about that Brazil 2016 race. We raced it. I felt it was a really sketchy one that could have been bad. We got away with it at the time, but it's a really tricky one, and I can only assume there's been a lot of feedback from the drivers saying not feeling it, can't see anything, track grip's still not there. So then I think there's only one answer. Michael Massey sitting in his control tower, he can look out, see what we can see, have his own thoughts, but he's got to go mainly off the feedback of the drivers. And we've only heard the Perez radio message that said it's much better. But now they're back in the pit lane. The rain's still coming down. I think that's going to be it.
Yeah, we'll see what they decide to do. 49 minutes are still on the clock. Whether they... And I think you have to look at the sort of the background of this as well a little bit. I think when you think of the I guess the pressure sort of that Massey is under, and the W Series crash, and the Norris crashing yesterday after the complaints that shouldn't have happened, and even back to the Hubert stuff a few years ago. It's not directly related, but I think that overall Spa, Eau Rouge, danger, wet pressure would definitely make you err on the side of caution.
Yeah, it's a high-speed track with barriers pretty close. Eau Rouge is notorious, and it's come in the firing line really the last few years. And again, with the W Series crash on Friday, someone goes off there, everyone's blindsided at the top. I think if it was another circuit, if it was Paul Ricard, big runoff areas, not such a notoriously...
Silverstone.
Yeah, Silverstone might be okay as well. A lot of fast corners at Silverstone, but it's the fast corners and the proximity of the barriers, and even corners like Blanchimont coming into the bus stop. There's a quick left-hander that is so easily flat in the dry, but in serious wet conditions, you're probably able to blend out. Kimi Räikkönen had a crash there in 2008 in the Grand Prix in the closing stages, and it's that sort of thing. It's a corner that is so easy flat. You're not worried about crashing there in the dry, but in these conditions, it's another one with the barriers very close. So certainly we've erred on the side of caution, and it's tough to blame anyone for this one.
Yeah, I would agree. The conditions have been very poor. It feels that you'd almost rather points were... honestly, I think I would rather they didn't do the 2 laps and then... But I think they were doing the 2 laps to try and get a race, and it is now raining pretty heavily again in the pit lane area. So on the one hand, you kind of wish they hadn't even tried and no one scores any points, and that feels more fair. It doesn't really feel fair to have a race result from this in a way, but
it doesn't feel fair to have nothing from this.
Yeah, exactly.
I think that's
but there
the
was
point.
No race.
But there was everything else that leading into the race. There was still Verstappen on pole, Russell on the front row. Verstappen had a great chance to win this race.
If Russell gets 9.5 points for that qualifying lap yesterday, that's fair enough. You know what I mean? Like, that's
9 points.
9 points.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. I think I don't like the idea of the whole weekend going to nothing. And if it was practice sessions, then fine. But qualifying, it has a direct correlation to the outcome of the race anyway. This is the starting order. I think I'd rather that someone got something from the weekend. And we're only talking half points anyway, if that is the race.
Certainly is. Yeah, we did 2 laps behind the safety car, and now the red flag has come out. There's 45 minutes left on the clock, but, well, we're feeling a little pessimistic, actually, that we won't have any more action. Now they've done 2 laps behind the safety car, it can officially be declared as a result. So Max Verstappen might have just won the Belgian Grand Prix without really doing anything. And good afternoon to Tiffany Dell. Royally entertained, he says, on his drive back from Silverstone. Thank you very much for joining us, Tiff. He says it's pronounced Gouda. He thinks it's pronounced Gouda. Brie is the best. Mozzarella is tasteless. Barilla is one of the world's biggest pasta producers. So apparently we will have had some Barilla pasta.
If only we knew to give it the all-important feedback.
But obviously I recognise the box now. I've Googled it, actually. I've probably had some of that before. I've seen that on the shelves. Anyway, other pasta companies are available. This is the point now where you just got to be like, look, nah. 45, just send everyone home. 45 minutes to go. You've got to do a 10-minute warning. So that's 35 minutes.
Then there'll be
and then there'll be best 3 or 5 laps behind the safety car.
Exactly. We're not racing. We're not racing, and it can be quite a quick call now. But they've tried, had the sweepers out,
delayed
somehow added an extra hour back into the regs how long we could run. We've also got the daylight disappearing from the day anyway.
Yeah.
It's been a long one.
Bethany Waring says we shouldn't have results based on qualifying, but we have Monaco every year, she says. Astute. Fair point.
Well, exactly. Imagine Monaco couldn't happen for this. Yeah. For this reason. You've got the order from qualifying in Monaco, and okay, the race can change based on strategy, but if you're on pole in Monaco and you get away first, what are the chances you're going to win the race? 90%? And then you just get nothing from that? I think the qualifying order is fine to have. It's a half point.
Yeah.
It's not going to be a massive decider in any championship. Maybe actually for Williams v Alfa Romeo it's going to be pretty huge, but for the outright, Hamilton at this stage is going to lose 5 points to Verstappen. For what it's worth, Nikita Mazepin has fastest lap.
Yeah, very true.
Outside of the top 10 though, so he will not get a point for that.
We're going to have half points now for the rest of the year, aren't we? That's going to be annoying, just for maths wise.
And to say it
exactly. Hamilton has whatever 0.5 points.
Well, but I don't think it's going to be a problem because they're both going to have 0.5 points. 25.
Well, that's true.
12
actually,
and a half.
Yeah.
And then you got 7.5 for Hamilton. So we don't talk about the actual number of points. We talk about the points gap.
Yeah, fair.
So let's not dwell on that too long.
Rodrigo says it's pronounced Gouda because it's Dutch. Like
it's Gouda.
Guido van der Garde is how you pronounce that.
Said no one ever.
I know. So, I mean, we're still under red flag. Still under red flag conditions. So, we'll wait and see if anything else does occur. But you just can't help but doubt it, really. 42 minutes on the clock now. And it is now, it's 17:35 in the UK, 18:35, 6:35 in Spa. This is the situation now where it's like, well, you've just got to call this, because they haven't stopped the clock again. If they stop the clock again, then maybe they're looking at it, but they can't. Surely they just can't leave us sitting here for 41 minutes waiting for a clock to count down.
No, they will surely. You know, when you have the practice session, we had it this weekend when Verstappen crashed in FP2, and they said the session will not be restarted because there wasn't the time. Surely, even though there's 40 minutes left on the clock, the conditions are still atrocious. They're not going to run this. They might get out for a couple of laps of safety car at the very best. It's not going to happen. Interestingly, Verstappen will close Hamilton's championship lead by 5 points. That will be neck and neck heading to Zandvoort next week. The battle for third in the championship, no one's scoring points for the second race in a row. Bottas 12th, nothing. Norris 14th, and Perez with that crash on the way around to the grid, no points.
Very true. Very true indeed. Why haven't they caught? Vettel's still sitting in his car. Some of the drivers just got straight out. Rain's still coming down.
Is the rain easing?
Yeah, maybe, but
why would they not? Why did they come straight back in on the red flag?
That's the thing I don't quite understand. So Ian Ferguson has just done another update, and he says that it's just loading. Oh no, it's gone. That was. Oh yeah, here we go. The latest rain is stopping at 18:50 local time, so in sort of 15 minutes time, but approximately. And so it does look like it's getting a little better. But I agree, just keep going round behind the safety car, and because you're
still dispersing water. All the spray is coming off the track, going into the air. And so you are helping clean the track by sending the drivers out, unless they're all on the radio saying they're going to spin, the tyres are going too cold, safety car's too slow, we're all too slow, it's dangerous. If there's any hope of having a race, at least get them out on track now, and then when it is okay, we'll have a green light. But the problem is we've got a 10-minute warning to the race start again. Then they're going to go out behind the safety car. The timer's ticking down now, 38.5 minutes. So even if they declared it, race starts in 10 minutes now, there'll be 28 minutes to go. Some laps behind the safety car, we'll have a sort of 2 or 3 lap shootout.
Luke says, has this worked well for Verstappen's engine? Or do we think he'll have to take an engine at some point anyway this season, and so it's kind of a moot point? Or has not doing this Grand Prix helped him a little on that front?
It's helped him. It's definitely helped him. A load less mileage, and there's a one less race as well now. We're down to 22 race calendar, effectively 21 because this has been a non-event. You never know what's going to happen the rest of the calendar. He'll probably still have to take an engine because he's losing an entire engine is just so damaging when they've got to do a lot of mileage each anyway. But you never know. It gives them a slight more glimmer of hope. The problem for Verstappen is he was a big favourite for this one if it got underway in normal conditions, because I don't see where the competition's coming from. Obviously it's Hamilton, but Verstappen in the wet was way quicker than Hamilton the whole way through qualifying.
Yeah, but actually having Russell there means he's still extended his lead by 5 points as opposed to 7 or 8. It's not actually that big a swing, is it? I think if Hamilton was second on the grid, then Verstappen's actually taken a sort of a hefty points hit, because it would have been 3.5 instead of 7. But
yeah, I think it'll take it. But on a day where I think it was going to be Verstappen, Hamilton, probably away first and second, given what they normally do in the rain, and given George Russell's heroics from Saturday were unlikely to last through to the for the whole race, if we had a whole race. And where's the rest of the competition coming from? Bottas outside the top 10, Perez at the back, Norris 15th, 14th now with Perez down. Who's unhappy with this one? Latifi's going to get another point. Double points again for Williams. It's Alfa Romeo.
So that's 2 double points in 2 races in a row,
including a second place.
Yeah. Right, still the red flag. 36 minutes to go. They got there. I can't decide if everyone's sort of hung around long enough that you've just got to call it, or we've hung around long enough, we might as well see if we can get a 2-lap, 3-lap race out of it. But the thing is, in wet conditions, if you have a 2 or 3-lap race, maybe I'm wrong here, but nothing really happens, because everyone just kind of spreads out, don't they? Initially, to get out of the spray, and then it takes, you know...
Do you want to know what I think will happen if we did get a 2 or 3 lap race?
There's a shunt and then a red flag.
Someone will go off on the first corner, and it'll be immediate safety car, and it'll be one person loses out, or 2 if there's an incident between them. So in a race that short, someone will lose it straight away when the conditions are going to be marginal anyway, and we'll be straight back to where we're at now. It's raining harder. We're not racing.
It was Robert Graves who was at the powerboat race. Thank you, Robert, for refreshing my memory. Yeah, we're not going racing, are we? Sebastian Vettel, and he's actually just taking off his... Is he putting them back on? No, he's taking off his seatbelts and
he's jumping out,
hoisting himself out of the car.
35 minutes to go, 10-minute warning before we're going to get any race anyway. But still, we're not being told that. The weather's just come in again, though. The visibility's gone. You can no longer see the pit garages from the top of Les Combes. It's got to be done. It's just... I don't know if they're going to just let this time out, or at some point just tell us that it's not going to happen.
That's the thing. This is why I'm getting annoyed. Like, are they just going to leave us here 34 minutes? I'm out of conversation. I'm out of broadcastable conversation. Surely I've got nothing left in the tank. We've done cheese. We've done chess. We've done adult toys. We've done Jean Lacey's wine. We've given Tiff Nadell a shout out. Oh.
Just do a countdown to the next update. We don't know when it'll be, but just keep the countdown going.
Yeah. 33 minutes left on the clock. And there we go. For those, some of you have genuinely asked, we've both had a pit stop in this. We've both done a one-stop strategy in these 4 hours. Andrew Benson has apparently you've 2 stopped, Andrew.
Lost count of the number of stops, Pat.
Really? Wow!
It's the nerves, the excitement.
They weren't all what you're suggesting. It's just getting away from the chair. I just made myself a cup of green tea just before the race,
lovely.
in inverted commas, started just then, but that's gone.
Was that to soothe you?
Yeah, a little bit,
Before a frantic...
It's one of those days, Geraldine, isn't it?
So how far ahead of Alonso is Ocon in the race? Will not resume. This has been an IMG production for BBC Radio 5 Live. We'll catch you later. Right. So, there is going to be a podium, apparently. Are we going to hear from the winners? What's going to happen now? I don't know. Are we? We're going to do an update into 5 Live. There will be a podium, but I don't think we're going to cover it for you. No offence, but I don't think you need to hear us say Verstappen is standing on the podium in the rain. But the session is over.
So Russell officially gets to 2nd place.
We're going to tell 5 Live that it's all over. In a moment or two. Russell going around high-fiving and hugging all of the Williams crew and mechanics, and he's got a Formula 1 podium.
We were talking earlier this weekend about the percentage of people on the grid that had podiums in F1.
Yeah.
Didn't see this one coming.
No, not at all. And he looks happy, as you would expect.
He's chuffed with that. He's not.
And
he's not worried about the fact that they didn't race for it.
Really deserves it after that lap yesterday. So Max Verstappen takes another win, and Hamilton finishes 3rd. Ricciardo 4th, which is a decent result for the McLaren team. Vettel 5th, a good result, but it's going to be so weird in the future when you look back at these races and, oh yeah, Russell's podium, and then you'll remember that the race didn't happen. Very curious indeed.
Half points. Half points one. It'll be an asterisk one, won't it?
Yeah, exactly.
Like that Adelaide 91.
Russell making his way back into the podium, back into the garage, I should say, before he makes his way up onto the podium.
And he earned it yesterday. That lap was so good for Russell.
Yeah, exactly.
It wasn't, he's in the 2nd quickest car in dry conditions and just drove to the pace.
Yeah.
The conditions to be he almost was on pole. He was almost a race winner for Williams, were it not for Verstappen beating him by 3/10 right at the death.
Yeah. Well, he could have won. Like, I think that's the...
And what about Norris?
Yeah.
Norris was flying. He's lost a big haul of points here.
Norris and Russell could have won this Grand Prix. Like, that's the mad part of it, isn't it? So, yeah. Here's some radio. Oh. Well, the race is not going to happen. So they did 2 laps behind the safety car, and now the FIA have declared the race will not happen. So Max Verstappen does win the Grand Prix. George Russell for Williams finishes 2nd, remarkably, with Hamilton 3rd. They'll only get awarded half points. But if you want to listen to 4 hours of nothing happening, it'll be available to re-listen to on BBC Sounds. Yeah, it's great, honestly. Right. So that was our update into 5 Live. Well, should we? Well, I tell you what. I presume we've got to do a little bit of something for the podcast. I would have thought. I don't know. Well, I'm trying to ask the boss, but he's not really listening. Oh, here's the Red Bull radio that we missed a moment ago.
Yes, podium ceremony?
Yep, absolutely. So after they've been weighed and all the rest of it, they'll go from there.
Michael, well done for getting us all through this.
Team effort. Thanks, Jonathan.
Right, there we go. The podium ceremony will take place. We are maybe going to record a checkered flag podcast. Maybe not, but we are going to go off air. In fact, we'll keep going so we've done the full 4 hours, shall we? Another 90 seconds. Jolyon Palmer, your thoughts and feelings after that Grand Prix?
It's been an emotional roller coaster, Jack.
Hasn't it just?
It's been a real emotional roller coaster. What a win for Max Verstappen.
Driver of the day. They want to know who your driver of the day is.
It's toss up between Alan van der Merwe and Bernd Mailander.
Mailander didn't really do much.
I'm going to go van der Merwe.
Yeah.
And he was on the giddy limit. He was on the giddy limit, but unlike Sergio Perez, didn't crash. The other 19 were fine, and Perez was the villain today. Good result for Russell.
Yeah.
He's chuffed.
Absolutely. And it's been a
unforgettable.
Yeah, it has been an unforgettable Grand Prix in a string of unforgettable Grand Prix. That's 2 back-to-back unforgettable races in Budapest and in Spa. Thank you so much for joining us. Honestly, seriously, thank you so much for all of your interactions on the social media and on the emails as well. You've really helped us. Huge shout out to maybe Tiff Needell's driver of the day. I think Tiff Needell maybe is driver of the day for his performance driving home from Silverstone. It's been great. And yeah, we'll see you.
Hello and welcome to Premier League Matchday Preview for Sunday. Me and Ishan are here for the Sunday matches. We're going to cover Southampton, Tottenham, Newcastle United, Brighton, Chelsea, Liverpool and Leicester Burnley. We're going to give our predictions on this, and we want you lot to comment your predictions in the comment box, please, and ask us any question, because we would like to interact with you and have a good video experience. So before we start, I'm going to ask you to please subscribe to our channel, press the bell button so you get notified when we upload our new videos, and we're going to be start doing the live stream so you can join us when we are live. So I'm going to start with Southampton and Tottenham and pass it to Ishan and ask his opinion and predictions, please.
I'm going to start with the Southampton versus Tottenham match. Jose Mourinho and Ralph Hasenhüttl both saw their sides slip to 1-0 defeats last weekend.
Yeah, Tottenham suffered a lack of creativity against Everton, which appeared to have been for the club to re-sign Gareth Bale on a season-long loan from Real Madrid.
Like you said, Bale did just arrive at Tottenham. Tottenham paid 20 million for a season-long loan deal. So my prediction for this game is a Tottenham win, a 2-1 win.
No, I don't agree with that. I'm going to go with a draw. Southampton is a real good team under Hasenhüttl for last end of the season, and they are going to draw probably 2-2 with Tottenham. And the next match we're going to do is Newcastle v Brighton. So despite a summer dominance by the disappointment of the failed takeover bid, Newcastle started their campaign in a positive fashion with a 2-0 win at West Ham.
New arrivals Callum Wilson and Jeff Hendrick both netted on their debuts to give team boss Steve Bruce encouragement that an improved season is on the cards.
Yeah, all these signings make it look really exciting season for Newcastle. So I'm going to go with the Newcastle win, but Brighton is not that bad, so it might be just a 1-0 win for Newcastle. It's a home game. They have a different feel to home, so it's a 1-0 win for Newcastle.
Well, I disagree with you. I'm going to go with a Newcastle win, a 2-0.
A 2-0 Newcastle, but again, it's a Newcastle win. Third one, we have a big one, which is a 4:30 kickoff on Sunday. Is Chelsea v Liverpool. Chelsea with all these new signings, and Liverpool are the champions, and they just bought today Jota from Wolves, which I don't think will be able to play tomorrow in that match. It's too early for that, but they got Thiago Silva and other signing. But Chelsea have got better signings than Liverpool. And so what do you predict on this, Ishan?
So my prediction for this Chelsea versus Liverpool game, I think it's going to be a very tight game, but I'm going to go with a Chelsea win 3-2.
Chelsea win 3-2. I was gonna go with a draw, but I want a really exciting game. It might end with 4-3 again, like last weekend for Liverpool, where they end up winning against Leeds. So I'm going with 4-3 on this one. Chelsea will Liverpool. We want some goals in that match, and with all these new signings in action, we want some real excitement in this match. So I'm going with 4-3 on this, and we're gonna end with the Sunday night football, which is Leicester and Burnley. Shan.
Yes, Leicester versus Burnley match. Both sides did play well last season. Not many pundits are backing Leicester to replicate their impressive 2019-20 campaign, but Brendan Rodgers saw his side make a solid start with a 3-0 win against West Brom.
Yeah, the Foxes outclassed their Midland rivals for long spells and will be confident of building on their victory against Burnley. Sean Dyche he's been good for Burnley for the last few years. I'm going with a draw on this one.
Okay, Burnley has been playing well against. It's a weird fact because when I watch Burnley, they normally play very well against the top 10 sides, but they do not play very well against the bottom side. So today I'm going with a Leicester win 2-1.
Yeah, I'm going with the same, a Leicester win 2-1 against Burnley. They might make a draw, Burnley, but I think it's a Leicester win, easy 2-1. Thank you everyone for joining us today for this Premier League Matchday Week 2 program, prediction program, where we predicted the Sunday matches today. This was part 2 of week 2 Premier League predictions. Please don't forget to subscribe to our channel before you guys start to leave, and press the bell button so you get notified when we upload our next video, or we do live streams. Like we said, we're going to start doing the live streams and watch along soon. And thank you very much everyone again, and bye.